All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Good morning, everybody. This is first call, hot rod to the lanes. First call, hot rod to the lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot rod to the lanes, please. Hot rod, first call to the lanes. We need Ron Bates. Ronald Henry Bates. Come on up to the tower, please. Ron Bates. Please come on up to the tower. Ron Bates, you will not be sorry you made the walk. Come on up to the tower. Ronald Bates. Ronald Bates, please come up to the tower. You're from Lebanon, Tennessee. Hot Rod, come on to the lanes. I see some of them moving into the lanes right now. We need Hot Rod. Q3, Hot Rod to the lanes. Come on out. Mark Steele, attention to the pit area. Mark Steele and Lonnie Hall, attention in the pit area. Mark Steele and Lonnie Hall, please come to the tower. See Andy here in the tower. Mark Steele, Lonnie Hall, please come up to the tower. See Andy, please. All right, good morning, everybody. We need Hot Rod to the lanes, please. Hot Rod to the lanes. All right, we got it all fixed up. All right, again, we need hot rods to the lanes. Hot rods to the staging lanes, please. Your first round is going to be at 8:30. Hot rods to the staging lanes, please. Hot Rod, we need you to the lanes. Hot Rod to the lanes. Top Stock, you're going to follow Hot Rod. Top Stock, you will follow Hot Rod. Hot Rods to the lanes. We need you to the lanes. Qualifying going to begin at 8:30, so let's get you to the lanes. We're running early today. Going to get things going. 8:30 is when we start first round, so lanes. Top Stock, you will follow Hot Rod. Hot Rod to the lanes. Top Stock, you will follow Hot Rod. We need Hot Rod to the lanes. Hot Rod to staging. Hot Rod to staging. Top Stock, you will follow Hot Rod. Hot Rod to the lanes. Top Stock, you will follow Hot Rod. Don't forget, if you have friends that could not make it to the races, they can watch it all live streaming on YouTube, NHRA D3 TV, or go to NHRADivision3.com, YouTube channel, NHRA D3 TV, or go to NHRADivision3.com. We'll be streaming video all day long. You can see the races live. Tell your friends worldwide they can watch the reunion on D3 TV. Good morning, Bowling Green. We are about ready to begin today's activities. We need Hot Rod to the lanes. Hot Rod to the staging lanes, please. Hot Rod to the staging lanes. Top Stock, you're going to follow Hot Rod. Hot Rod to the lanes. Top Stock, you're going to follow Hot Rod. Good opportunity for you right now to head over to the concession stands, get your official reunion shirt. You know what? You don't get it now, you're going to miss out. And that sunburn you have by the end of the weekend is not going to prove to anybody that you were here. So get the event shirt, prove that you were here for the 14th running of the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. All right, ladies and gentlemen, come on to your seats. We're just about ready to begin. The hot rods are moving up to the front of staging. We are going to get it going. We're going to have some great runs today. Weather's a little bit cool. We'll be making a little bit more horsepower. Sun's been on the track. We're going to have lots of traction for these guys. As we saw yesterday, a couple of guys went up on their rear bumpers, pulling the front wheels high in the sky. We're going to see a lot of that today. Welcome to Bowling Green, the 14th running of the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. We want to welcome you for attending the 14th annual Holley Hot Rod Reunion presented by AAA Insurance. Support our sponsors, Holley Performance, AAA Insurance, Axalta Coatings, Dynamat, Good Vibrations Motorsports, and Hot Heads Research and Racing by stopping in their local Bowling Green community during your stay here in the beautiful city. Now, 2016 event souvenirs are sold exclusively by the NHRA Motorsports Museum. Pick up this year's hats, t-shirts, pins, decals, and so much more at the large event souvenir tent located inside the oval track. Now, those of you who that purchased in advance, you purchased your tickets in advance, all weekend you can redeem your voucher for your goodie bags right there at the reunion tent as well. All right, for those of you in your motorhomes or you're sitting in the air conditioning but you want to watch the racing, YouTube channel NHRA D3 TV. Go to your computer. You can see it live or live streaming all weekend long. All right, the first pair coming to the water box. 69 Chevelle going to take on a 66 Chevelle. So this is going to be a Chevelle against Chevelle. Now, the Chevelles were introduced in 1964 in the mid-size craze from Generous Motors. Wayne Hardy in the 66 Chevelle's got a 468 cubic inch motor. He is in the Budweiser lane. Joe McGee out of East Dalton, Illinois, is in the Jegs lane. Top stock, it's your turn. Come on down. Top stock to the staging lanes, please. Top stock to the staging lanes. Stand by, modified Eliminator. You will follow top stock, but right now we need hot rod is going. Top stock to the lane. The Chevelles pull away. We've got a bright red light here in the Jegs lane. 171 deep in the red. 138 green for Hardy. McGee trying to chase him down, but it's Hardy all the way. 1089 at 121 miles an hour to an 1194 at 115. Mustang and old school Ford, fat fendered Ford. We've got Don Oglesby Jr. out of Franklin, Indiana, 48 Ford Coupe with a 429 big block. Clyde Dunphy out of Pleasant Plains, Illinois, 72 Mach 1 with a 514 cubic inch mountain motor. This is kind of old school and older school on the starting line right now. Mustang taking on fat fendered Ford. Wheels go up in the air of the Mustang. He's got the whole shot, 044 to a 145 at 110. The Jeggies lane takes the win. Little MGTD replica here in the right lane. Dan Matthews out of Morrow, Illinois. He's got a Chevy 350 for power. He's picking on a little Vega. Chuck Garrett out of Washington, Indiana. 74 Vega, 355. The Vega ran a 987 last time out, and the MG ran 1166. Budweiser lane gets there first, 981, 138 miles an hour to a 1201 at 101. Now we've got a Ford Chevy matchup for you. Bear Nichols out of Cable, Kentucky, 65 Nova. He says 283. I think that's only on half the engine. He's taking on Wade McGee. Wade out of East Alton, Illinois, 69 Mustang with a 351. The Nova ran an 1162 and 1169 so far in qualifying. Full stage, both vehicles. Lights begin to drop. They're gone. Red light, though, for Bear Nichols. Not an issue. A lot of smoke coming out of the back of the Mustang as he left the line. Bear Nichols through the lights first with the Chevy, 1152. Quickest run so far to a 1309. Bobby Turner coming up with his Model A behind the Hot Rod Lincoln. Larry Runnels out of Mineral Point, Missouri, 67 Lincoln Continental, 460 for power. Brad Glass out of Mason, Ohio, 66 Nova, 385 cubic inches, he says. Nova starts to pull away from the Hot Rod Lincoln and cruises to the lights first, 1144 to a 1230, 116 to 94 miles an hour. The Hot Rod, Bobby Turner's 31 Model A with the 383 Chevy, taking on Andrew Meredith from Evansville in the 61 Bubble Top. Ford in the right lane, built Ford tough with a bunch of Chevy stuff. They hit the loud pedal, off they go. 072 to a 112 reaction. Chevy closing in on the Hot Rod. It's going to be a tight one. The Chevy pulls it out, 1095 to an 1126. Margin of victory, a mere 0.2 of a second. Pair of Malibus, one of the last of the Malibu two doors over in the left lane, taking on a 67. Dave Lambert. He's got a 67 SS with a 548. Paul Jones out of O'Fallon, Missouri. The 78's got a 406 small block. Wheels go up in the air for the small block powered Malibu. Incrementals say the Malibu on the left lane is slower, but he gets there first. 1095 to a 1065. He had a 052 red, gave him almost 0.3 of a second head start. This is qualifying, so red lights don't really matter. Mike Boyce out of Rooston, Ohio, 64 Nova. Brian Todd out of Hazel Green, Alabama. Todd in the 31 Chevy, or Ford Coupe Chevy, powered of course, ran an 1114 last time out. Mike Boyce at 1156. He backed it up with an 1157. Goes green, they go. 016, beautiful reaction time here in the right lane. Little Ford Model A trying to keep up with the Deuce. He gets him. 1104, his quickest run to an 1145. He's quicker too. The cool morning air is giving these guys some extra oomph, and they are going strong. Ralph Beaver out of Marthasville, Missouri. 66 Mustang with a little bitty 289. Brad Spears in the Camaro. Here you go. Direct competition. The pony cars of the past. Mustang is the only pony car been in production since introduction back in 1964. Mustang pulls away with a 119 to a late 541 reaction time. And it's all Ford all the way down the track. Mustang gallops to the finish line, taking the win. 12:21, 109 to a 14:86 at 93 miles an hour. That is the quickest run for Ralph in the Mustang. Larry Stewart out of Bland, Missouri in the 68 Camaro, taking on Gary Van Hart out of Noblesville in the 40 Ford. Ford is all Ford, 460 cubic inch big block. He ran a 1247 last time out. Larry Stewart at 1225. Big hole shot, though, for the Ford. 057 reaction time. He powers down track wiggles just a little bit. Coming up on the finish line, he's got the win with his best run of 12:05, way under what he's been running. Reggie Moore out of Hot Springs. Away. Reaction times are close. Not good, but close. The Chevelle's got the Chevelle's got the better 60-foot. And he gets there 13:69, way off his number to a 13:26. Jim Enders from Springboro, Ohio with the S10 pickup. Nick Fields out of Vanessa's, Indiana with the Vega. Hit the loud pedal and off they go. Vega with a better reaction time, and he's got power to the pavement. He is pulling away. Vega in the Budweiser lane is taking the win. He gets a 10:64, his quickest time, to a 12:11. Little off the mark. Jim Enders slowed down with his S10. The Candy Stripe Nova Wagon of Jeremy Bennett. Taking on Charlie Jackson's Vega. Jackson ran a 10:88 last time out. Bennett a 10:74. This could be a good side-by-side. Pre-stage lights lit. Remember, drag racing, a very festive sport. We always light the Christmas tree before every run. Wheels go up in the air on the wagon. Traction not a problem as he lifts them high. 60-foot marks are close. Reaction times are close. At the finish line, door handle to door handle with a 10:63 to a 10:67. Both drivers improve. The Nova gets there first by 11/100ths of a second. Flying Falcon taking on the big heavy Chevy Impala. Steve Heston in the 468 powered 66 Chevy. Adam Lohorn out of Palmyra, Indiana. This 19-year-old college student with a 61 Falcon. Built Ford tough with a bunch of Chevy stuff. Got a 355 Chevy between the front wheels. Gasser style axle car getting ready to go. He pops the wheels up in the air. 029 reaction to an 043. Both guys are on the tree, but the Ford is losing ground to the Chevrolet. Chevy in the Jegs lane comes up and takes the win with an 11:54 to a 12:62. 55 Gasser style Chevy taking on the quick Camaro. Tom Nichols out of Cable, Kentucky. 82 Camaro, 350. He ran an 11:59 last time out. Larry Bagwell out of Huntsville, Alabama. 55 Gasser style Bel Air. Pre-stage lights lit. Now they're full stage. Watch the tree come down, and they're gone. Better reaction time to the Camaro, but these guys still have not had their morning coffee. They're late on the tree. Get them some caffeine, but the Camaro is going to lead the way. He runs an 11:44 to a 12:58. Camaro's best run so far. Here you go. Two big, heavy, full-size cars. You got the 63 Ford of Bob Westhoff out of Martinsville. 460 for power. Taking on Sonny Miller's 62 and 450. He picks the wheels up and he moves out, but he's got a red light. 179. He's had too much coffee. 183 reaction for Westhoff of the Ford. He's not closing the gap. The Chevy's going to stay out in front. He runs a 12:44 to a 12:58. Little dragster here in the right lane, going to take on the Comet. The Comet, the kissing cousin to the Falcon. Joey Fay out of Webster, Kentucky. 66 Woody Gilmore chassis car with a little bitty 327 for power. Kurt Hoft out of Wright City, Missouri. 65 Comet, big 460. Of course, he's got a lot of extra weight to pull there. We need top stock to the lanes, top stock to the lanes, top stock to the lanes. Modified Eliminator, you will follow. Top stock should be in the lanes. Modified Eliminator, you will follow. At the stripe, well, it's close. 1067 to a 1057. The Chevy gets there, or the Comet gets there first. Malibu Wagon, now yesterday he put this thing up just about on the front. Kentucky, 78 Malibu, 383. His best run so far is at 1072. Top stock, you should be in the lanes. Top stock to the lanes, please. Lights dropping, wheels come up in the air. The wagon pulls away. 013 reaction to a 432. Well, we know James is going to need some extra coffee. Chevelle going a little slow down track. The Malibu takes the win with a 1064, 111 miles an hour to an off pace 1546. Oldsmobile and Nova up next. You got Richard Towles out of Norton, Ohio, 71 Nova, 355. His best run, 1190. Chevy Powered, he just powers away. His best run was a 947. He is out there. Let's see what he does. 945. That's good. Towles with an 1163. He picks up 3/10. Traction is good. Air is good. Cars are running strong. 1964 Falcon, Gene Schwartz out of Euclid, Ohio. He ran a 1074, his best so far. Pat Simons out of Lake St. Louis, Missouri, 69 Camaro. He ran a 1232 and a 1233, so that car's been pretty close. The air is so much better this morning. We're seeing a lot of cars running a lot quicker. See what happens this guy. Neither one of these guys had their caffeine this morning. A 573 to a 621 reaction. But look at the Falcon fly. Falcon in the Budweiser lane pulls away 1082 to a 1229. 114 miles an hour to 104. Mustang and Nova. One of the last of the rear drive Novas, Barry Masterson out of Hartingsburg, Kentucky. John Westhoff out of Martinsville, Missouri. .500 cubic inches worth of Ford motor in the Mustang. 355 small block in the Nova. Well, that's one of the last and very heavy Novas. Got lots of tire. See if you can dig in and take out the Mustang. Mustang says goodbye with a bright red light. 020, great reaction from Masterson to the Mustang. Left before the tree could get activated. Mustang's going to go through the finish line first with a 1082 off the mark to a 1217. Both cars slowed down from the previous runs. Anglia, left lane. Nova, right lane. Bill Northrup out of Remington, Indiana, 54 Pop, which is basically a later model Anglia. 350 cubic inches worth of Chevy Power, red at 1225. Tom Allman out of Tonica, Illinois. 64 Nova, the Deuce with a 400 inch. The Chevy 2 getting ready to go. Light goes green. Reaction times are excellent. The Nova using up some real estate as he wiggles off the hit. He's way out in front though. 10-second car. He runs, way off mark of 1166. 1217, a better run for Northrup. The pickup truck that put it back on the bumper. Watch this pickup. Well, he has got a bumper. He put it back on the wheelie bars, carry the front wheel. We saw the grill from the tower. That's Rick Osborne taking on Johnny Britt. Watch the pickup. Wheels come up in the air, heads towards the center line. He straightens it back out again. He's having fun. He's way out in front. He had an 043 reaction time. He goes through the lights. 1090 to an 1194. Both cars go quicker. A very rare AMX. Take a Javelin, cut 11 inches out of the chassis. You get yourself a two-seat AMX. Dave Cavesto out of Windsor, Ontario, 69 AMX with a 421. Greg Wentz out of Florence, Kentucky, 68 Camaro, 468. Top stock, we need you to the lanes. Top stock, you should be in the lane. Light goes green. AMX pulls the front wheels up in the air. 017 to a James Bond 007 reaction in the Jegs lane. The AMX gets there first. 972 to a 1006. They've been in the past. Big heavy Biscayne over in the Budweiser lane. That's Ernest Boards out of Indianapolis. It's a 427.65 Chevrolet. Russ Mudd out of Fairdale, Kentucky. 73 Corvette with a 468. Two big block Chevrolet. Oh, no. 1062 to a 1062. Almost identical ETs. But the big heavy Chevy gets there first. Little altered roadster. Brent Fay out of Harn, Kentucky. He so far is considered your number one qualifier. Ran a 9:03 at 143 miles an hour. Craig Murray out of Mississauga, Ontario with the Gasser Style 55. Ran a 10:29 on his last pass. 9:03 was the last pass for the Roadster. Red line start for the Roadster. 160 for the Coupe. The Chevy running down track. They are side by side, wheel to wheel, but the Roadster runs a 9:42 off his normal run to a much better 10:01 for Craig Murray. 69 Camaro, ticket on 55 Chevrolet. Rick Seba, West Alton, Missouri, number 3 qualifier with a 9:34 at 141 miles an hour. Gary Whitefoot out of Hebron, Kentucky, number 19 qualifier with the Camaro at 10:53. 55 Chevy should be able to shut him down. Let's see how they do it. Pre-stage lights lit. Full stage. 3 drops. They're gone. Wheels up. 0:12 reaction time for Seba. 55 Chevy in the Budweiser lane shuts down the Camaro with a 9:56 to a 10:44. Chevy S10 taking on the long roof racer Kenny Pease out of Dyersburg, Tennessee. 62 Nova, 434 big block. Trevor Messamore out of Hanson, Kentucky. 85 Chevy S10 with a little 350. Your number 17, number 4 qualifier. Pease, the number 4 qualifier, ran a 9:39 with that wagon. Man, that is a very innocent looking station wagon, but it hauls the groceries. John, 020 to a near perfect 002 reaction time. S10 left the line first at the stripe. 9:33 to a 10:31. Both cars improved. Grumpy Gremlin over in the left lane. Don Perrine out of Dexter, Michigan. 72 Gremlin with a 401. Very potent motor. Dave Remus out of Bellevue, Michigan. 65 Comet. 302 small block. The Comets run 12:05s. The Gremlin 10:82. Comet leaves live with an 064 light. Chops the tree on the Gremlin. Gremlin's got the power to pass, and he claws his way to the finish line first. The Gremlin 10:88 to an 11:87. Remus in the Comet improves. The Gremlin doesn't. Modified Eliminator. We need you to the lanes. Modified Eliminator to the lanes. Harry Sternman in the 37 Chevy taking on Mike Goodwin's Dart. And we have a Suburban at the turnoff area. There's a Suburban parked near the turnoff area. You need to move it or lose it. It is blocking cars coming off the track. Dart charges off the line with an 015 light, but that coupe is closing. He's caught him. He almost got him. 10:13 to a 10:19. That was close. Goodwin in the Jeggies lane takes the win. Monte Carlo and Camaro. Andy Baker in the Camaro. Chris Reiter in the Monte Carlo. Monte Carlo, the big heavy Chevy, sitting in the Jegs lane. He's run the best of 10:84 so far. Terry Amis, the owner. Right goes green. The Monte Carlo making his move. Look at that car just pull away. Monte Carlo in the Jeggies lane. 10:38, 128 miles an hour. That's almost 5/10 quicker than his last run. 1503 for Andy Baker's Camaro. 65 or 66 Mustang, 347 small block in the Mustang 2+2. He's going to take on Gary DeWeese in the Glasgow, Kentucky-based 55 Chevy. Mustang has run a best of 1180. Again, we need modified Eliminator to the lanes, modified Eliminator to the lanes. And we have a Suburban on the turnout. We have a Suburban parked near the turnout that needs to be moved. Come off and get going. Better reaction time to Barb in the Mustang. But that 55 Chevy is making its move. He's out in front. Gary with a 1085 to an 1145. Man, I'll tell you what, just about everybody's picking the pace up. The cool temperatures this morning helping out significantly. Terry Lindsay out of Bowling Green with the 67 Camaro's got a 427. Top stock, you should be in the lanes. Modified, you should be following them. Modified to the lanes. Modified to the lanes. Top stock, you should be ready to go. Top stock, you should be ready to go. Camaro pulls away with an 0.78 reaction time, 1.2 for 60 feet. Cruises through the halfway point at 5.8, and then a 931, 133 miles an hour, another better run. Thanks for coming out this morning. We're glad you could be here on this fabulous Friday. Don't forget, we're going to have the honoree presentations at the conclusion of racing today in the Big Top, right here at the track. You don't have to leave the track this evening. We are going to do the presentations, the honorees, right here on track in the oval area under the Big Top. Bob Fry here in the tower. He's given us lessons on all the information you ever wanted to know about drag racing, and he's going to be doing the honoree presentations later this evening. Modified, you should be in the lanes. Modified. Top stock, you should be ready to go. Top stock, you should be suited, ready to go. Modified, you will follow. 409 Eliminator, stand by. 409, stand by. You will follow Modified Eliminator. On the track or on the street, the #1 brand in performance is Holley, with over 110 years of carburetor performance excellence. Have you heard about the Ultra Street Avengers, the Ultra Double Pumpers, Ultra XP, Ultra Dominator carburetors? They're ultra light, ultra cool, and ultra fast. Holley carbs are the most powerful carbs money can buy with no further modifications. Holley, the winningest company in racing history. Now, if you want to get a little bit more high-tech, from street easy to full race, Holley's got a full line of EFI systems covering everything from simple self-learning throttle body fuel injection systems like the Sniper EFI, the Terminator Stealth, or the Terminator EFI, to all-out race systems like the Holley Dominator system. Breakthrough features include self-tuning strategies, handheld programmers, or striking touch screens. Tomorrow's fuel injection today from the people at Holley with Holley EFI. Hooker Headers, the winningest header in racing history, celebrates over 50 years of performance power. Hooker Headers feature tuned length primary tubes, high-quality welds, long transition collectors, machine flanges, and much more. From stock Camaros to NHRA Pro Stockers, Hooker has the header to make your classic or late model vehicle quicker, faster, and lighter. Hooker, only when the best will do. Now, everybody knows about nitrous, and it's the best power adder, and everybody knows that NOS is the #1 nitrous system. Now, NOS offers the most complete line of systems for street or race vehicles. When you're looking for a throttle in a bottle, go with NOS, the leader in nitrous oxide. All right, there is a Suburban on the turnout road. We are sending the tow truck now. You got your chance. If you beat the tow truck, you get to keep your Suburban. There's a Suburban parked on the turnout from the track. It is in the way of race cars turning off the track. You can move it or we can move it. Our tow truck's on the way. If we move it, we'll know where it is. If you move it, you'll know where it is. Modified. You're going to be following them, so you need to be in the lanes. Modified to the lanes. 409, stand by. 409, you're so fine, so stand by, please. Earl's Performance Plumbing brought aviation fluid transfer technology to the automotive performance market over 50 years ago. Today's top teams still rely on Earl's. With the most extensive line of plumbing products available, you can count on Earl's from start to finish. From every level of hose ends, adapters, and brake lines to coolers and accessories, Earl's has the highest quality plumbing selection that is still second to none. Diablo tuners make power you can feel on late model Chrysler, Ford, and GM cars and trucks. Their InTune and Trinity Power programmers give you tons of performance options to take control of your vehicle like never before. You can adjust critical engine parameters like spark, fuel, rev limiters, transmission shift points, and dozens of other options through their easy-to-use touchscreens interfaces. With a simple plug-and-play tuner from Diablo Sport, you can add upwards of 20 horsepower and 30 foot-pounds of torque on your ride in just minutes. Modified, we need you to the lanes. Modified, we need you to the lanes. 409, stand by. All right, 409, now it's your time. Come on to the lanes. You're so fine, you 409s. Come on back down to the lanes. It's time to run. Nostalgia Superstock, stand by. Nostalgia Superstock, stand by. All right, we're into stock class cars here. 2 Plymouths getting ready to go. How about that? This confirms what I've been saying. You guys know what Mopar means. Mopar means move over, Plymouths are racing. Daryl Nettles and Scott Taylor with their 66 Plymouths. Satellite, left lane. Belvedere, right lane. Belvedere, a higher level of trim, I think. 440 power in both vehicles. The vinyl top may be a little performance adder. I don't know. Full stage. Lights begin to drop. Off they go. Reaction advantage to Scott Taylor in the jeggy lane. He's got a slight edge on the first 60 feet as well. At the 330, they are neck and neck. And it's the Budweiser lane getting there first, 87 thousandths of a second better, 12:26 to a 12:40 in Baron Foti. He is that is an original unrestored Cobra Jet car. Mike Gore out of Guttonsville, Tennessee. Barracuda closing the gap. The Fish is swimming after the horse car. At the stripe, the Barracuda sneaks by. 11:15 to an 11:54. Thunderbolt style Ford with a small block. Dennis White taking on the challenger of Brandon Smith. Bardstown, Kentucky for the Ford. It's a 2-inch. See how close. Action advantage to Brandon Smith. Smith with an 0.25 light to a 1:03. Ford closing in. They're both looking for 12-second ETs. 11.99 to a 12.04. Side. Dennis White under by 7 thousandths of a second. Donnie Beeler in the Camaro. C-Stock with an 11-second index. Les Thompson in the Belvedere. A 12.50 index. Both lead strong. 0.43 light for the Camaro. Red light 0.48 for the Plymouth. At the stripe, a 1098 on an 11 index to a 1239 on a 1250 index. Both run under the number. 67 Camaro. Rich Taylor, 383 small block. Taking on the long roof racer, Tim Wenzel. I am not even going to try that name. 66 Bel Air wagon. He says it's a 283. He's looking for a 13 flat. He's a G stock. B stock on the Camaro is a 1050 index. Wheels come up in the air on the wagon. A 043 light, but the Camaro's got the power to pass, and he is way out in front. Camaro looking for a 1050, goes 43. The wagon, a 1292, looking for a 13, both under the number. Nova, left lane, taking on the Camaro here in the right lane. 67 Camaro, a D-stock car. Donnie Vaught, index is 1150. Chris Cowles in the Nova. He's got a 1250 index. And now it's going to be a single for Coles. The Nova, a 350, looking for a 1250. Full stage, let's see what he does. Double 09 reaction time. 9,000ths away from a perfect reaction time. And the Nova on a solo run. Looking for a 1250, runs 1244. Now we've got a Nova up against the Camaro. The Camaro's a D stock. And he's got an 1150 index, Donnie Vaught. Mike Welfel out of Nashville. He's got a D stock as well. So they're both looking for 1150s. This is a heads up. It's a qualifier, and there's no winners or no losers, but they got to see what they can do. Their index is 1150. Wheels go up in the air for the Camaro. The Nova starts wiggling, using up a lot of real estate. He's on the outside of the groove. The Camaro moving strong. Nova had the better 60-foot and runs on an 11:29, way under. The Camaro close, though, with an 11:32. They were looking for 1150s. Modified, you should be coming up now. Modified is now. 409s, you should be following. 40, follow the 409s. A little push start for the dragster as they head down track. Old school cackle car, just like the push vehicle. Don't forget, we'll have a couple of cackle cars tonight after Bob Fry concludes the presentations to the honorees tonight. We'll have some cackle cars firing up in the oval for you tonight after the presentations to the honorees on the Barracuda. Now, the Barracuda actually beat the Mustang to production in 1964. They beat the Mustang by 2 weeks, and nobody noticed. Barracudas, the original ones, had 14 square feet of glass area in the back. By 67, they reduced that area, but there were 3 body styles available on the Barracuda. There was the notchback, the convertible, and the fastback. This is the fastback model. The Fairlane was the mid-size Ford. They beat Generous Motors to the punch in 1962, introducing the Fairlane. The first Fairlanes were powered by a 221 cubic inch small block. They later punched that out to 260, then 289, and later the 302s. And a multitude of motors from that Windsor styling. 409s, you should be in the lanes. 409s, you should be in the lanes. All right, now they're getting the tires heated up. Mel Bond out of Crestville Hills, Kentucky with the 68 Barracuda. 500 cubic inches worth of mighty Mopar power. James Collins out of Seymour, Missouri, 63 Fairlane. He's got a 427 Chevy in the Fairlane. Built Ford tough with a bunch of Chevy stuff. Mel has 500 inches worth of Mopar. The index, E-modified, is 12 flat. For the Barracuda, it's an A-modified, 10 flat. Barracuda wiggles a bit off the start. But he is way, way out there. Barracuda in the Jeggy lane, 992 under the index. James Collins looking for a 12, way off with a 1650. So he can't run the number, misses it by almost 5 seconds. That's a big gap. Hudson over in the left lane is Jody Blaylock. Jefferson, Georgia, 47 Hudson with a 493 Mopar. Taking on the Plymouth pickup, Shane Gill. Gill's and both these cars are A modifieds. They're looking for 10 flat. Now the Hudson, I guess you could call a Mopar as well. Hudson became part of American Motors. American Motors was bought by Chrysler. That makes Hudson a Mopar. At the stripe, looking for 10s, 992 under, 1004 for Shane Gill on a 10 index. Demodified long roof Nova wagon. Going to take on the high-riding gasser style Nova. Ryan Hanlon out of St. Louis with the 67 wagon, 400-inch small block. Taking on Troy Van Stone out of Springdale, Ohio, 406 small block. The high-riding gasser style Nova taking on the low-slung long roof wagon. Van Stone rolls right in and double bubble bulbs it. Ryan Hanlon inching forward. Good morning, everybody. Glad you can see you here this Friday morning. Wheels come up just a little bit. The wagon just powers away. 081 reaction to a 137. Cruising down to the finish line, the wagon goes 11:48 at 116 to a 13:22. He was looking for 11:50 for Hanlon. Plymouth GTX, and I love the Henry J's. I got a soft spot in my head for those things. Also sold by Sears as an Allstate. Henry J's had 3 options in the early 50s. 4-cylinder was standard, 6-cylinder was an option. The glove box door was an option, as was the trunk. This has got a trunk. It's an option. Greg Quinn in the Henry J with a 350 Chevy. Dennis Breeden out of Plainsville with the GTX and 500 inches. 1050 index for the J, 10 flat for the Mopar. Whoa, look at the front wheels come up in the air on the Plymouth. He digs in, 037 light. He's got the lead, looking for a 10 flat. Runs 10 flat right on the number. 10 flat with 4 thousandths to spare. 1069 for Greg Quinn. Little Dart going to take on the Chevelle. Mike Van Hose out of Ashland, Kentucky. 68 Chevelle, 515, looking for a 1050. Dale Mears in the Dart out of Buffalo, Kentucky, looking for an 1150. Wheels come up on the Dart. A double 05 reaction time. Right where he wants to be, 5 thousandths away from a perfect light. At the stripe, 1038 under the number for Mike Van Hose. In the Budweiser lane, 1141 under the number for Dale Mears. Big Bad Hudson of Jody Blaylock Sr. 49 Hudson with a 493 Mopar. Dick Luzender out of Triadelphia, West Virginia with the Flying Falcon. Falcon looking for a 1050 index, 11 flat for the Hudson. Falcon digs in. He hits the loud pedal and moves away. Hudson with the better reaction time of 087, but the Falcon flies down track out in front, 1025 to an 1103. Blaylock closest to his index with an 1103. Chevelle and Camaro up here next. A 12 flat index for Neil Pohl in the Chevelle. 1050 for Artie Schneider in the Camaro. 433 cubic inches were the big block, up against 400 inches were the small block. Light goes green, Chevelle torques over, moves out, 237 light to 263. Camaro's got the power to pass and puts it down, takes the win light over in the Budweiser lane, a 1037. 1188 for Neil Pohl, both under the number. Corvette, plastic fantastic. Over in the Budweiser lane is Bob Klink. Hamilton, Ohio-based driver, 65 Camaro with a 427. Derek Adams out of Franklin, Kentucky, 68 Camaro with a 383 small block. 1150 index for the Camaro. He's a D modified to an A modified. 409, suit him up. 409, suit him up. You're coming up next. The Superstock headlights 028 to a 152 light. Corvette out in front. Still a qualifier. He runs a 968 on a 10 index, 1145 on an 1150 index. So Derek Adams closer to the number. Nova's a pair. Dan Wright out of Fayetteville, Tennessee, 10 index for his A modified. Jeff Gregory, Tennessee car is up, looking for 10 flat. Nova, 039 red light, puts him out in front here in the Jeggy lane. Runs a 10.07 to a 10.21. Good runs. Corvette here in the right lane. Late 50s Corvette. Going to take on the Chevelle. Billy Moffitt, 10 flat is the index for the Corvette. No information on the Chevelle driver yet. Good line start for the vet. 001, 1,000th away from a perfect reaction time for the Chevelle driver. Billy Moffitt a little bit quick on the lights. Runs a 10.06 on a 10 index to a 10.14. Long roof, 57 Chevy 210 wagon. Going to take on the Pontiac Tempest. Bill Kuber out of Mount Vernon, Indiana, 61 Tempest. Pontiac 455 for power. Shea Smith out of Louisville, 57 wagon with a 372 small block. Full stage for the Tempest. Now, when the Tempest first came out, they had half a V8. A 389 cut in half. 57 puts the wheels up in the air. They also ran the transaxle in the back, not a transmission. Pontiac trying to stay out in front. Runs an 11.42 to an 11.08. The 11.08, good. The Corvette in the left lane, taking on the Maverick. Sam Eater out of Glenville, Pennsylvania, 70 Maverick, 501. Tyler Bohannon out of Louisville, this 18-year-old student. He's won stock. He's won a super comp and graduated from high school the same day. I mean, talk about a guy that's busy and focused. A B modified for the Corvette, 1050 index. A modified for the Maverick with a 10 flat index. Lights dropping, off they go. The kid, 034 reaction time, picks the wheels up on the Corvette. He's slightly out in front, better 60 foot. Better 330. He runs a 1049 on a 1050 to a 997 on a 10 flat. 55 Chevy Bel Air. Going to take on the Camaro next. Old school, loving this action here at the Hot Rod Reunion. Glad you guys can make it out. Ian Bowman out of West Harrison, Indiana, 55 Bel Air with a 490. It's an A modified, looking for a 10 flat. Dave Markinsberry out of Florence, Kentucky. A B modified, looking for a 1050. Reaction advantage definitely to Ian Bowman in the 55. He's got the power. He's got it to the pavement. He's getting down track. Looking for a 10. He runs 997. Marksberry was looking for a 1050. Runs a 1024. Oldsmobile here in the right lane. Nova in the left lane. Kevin Thompson out of Smiths Grove, Kentucky. 70 Oldsmobile with a 461. Robin Brown out of Madisonville, Kentucky. 66 Nova, the Chevy 2. The Deuce is an A modified, looking for a 10 flat. Go up in the air for the Nova. 025 to an 019. That's the best pair of reaction times side by side yet today. At the stripe, it is the Budweiser lane. 10 flat on a 10 flat index. Kevin Thompson at 11 index runs 10.93. Scott Tiffany out of Gosnell, Arkansas, 65 Chevy pickup truck. And Kendall Gillespie out of Chapel Hill. Gillespie, the 18-year-old student, the body shop operator. Scott Tiffany, 51 years young. Flames pickup truck heads over to the Budweiser lane. The Anglia, driven by Kendall Gillespie, 18-year-old student, got a 355 small block. When the Anglias were introduced in Europe in 1937, they were powered by a flathead four-cylinder with 19 horsepower, just enough to get you out of the driveway. Most starter motors in American cars have more horsepower than that. Ford never technically imported the Anglia, although it's a British Ford. But lots of them made it here in the States. A 101 reaction to a 113. Gillespie looking for an 11 dial index. They're both actually looking for 11s. What they get is 1104 and 1129. Good run for Tiffany. 63 split window Corvette. The Stingray that started it all for Corvettes. First year of hideaway headlights. First year of a fixed roof. Fastback. First year of the Stingray. Flip up headlights. Tell you what, these were amazing cars for the time. Alongside him, a very rare kit car called the Kellison. Robert Walker out of Chattanooga, Tennessee. He's a B modified. He's looking for a 1050. Ed Beaumont in the Corvette out of Batavia is looking for a 10 flat. 63 Corvette's got 502 cubic inches. The Kellison, little 302. Two plastic, fantastic machines. Wheels come up and off they go, both with 0.13 reaction times. Corvette leads the way, as he should, and he runs at 987 under the number. 1054 where he needs to be for Robert Walker in the Kellison on a 50 index. Chevy Coupe up and a Chevy sedan getting ready to go. Ken Morris out of Camden, Ohio, 41 Chevy, 331 small block, taking on Al Markham's 636 Chevy with a 396. Now, the 1941 Chevy was the last full year of production until after World War II. 42 was an abbreviated year. Uh-oh. Chevy hits the loud pedal, and we got smoke and parts. So Ken Morris taking the win light at the stripe. Runs a 1236 and a 1250. One thing we know about drag. Oh, look at the parts and pieces down on the ground. That's something we know about drag racers. They're quite capable of disassembling their cars while in motion. This one only started moving when he dumped a bunch of parts down on track. I can't see what they are from here, but they might be critical to making this car move. Not as much fluid down as I thought. It has a big block with dual quads, and it's missing something that makes it move. Yeah, a little bit of oil. I got a feel there's something in the differential let go, but because we don't have that much fluid down. But we'll get that cleaned up. So obviously this car was not totally track trained when Tinkle on the starting line. We'll get it cleaned up. We'll be back to racing action for you in just a minute. 409s are in line, getting ready to go. Nostalgia Superstock, you should be following. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes. Nostalgia Superstock, you will follow the 409s. Sportsman Exhibition, you're up after that. Sportsman Exhibition, you're up after that. So 409s, get ready. One of the push stock cackle cars is on the line right now. Can't see what it is from here, but it's a neat little dragster. It's one of the cackle cars that might be firing up tonight after Bob Fry does his presentation to the honorees right here at the track. You don't have to drive anywhere after today's racing. We're going to do presentations right here at the track under the big top in the middle of the oval. They're collecting the pieces and parts and using up their rag collection to get this sopped up. We'll get back to racing action in just a bit. We do appreciate you being here early on this Friday morning. Thanks for coming out. If you haven't already got your event shirt, head on over to the NHRA Museum booth. Pick up your event shirt. Prove that you were here for this. Presented by. All right, they've got a good array of rags down there. Kind of looks like a rainbow pattern going down. They're trying to sop up as much of that fluid as they can, get it cleaned up. We'll be back to using the lane in a bit. Thank you for coming out to the 14th running of the National Hot Rod Reunion. We're glad you could be here. We got lots more racing going on. Install a Demon carburetor on your project or a race car and turn it into an absolute demon on the street or track. From our street-calibrated street demons, road and speed demon carburetors, all the way up to their race-ready mighty demons. Demon carburetors perform great out of the box. Visit them online at www.demoncarbs.com to view our full line of carburetors and carburetor tuning components. Demon Carbs, supernatural performance, wicked good looks. Flowtech headers, the most affordable headers on the planet. The next time you're looking to add the right sound and performance to your ride, don't forget about Flowtech. Value, quality, and performance. Flowtech offers a full line of performance headers, manifolds, exhaust systems, universal X pipes, Y and H pipes, mufflers, and do-it-yourself builder components. From performance cars to trucks and SUVs, Flowtech has the right exhaust components for you. Visit them in the Flowtech booth or on the web. Now, you already know that AAA offers great services, but did you know they offer great rates on auto insurance? With membership and insurance through AAA, you're not just a policyholder, you're a member, and members get more. Visit AAA.com and see how much you could save on insurance through AAA. AAA, so easy, so smart, so switch. Is there a proctologist in the house? Well, the Chevy just broke its rear end, so I got a strange feeling he's going to be putting something more substantial in that when he gets home. But right now, the Chevy, he's relegated to spectator status. All right, still got a little bit of a spill to clean up. We'll get it mopped up. We'll be back to racing action as soon as possible. Now, just a side note, for those of you racing, if something goes wrong on your car while you're driving down track, you feel the parts exiting the engine or other places, or something is wrong, you know it's wrong, come to a stop by the guardrail on your side of the track as safely and quickly as you can. If parts and pieces are exiting, there's probably fluid following. It's easier for us to clean up a short, small spot than the length of the track. It lowers the downtime for the track and gives the other racers a better opportunity to make their runs. So again, racers, if you know there's a problem with your vehicle, we'll tow you off track free of charge. No extra charge, honest. Just come to a stop as safely and quickly as you can on your side of the track, close to the guardrail. We'll come get you, and it's easier for us to clean up parts and pieces that way. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming out for the 14th running of the National Hot Rod Reunion. The Sidewalk Zamboni doing its thing right there on the starting line. Tried to get one of those to clean my kitchen floor. He couldn't make the left turn at the living room. Are you down on power? Do you need a boost? My girlfriend says I do. The Good Vibrations Motorsports has the cure. They specialize in superchargers for blown gas, alcohol, and nitro engines. It doesn't matter if you're muscling a funny car down the quarter mile, skimming across the lake, or cruising the boulevard. Good Vibrations has a blower for you. Supercharging is one of the most consistent and reliable forms of bolt-on power available, and it's actually very affordable. Good Vibrations is also your injection connection, being the largest dealer in the world of Enderley fuel injection hats, fuel pumps, drives, and linkages. Good Vibrations has a racer-friendly website filled with technical articles and how-to videos. They offer a really fast, and you want that good vibrations feeling when you cross the stripe, then Good Vibrations Motorsports would like to hear from you. Visit them today across from the event souvenir tent in the vendor oval and sharpen your skills on full-size reaction time simulator. I got out there yesterday. I played with the simulator, practiced the Christmas tree. The best reaction time what booth you might look into. Those of you pitted out on the grass area, you know, it got a little wet and damp during the rain. You step in it, it squishes. Your car sinks into it. You get mud all over it. Check out the great pit mats they've got in Good Vibrations. They're a special vinyl rubberized piece. Doesn't mold. It can get wet at the track. You roll it up, you open it up, there's no mold. It keeps the car clean, whether you're on dirt, grass, or pavement. It protects the car and you. Check it out. The pit mats at Good Vibrations. There are a lot of other manufacturers out there in the Midway area. Check it out. You know, Father's Day is coming soon, ladies. Are you looking for that gift for that man that's hard to buy parts for or things for? Parts are available, as well as good guy things back there in the manufacturer's Midway area. T-shirts, artwork, manufacturer's Midway, or today we could, if you have to pick up the Avengers items, folks, we should have the Nostalgia Superstocks right behind them in the lanes. Nostalgia Superstock and Sportsman Exhibition to the lanes. Nostalgia Superstock and Sportsman Exhibition to the lanes. All right, still getting the cleanup done. It's hard to get that differential fluid up. It soaks right in. They're working on it right now. Actually, they're blow drying it so that the track there will be straight down there. No. They're checking it out. They'll prep it. It'll be just fine. Now, luckily, although it's on the race surface, it's not in the groove where the tires are going to be. Right in the middle. Differential snapped in the back. The pinion came out the bottom. That was that big chunk of metal down there. So he snapped the snout off the front of the differential. The pinion gear came down with the shaft. It rolls real easy now, but doesn't go very far. All right, 409s are in line right now. They are in the staging lanes ready to go. They'll be the first group we take out once the track gets straightened out here. Putting down the gold dust. That's good news. They'll rub that in a little bit, spray it with some sticky stuff, and we will be back to racing action in just a couple of minutes. But right now, we need Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes, Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes, and Sportsman Exhibition. Then Gas Eliminator, stand by. You will follow Sportsman Exhibition. So Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes, Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes. Sportsman Exhibition, you will follow Nostalgia Superstock. And then Gas Eliminator, stand by. You'll be up shortly. All right, gold dust is down. They swept it in. Going to rub it in real good with the tractor. Put down some rubber. That left lane's probably going to be a lot better than the right lane now. All right, added some rubber down there. There's those rubber strips that the tractor is pushing in. They're spraying the sticky stuff over the gold dust and the rubber that just got laid down. That is going to be one good starting line area for the racers coming up now. We got 409s in the lanes coming out next. Nostalgia Superstock, you should be in the lanes. Nostalgia Superstock, you should be in the lanes. Sportsman Exhibition behind Superstock. Sportsman Exhibition. This is your call to the lanes behind Nostalgia Superstock. Gas Eliminator, stand by. You'll be coming up shortly. All right, rubbing in a little bit more rubber. And we are just about ready to go. All right, guys, now watch this guy on the starting line. Spreading the gold dust, but the mop. Look at the mop work. He is a professional. Do not try this at home. If you do that at home, your significant other is going to know you know which end of a mop to hold, and guess what you're going to get to do more often. Don't do it, guys. Well, tractor making a couple of more laps. Axalta Coating System is the proud sponsor of the 2016 Hot Rod Reunion Show and Shine. Do you have a special project you're thinking about building? Restoring a vintage race car, street rod, muscle car, or maybe it's just time to give your daily driver a new look? Stop by and see the team at Axalta Coating Systems. Their display is just outside the oval track. The latest colors, products, and systems to make that special project a reality. While you're there, check out the new base coat candy colors and ask for information about Axalta's new Chromax Mesodic Low VOC solvent-borne base coat system. Find out more about Axalta at axaltasystems.com or follow them on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And we got horsepower in the staging lanes firing up. The track is ready. We're bringing the cards up right now. It's 4:09 time. Now the 409 group is mixed with W motor cars, both 348 and 409 cubic inches. 348 first introduced in 1958 in the Impala. 409s came to be when the big cubic inch wars began between the manufacturers. Okay. Al Loy out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, driving the 62 Chevy Biscayne. It's got a 409 with 409 horsepower and a Jericho 4-speed manual transmission. Al is the guy that started the 409 group and the events, and he's continued on. He's got a beautiful black machine going to take on the pickup truck of Thomas Trupeau from Chinook, Ohio. 66 GMC truck with a 348, the small block version of the W motor. Three-stage lights lit. Full stage now for Al. 62 Biscayne with an 09. Those were the terrors of the drag strip back in the day. Full stage, lights drop. Well, he spins it just a little bit, gets a little crossed up. 392 to 211 reaction time, but the 09 is still leading the way. They take a couple of passes to really season the track. 13:23, still quicker than his last run of 13:46. 15:71 for the pickup. He does run quicker than last time as well. Bo Martin out of Washington, Pennsylvania, 63 Chevy Impala SS. 409, another Jericho 4-speed car. Taking on Mark Steele, Falconer, New York. 62 Biscayne with a 409. The Biscayne ran a 15:29. Bo Martin, an 11 flat on the last run. Now we've seen the temperature a little cooler. He's hopping and bopping that 09 SS up around. He straightens it back up again. See if he's going to go quicker than the 11 flat. Well, close, 11:04. He had a 001 red light, though. 14:51, big improvement for Mark Steele. Alan George Jr. from Copley, Pennsylvania. Blue Screamer, 62. He's got 450 cubic inches worth of 409. 2 4s, a turbo 400 transmission through a Chevy 12-bolt rear end, and 488 gears. Gene Fulton out of Inman, South Carolina. At the finish line lights, the 262s go through the light. 1097 and 1101. A 60 wing machine. That's Ray Barnhart out of Conneaut, Ohio. 60 Impala with a 409 and dual quads. It's running a 700R overdrive transmission. He says the car was a barn find and is fully streetable. Cruises 2,800 RPM at 70 miles an hour, and Ray built the motor himself. John Daly from Mishawaka, Indiana, in the 62, getting shut down right now. He's got a 409 with a T10 4-speed. He runs 13:28 in the Budweiser lane, 11:87 in the Jegs lane. Brian Lombard out of Rochester, New York, 61 Biscayne, 409, and he's running a manual translation. Races the car in Superstock classes. The car has a stock X frame and suspension. Lonnie Hall, mechanic, and his son is the mechanic from Dayton, Ohio, driving a 62 Impala SS Turbo 400 automatic. Right lane, the manual transmission car banging the gears and moving strong. Brian Lobard runs a 960, 143 miles an hour. Wow, that is moving. 1175 at 112. Now, the Ford in the group, still running a 409. 31 Ford Model A, built Ford tough with a bunch of Chevy stuff. Got 1079 is what he ran last time out, taking on James Schrader. Schrader in the 62 Bel Air 409. Schrader to stock stroke 409, iron head, dual quads, and the Model A is running him down. Hot Rod Ford with the 409 runs 1069 to a 1250. 63 Chevy over in the left lane, beautiful black machine. Brian Fugate out of Norwalk, Ohio. 63 409 SS, 474 cubic inches out of a 409. That is a monster motor. Bought the car as a junior in high school at age 17. He painted it 6 months later. It still has the same paint. He's owned the car for 27 years, taking on James Schrader. 62 Bel Air, two-door stock stroke, 409 with iron heads, dual quad. Actually, Stanley Ball at a Shoreline, sorry. 62 Bel Air, 409. Now, he ran 19-second ET on the last run. Left lane ran at 1173. He runs at 1164 quicker. And Stanley Ball runs an 1822. He goes quicker as well. Dick McKenzie out of Bear, Delaware, the red 62 Bel Air hardtop. The bubble top car got the full cage in it, so this could be a good run. It's certified to 750. He's got 448 cubic inches worth of 409 and runs a G-Force 4-speed. Thomas Gieb out of Clarence Center, New York. 62 Impala, also 409. This is a 409 class, so we got lots of big W motors here. He takes a hop and moves away in the right lane. Better reaction time for Thomas Gibb. But the power to the pavement is Dick McKenzie. McKenzie runs 10 flat to an 1130. Joel Zopek out of Golden, Colorado. 409, 425, and a power glide. Brian Lambert in the 62 Impala SS. It's a stroked 409 with a T10 4-speed. And he drives this car on the street. It's his streeter, his cruiser. He ran 17th qualifying at 1263. Joel's first pass. Torques it up. Off they go. Red light though. 106 to a 1 flat. Gets a little crossed up as he bangs the gears. Brian Lambert out in front. He's got better incrementals. He's staying out in front, 90 miles an hour at the 8th mile point. He runs 1206, 113 miles an hour to a 1315 at 103. Little Nasty Nova at a 61 bubble top. Rob Walden out of Duraville, Georgia. That's a 62 hardtop, excuse me. 409. Another car with a cage. And Roger Robinson out of Garland, Texas, 62 Nova with a 409. That 409 weighs almost as much as the whole car. Doing a John Force style burnout over in the left lane. Rob Walden is a 42-year-old mechanic. He ran 907 yesterday at 148. Now Roger Robinson in the Nova ran a 1016 at 130 miles an hour. Both these guys getting some great horsepower and miles per hour. Steamroller size slicks on the back of the Nova to try and get the power to the pavement. The bubble top Chevys more at home on the super speedways of NASCAR, but that didn't stop Hot Rod Ingenuity from bringing them to the drag strip. Long wheelie bars on the back of Walden's machine to try and keep that from going over. And he's got a parachute in case he needs it. Digs in, whole shot for the Nova driver. Robinson with an 0.57 light, but he gets past about half track. And Walden runs an 8.90. He went quicker at 150 miles an hour. 10.04. Robinson runs quicker at 131. Now we've got a Rick Ingram out of Willoughby, Ohio, 61 Biscayne, 380, stroked out 348 motor. He's running an original tri-power and a 4-speed. Brian Lambert in the 62 Impala over in the Jed's lane. He's got a stroke 409 in the Super Teats head, and he is running super. That's Barry Taylor in the right lane. Sorry, Garland, Texas. He runs a 10.93 quicker than his 11.32 previously. 13.98, 3 seconds quicker than the previous run. Paul Stenlin. Tim Tasmer with the wagon. 0.63 light, 62 and a 4.09. He is leading the way. He ran 13.11 last time out. Paul Stenslin ran a 15.06. And this time the wagon runs 13.35, slows down a bit. But 13.93 for Stenslin, he picks up the pace. Caroline Galvin out of Danbury, Connecticut. It's a 30 over 4.09 with a power glide in the dragster. Got a big blower stuffed on top, and it sounds like it's got the power. She ran a 9.47, 145 miles an hour last time's number 2 qualifier. Valerie McCombs out of Wampum, Pennsylvania. It's a 62 4.09. Sportsman Exhibition and Gas cars to the lanes. Sportsman Exhibition and Gas to the lanes. Hit the loud pedal, that blown dragster. Moving straight and true to the finish line. 9:01. Improves by 0.4 of a second. 10.95 for Valerie in the Impala. Oh, sometimes they run twin engines in that car. One injected, one blown. That could be fun. All right, here we go with another cackle car getting pushed out. I kind of like the push car myself. You're going to see these all fired up. Got about 40 cackle cars for you. But tonight we're going to have a couple of them firing up right after Bob Fry does the opening ceremonies. Yeah, stick around. Don't go back to the hotel. We're going to be running here. All right, Nostalgia Superstock coming out right now. We need Sportsman Exhibition, Gas Eliminator to the lanes. Sportsman Exhibition and Gas Eliminator to the lane. All right, another cackle car getting pushed out. Look at the push vehicle. A chop top Ford F100. It's got a mail slot for a back window. Cackle cars. We're going to have a bunch of them out here. A few of them are going to fire up tonight. Cars firing up. You don't have to go back to the hotel. You don't have to leave the track. It's all going to happen right here in the middle of the oval tonight after racing concludes. The honoree inductions are going to be happening right here at the track tonight. Bob Fry in from beautiful downtown New Jersey. He's going to be doing the introductions. He's got a computer chock full of all the information you'd ever need to know. He can tell you how many times Don Garlitz won on a hole shot, lost on a hole shot, or just showed up. All right, little track prep going on before the stock cars come out here. This is Nostalgia Superstock coming at you right now. We need Sportsman Exhibition and Gas Eliminator to the lanes, please. Sportsman Exhibition and Gas Eliminator to the lanes, please. Glad you guys can make it out. Stands are getting full. Great to see you here. One of the things I've noticed over time is that there's more and more ladies coming out to the drags. That's great. How many of you ladies brought your husbands today? Raise your hand. All right. Yeah, we got a few of you raising. How many of you brought your boyfriends? Raise your hand. Same lady? Yeah, she brought both. Look at that. All right, guys, I don't want to leave you out. How many of you brought your girlfriends? Raise your hand. I'll wait till your wife finds out. Out there. Weather's a little bit cooler today. Going to be some great racing action. We've already seen most of the cars running quicker today than they did yesterday. All right, the first car's up. All right, on the way. Keith Bailey out of Munfordville, Kentucky. 67 Dart with a 440. Larry Despain out of Elizabethtown, Kentucky. We got a B Nostalgia Stalker with an index of 1050. An A Nostalgia Stalker with the Plymouth drop top. 10-second index for the Plymouth. 10.5 for the Dodge. So the Dart's going to try and stick it to it on the starting line, but on paper, the Plymouth should get there first. Dart pulls away with an 0.34 reaction to late 280 for Despain. The Dart is out in front. Can he hold on? He does. 10.32 to a 10.06. The Dart sticks it to him. Oldsmobile and Plymouth, the teacher's pet. Bob Durling out of Mooresville. The Plymouth is a B. Class car, 1050 index. Dave Wolford with the Oldsmobile is a 12-second. The throttle and off they go. Hold shot for the Plymouth. And the Mopar through the lights, 1046 on a 50 to an 1180. All right, long roof racer, Plymouth Wagon taking on the Chevelle. JT Fulkerson in the Chevelle, 460 big block. Taking on Dennis Dreppenbrock out of St. Charles, Missouri. 64 Plymouth with a 440. Off just a little bit. Chevy pulls away with an 028 red light, 052 green light. Looking for 1150 on the Chevelle to 11 flat for the wagon. Wagon's out in front. Gets a 1084 to an 1147. Both run under. A pair of Dodges. 63 Dodge in the Budweiser lane. 64 in the Jegs lane. Rosie out of Katsawa. He's out of Missouri. 64 Dodge with a 425. Clay, same last name. They must know each other. 63 Dodge, 330 with a 426. Got a feeling they're both 426s. Mopar didn't have a 425. Catawassa, Missouri. Perfect reaction time for Clay. Trip zip on the tree. Perfect light. He runs a 970 to a 1009 for Rosie. Rosie was on a 10.0 index, ran a 10.09. Clay on a 975, runs a 970. Another 64 Dodge and a Buick Special. Jimmy Gower out of Litchfield, Kentucky. 65 Skylark, 455. Or Gower. Ken Helton out of St. Petersburg. 64 Polara. Off the mark they go. The Dodge powering away. At the stripe, 11:06 for the Dodge, 12:39 for the Buick. All right, Buick, Mike Hughes driving the Woodstock, Georgia restored machine. Jim Hale was the original driver of this stocker. Taking on Jimmy Ray in the 64 Chevelle wagon. Red light, but this is a qualifier. Red lights really don't matter much. At the finish line, the Mopar looking for a 10 flat, runs 980. The Chevy looking for a 975, runs a 982. Ford Custom 300 over in the left lane, taking on the Dodge Coronet. Ron Tiller out of Canton, Georgia. 69-year-old farmer. 65 Coronet with a Hemi. Ted Weiss out of Petal, Mississippi. 66 Ford Custom. 427. Both are B machines, but the Ford is a BFX. He's got an index of 950. The Dodge with an index of 1050. Three-stage lights lit. Full stage, both cars. Lights begin to drive. Red light start for the Dodge. 016 to an 016 green. So we got 016 red, 016 green headed down. And ready to go next. Jim Homeyer out of Woodstock, Georgia. Pronounced Homeyer. Homeyer. Okay. Jim Homeyer out of Woodstock, the 68. Bit on the Plymouth. They head down track. Barracuda with a 019 reaction to an 018. Close on the lights. A 981 to a 999. Jim Homeyer misses a perfect run by 9,000ths of a second. The candy striped wagon of Doug Duell out of Newburgh, Indiana. Indy wedge motor, 540 cubic inches. Diana Book out of Decatur, Illinois. 65 Chevelle with a 598. Rare Chevelle sedan. Looking for a 9. Bell runs a 10:07. Dodge Coronet, Plymouth Belvedere. Nick Alls. 500 inches worth of Chrysler wedge motor. Donnie Wilson in the Coronet. 426. 031 to an 029. Close on the reaction times. Plymouth and Dodge running strong. Headed down track. Looking for 1150 in the right. Left lane. It's 11:03 for Mick. Chevy taking on the 64 Ford. Double FX, double AFX, and FAFX cars. 925 and 9 flat indexes. The Chevy being the quicker and the heavier of the two. Ford switched to the Fairlane because it was lightweight, and they put the big 427 side oilers in them. Called them Thunderbolts. This has got a 528-inch Ford. Says it's a Shelby engine. The 66 Biscayne running 572 cubic inches, and it is a big, heavy Chevy. 071 to 084. Ford staying there. Door handle, but the Ford. Another Chevy starts to pull away. 26. To him at the finish. Just edges of 6 to an 9,000ths of a second. That was a hint. Oh, there we go. Wade Owens, Danny Whitford. Owens in the Mopar, 143 reaction to Whitford's 166. The Chevrolet pulls away. They're looking for 1050s. 1043 under the number for Danny in the Chevy. 1067 for Wade Owens. The wedge motor, 426. Mike Moss out of Paducah, Kentucky. 66 Biscayne. Taking on Bernie out of Bowling Green with the 63 Dodge Polara. 426 wedge motor. Chevy pulls away. Both charges to the finish line. Runs a 998 on a 10 index, a 1356 and a 13 index. Little Dodge Dart. Going to take a solo run. And again, we need Sportsman Exhibition and Gas Eliminator to the lanes. Sportsman Exhibition and Gas Eliminator to the lanes. Comp Eliminator, stand by. You will follow. Comp Eliminator, stand by. Dodge Dart, Butch Cassidy without the Sundance Kid. Park City, Kentucky truck driver, 69 Dart, 073 reaction side, 1.860 foot. Cruises through the finish line lights with a 1292 at 103 miles an hour on a 13.0 index. Little track here today.
Thank you, Bob. Will the driver of car number 232C, report to the tower, please? 232C, report to the tower, please. Driver of car number 232C, report to the tower, please. Stephen Poley, Kennebuck, Maine, in a 39 green Chevy with a 394 Oldsmobile. In the Henry J from Lenexa, Kansas, Kevin Jordan, 51 Henry J with a 400 cubic inch Chevrolet. Sportsman Exhibition, ladies and gentlemen. An 010 light for Boley. That is excellent. 1333, 104, 15, 1187 for Jordan at 114.53. All right. We have no information on this driver at this time. That will come later in the day. Again, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, autograph sessions will be happening throughout the event. The first one at 2 p.m. today with the honorees. Legends of Drag Racing and Hot Rodding brought to you by Less Noise and the folks from Dynamat. The roadster driver bangs his way through the quarter here at Bowling Green. 978, 127.91. Dynamat. We all do a lot of driving. To the track, on the track, and back home again. Make it a better drive, a more comfortable drive. Dynamat is the first step to a cool, quiet, solid, comfortable vehicle. Visit the Dynamat Dynamic Legends tent and get the scoop on Dynamat and autographs of your heroes. The first autograph session will take place at 2 p.m. today. And the tent for the Legends is right behind the tower. All right, well, earlier, or later in the day, I should say, the Boss Bird, a tribute to Arnie the Farmer Beswick, 71 Trans Am funny car. Only funny car in the world running 80% nitro with a real Pontiac engine. Best performance to date, 8 mile, 417 at 180. Quarter mile, impressive, 639, 223. Eric Larson, driver and co-owner. Mike Garblick, crew chief and co-owner. Jerry, wait a minute. Wait just a second here. Hello, Newman. Jerry Newman, Nitro Tuner. Tim Fields, assistant crew chief. Dave Worthington on the clutch. Michael Worthington, data acquisition. Kerry Williams, Gosnell, Arkansas, 843, 154.67. Keith Phillip in the 58 Ford Custom 300, 902, 151.66. Jeff Thomas, Columbia, Kentucky. Jeff and Valerie Thomas with a 68 Barracuda Coupe and a 440 Chrysler. In the Angler, Mike Spence, Humboldt, Illinois. Mike and Pat Spence with a 350 cubic inch Chevy in the Angler. All right. The Angler with a little better light. And the, boy, is this close. 943, 140.65 on the Barracuda, Mr. Thomas. 993 on the Angler. Phil Stamps, Tipton, Indiana Bodyman. Phil and Beth Stamps, 70 Camaro, 468 Big Black. In the Budweiser lane, Lex Stamps of Tipton, Indiana. Must be brothers or father and son, I'm not quite sure. And at any rate, it is the Budweiser lane at 940. Look at this. Both are Stamps and both ran identical ETs. Are you believing that? Wow. Tom Mooney, Lake Villa, Illinois, with a 68 Camaro. Tom and Brian Moody with a 598 cubic inch purple Camaro going against George Warren of Greenbrier, Tennessee, 58-year-old fabricator. George and Vicky with a 428 Ford, 68 Fastback Mach 1 Mustang, and it is very even. The Camaro with a slight edge. The Camaro now moves ahead at 893, 150.70. 952 for George at 138.97. Jeff Cameron of Magnolia, Texas, in a 1948 Austin. Keith Payton, the tuner, 582 Chevy, Magnolia, Texas, hot rod shop owner. Charlie Butler, Batavia, Ohio, 69 Camaro. He and Mitch Kelly teamed on this car with a 496 Chevy under the hood of the 69 Camaro. To Texas Austin with a good light. Magnolia, Texas. Time 860 on an 850 at 151.12. 10 flat on a 10 flat for Butler. You can't do any better than that. 135.01. All right, here we are at this beautiful facility for the NHRA Holley AAA Hot Rod Reunion. All new asphalt this year. An enormous project completed in the months of January and February. When I came into the facility, I could hardly believe my eyes. And when I heard the price tag, wow. Mike Ryan, Cottage Hills, Illinois, in the Chevelle, a 434 Chevy. Sue Campbell of Rantoul, Illinois. Sue and Roger Campbell, 41 Willys with a 555 cubic inch big flat. 9 flat index on the Willys, and 030 light for Sue. And she goes through at 914, 148.23, 976 on a 950 for Mike Ryan at 131.91. The Chicago policeman that never ceases to amaze. Wall down here at least twice. You can see the left side of the car. You don't need DNA to settle this case. Chicago policeman Mike Molina, 56 Bel Air Chevy, 496 for power. Mel Grace, a retired electric lineman from Potosi, Missouri, 71 358 Ford Pivot. Whoa, Molina. Wow, he's going to hit the wall. No. Man. That's a wall hugger. 988, 134.94 for Mel. 1207 for Mike at 87.37. All right, coming up next, we have, ladies and gentlemen, Bob Perkins, Hornby, Ontario, Canada, and a 67 RT Cornet. Bob Perkins, 535 cubic inch red Dodge Cornet. Rob, I should say, Davis, Lawrenceburg, Indiana. He and Bubba Holmes with a 67 Nova 2 with a 540 Chevy, the black car. Rob Davis, Lawrenceburg, Indiana. All right, Rob Davis, 848, 159.59, 1001 for Perkins at 131.92. All right, my friends. The Blue Willies. Butch Steffens, along with Becky Heineman. Washington, Missouri. 41 Willys Coupe with a gigantic 672 cubic inch Chevy. In the Nova out of Batavia, Illinois, Bill Cole, driver builder Gary Wilde. Batavia, Illinois, 66 Nova, 502 Chevy, Copperhead Deuce. All right, both are safe. Wilde with a 0.147. The Willys with a .224. The Willys over the finish line, 8:59 at 167.22. 9:39 for Wilde at 136.65. All right. And the AA gas supercharged gassers, they for this event are being sponsored by Scott's Rods. Scott Rods, custom hot rods. Scott Rods, custom hot rods, sponsoring the AA gas supercharged gassers. On the line right now, Bob Mitchell, Cincinnati, Ohio, 69 493 Chrysler. Bill Van Kemper, his Tina Dishon. Nick and Tina with a 69 Camaro. And they have a great light again today, an 033. That guy, Nick, has been on. 848 on an 850, 158.63. 989 for Mitchell at 135.55. Dave Mullen, Lamont, Illinois. Donna, Joe Mullen, and Dave from Lamont, Illinois. 37 Chevy Coupe, 427 Chevy for power. Jason Messamore of Hanson, Kentucky. 17-year-old student in the Camaro. Pat Friels is the crew chief. Dave Mullen with an 040 light. Great light. 865 for Mullen at 158.24. 1003 at 135.28 for Jackson. Oh, look at this. Look at this hook. Wow. All right, on the line right now, it is, ladies and gentlemen, a 72 Pinto with a 502 Chevy in the Jags.com lane. That's Wayne Bassett of Owensboro, Kentucky. Dan Mullen, Reddick, Illinois, with a 69 Camaro. Dan and Shelley Mellon, a 525 Chevy, and it is tight. It is tight. Wayne at 899 to an 895. What a great run that was. All right, look at this Thames panel truck. Absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Guy Johnson of Stanfordville, New York. A 73. And it is powered by a 355 Chevy Bob Campbell. Steve Cagle, Huntsville, Alabama, in a 70 Grand Sport 510 cubic inch Buick. And the Buick is over the finish line first. No, maybe not. 989, 134.32, 991 on the Thames panel out of New York at 133.07. Sam Patrick, Sand Point, Michigan. 37 Chevy Coupe, John Lambert and Sam Patrick. 406 Chevy in the orange car. In the Corvette, Jerry Wilson, Indianapolis, Indiana. 63 Corvette with a 540 cubic inch Chevrolet. The Budweiser lane with an 848 at 157.26. Jerry Wilson on an 850, 848. Sam Patrick on a 10 flat, 1009 for Patrick in the orange car. Steve Fico of Jackson, Michigan with a 383 Nova. Brent Cole, the crew chief, in the Budweiser lane. In the Camaro, 67 Camaro. Amber Phillips, she is from Owensboro, Kentucky, with a 434 Chevy way out in front. A 950 index, and she goes through at 951. Wow, right on the money. 140 at 127, 98. John Tresh, Cicero, Indiana. 582 Chevy and a 61 Corvette. Tommy Hodge, Nashville, Tennessee, with a 540 cubic inch Chevrolet, housed in the 55 Chevrolet. 10 flat on the 55 Chevy, moving around out there. 9 flat on the Corvette. Corvette driver with a great reaction time, and he goes through at 892, just a tad bit too quick. 151.49, but it is qualifying, so it's okay. 1011 at 130.64 for Tommy Hodge. James Reeves III, along with James Reeves Jr., out of Eagleville, Tennessee, with a 1953 Sears Allstate yellow car. Bought through the Sears Allstate, Sears and Roebuck, Sears Allstate catalog. A 620 Chevy under the hood of the yellow car. Greg Hillier, Plainfield, Indiana, with a Windsor Motor California Special Mustang, 427 Mustang with a very interesting sound. All right, the Sears Allstate goes through at 878 on a 9 flat, so he's going to have to slow that car down. 147.25, 996 on a 10 for the driver in the Mustang. Chuck Owen, Aurora, Illinois in the Camaro. 70 Camaro. Rick Hollis, Possum Trot, Kentucky. 66 Chevy wagon. And Owen goes through at 902, 149.85 on a 9 flat. 920 for Harless at 144.21. All right, the orange car coming up in the Budweiser lane. Greg and O.S. Brannon of Longwood, Florida. 65 Chevy Deuce with a 283. Joanna Stafford, along with Ed and Sam Scott. Washington, Indiana, 19-year-old college student. 72 410 Vega. And the Vega, it is over the finish line second. 943 for Brandon at 140.47. 958 for the college student. Stafford at 136.25. Corvette Roadster coming up against a 1949 Oldsmobile. Mike from Eureka Springs, Arkansas, along with Stosh with a 49 Olds Club sedan with a 470 Oldsmobile. Scott Richardson, Barberville, Kentucky, 70 Corvette Roadster, excuse me, with a 509 Chevrolet. Scott Richardson in the Corvette Roadster, good light. 023 reaction time. 023 with an 886, 149.68. His index was 9 flat. Mike at 947 on a 950. Both guys a little quick. Roger McConnell, Mooresville, North Carolina, with a 427 Ford powered yellow. Chris Musner, Armo, South Carolina, with a 50 Oldsmobile and a 500-inch Olds for power. 840 for Mighty Mouse at 156.52 in the Jegs.com lane. 914 on the Big Olds at 148.48. Ronnie Egner, Mayfield, Kentucky. 565 cubic inch Chevy powered 57 Bel Air. Terry and Brad, along with John Broken of Belleville, Michigan, with a 540 cubic inch 65 Pontiac GTO. An 040 in the Budweiser lane and an 043 in the Jegs lane. Jegs up the finish line first. 813, 160.29. 897 in the Budweiser lane at 149 miles an hour and some change. All right, the orange Corvette, the split window vet. 582 Chevy. Ryan Holland and driver Tyler Allen. Tyler Allen, Manchester, Kentucky, 17 years of age in the orange car. Tom Strayer, Kent, Ohio truck driver, along with Mike Boyle, 74 Vega, 406 Chevrolet in the Vega. 950 index on the Vega. This is qualifying. Red lights don't mean anything, It is qualifying. 8 flat on the Corvette. 8 flat index on the Corvette. So the Corvette at 137 in the 8th. 804 on an 8 flat index. 173.21. 942 on a 950 for Strayer at 140 miles an hour. Another Corvette. This time it's Jack Small of Owensboro, Kentucky, a 67-year-old millwright, in a 509 Chevy 65 Corvette. Bob Comas, the crew chief. Bob, the crew chief. Alex Jones, Wheatland, Indiana, 20-year-old self-employed gentleman in the 60 light as opposed to a .284. And it is the Corvette at 920, 145.44, 989 on a 10 flat index for Jones at 133 miles an hour. All right, Robert Aker, Canby, Indiana, with a 67 Nova with a 565. That is, of course, the wagon. He and Ernie Barrett. Aaron Witzman, Bloomington, Indiana, 76 Monto. Oh, wow. 383. And he does that every time, that guy. 380, the photographers love that. For Aaron at 154.33. George Samicki, South Rockwood, Michigan, with a 525 Indiana, 632 Chevy in a 67 Chevy Nova SF. Don Sutter and Gerald Gray. All right, Gray on an 8 flat index. Zimby on an 850 goes an 845 at 159.61. 792 for Gray on an 8 flat index. 164.91. All right, another Cackle Fest entry. And I think I understand or understood correctly this morning that there is close to 40 entries in the Cackle Fest? Is that correct? Over 40. Wow. Saturday night, Cackle Fest 2016. Here at the beautiful Beech Bend Bowling Green facility. Yeah, you'll have 3 or 4 lighting them off tonight at the reunion, the induction program. So you can, most of you are camping here anyhow, so you're of course invited to no charge, no additional charge, and you'll be able to meet the honorees and Friday night's Hot Rod Reunion honoree reception is happening right here at the track, right here this year. Make sure at the conclusion of racing on Friday, you head over to the vendor oval across from the Holley tent in the and get a seat for the VIP honoree reception. And the honorees this year include Grand Marshal Bill Bader Sr., the guy at the helm of the infamous Norwalk Raceway Park, along with Ron and Steve Boggs, Austin Myers, Bob Tuller, Ed Rashansky, and Chip Woodall. Competition Eliminator. Gary Lever. Now, this is a new class. Kettering, Ohio, inasmuch as we're starting with a different class. Kettering, Ohio, 23 Ford Roadster, 460 Chevy. Dan Lever and Gary Lever. Brent Edwards, Lincoln, Illinois, and the little green street roadster, a 29 Ford Roadster with a 439 Chevrolet. All right. Competition Eliminator. All right. Whoa, 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 whoa. Brent Edwards, as straight as it can be. Brent Edwards, Lincoln, Illinois, 908 on a 9 flat at 143.61 and a good light. Gary Lever, on the other hand, had problems. 1042, 112.40. Coming up next, Stan Hunter, Nashville, Tennessee, real estate appraiser, 32 Bantam Hunter, along with John Baker, 388 Chevy in the maroon car. Russell Schneider of Cordova, Tennessee, along with Jack Thompson, fielding this 23T Altered in the Budweiser lane, the white car, with a 582 Chevrolet. You know, the honoree reception is really something you shouldn't miss, because if you do, you'll miss out on some incredibly great stories and the ever-entertaining Bob Fry. Stan Hunter, Nashville, Tennessee, in the maroon Bantam. I think yesterday we ended up with, what, a total of 14 Bantam Roadsters, which has got to be some kind of a record. Russell Schneider, Cordova, Tennessee. And the gentleman, Schneider, goes 791 on an 8-flat index, 162.88. 955 for Hunter on a 950, 136.14. Another Bantam Roadster. Jamison Griffin, along with Jim Griffin, Owassa, Michigan, 31-year-old business owner. 32 Bantam with a 358 cubic inch Chevrolet. Gordon DeBazio Jr., Lockahachie, Florida, 66 FED, meaning front engine dragster, with a 350 Chevy. Tony Franto, the crew chief. Whoa, what happened there? Oh, the poor guy lost his shoe, didn't he? Yeah. Wow. Is he okay? Wow. All right, the Roadster out of Michigan on an 8-flat index goes through at a time of 10:38, way off. 126.36. 1080 for Gordon on a 10 flat at 117.52. All right, from New York, the green car, something totally different, a Pontiac-powered front-engine dragster, Glenn and Ann Laver of Rochester, New York, with a 462 cubic inch Pontiac. Shane Ressler, Walcottville, Indiana, insurance agent, in a Hal Canode chassis car, the maroon car, red maroon, 355 Chevy for power. And both, well, Shane Ressler is on a 850 index in the Budweiser lane. Glenn Lever on an 8-flat dial-in in the green car in the Jegs.com lane. The green car out of New York is now fully staged, ready to go. And a 006 reaction time for Lever. 006. And he goes through at 794 on an 8-flat at 166.99. 850 index for Ressler, and he goes through at 846 with a 9 at 153.86. Nick Malone, Chicago, Illinois, 23T Altered, with a 408 Chevrolet in the Jegs lane. Gary Williams from Mattoon, Illinois, with a 99 S&W front-engine dragster with a 355 Chevy for power. $750 Pro to the lanes. $750 Pro to the lanes, please. 886 for the Roadster on a 9-flat index at 148.05. 965 on a 950 for Williams at 137.43. Joe Moore, Covington, Louisiana, along with Sonny Allen with they're fielding a 421 Chevy powered 23 Ford Aldred in the Jegs lane. John Schroeder, Warren, New Jersey electrical contractor with a 422 cubic inch Chevrolet powered front engine dragster. Grand Marshal for this evening's program that will be honored in 1974 oval track promoter Bill Bader Sr. with no drag racing experience bought Norwalk Dragway located between Cleveland and Toledo. After a rocky start, he turned the track into one of the sport's finest facilities. Bader's satisfaction includes providing a super experience to all guests, including racers, fans, and sponsors. All right, back to the starting line. John Schroeder, Warren, New Jersey, 69-year-old electrical contractor in the dragster. 63-year-old Joe Moore, Covington, Louisiana, in the Aldred. All right. Joe, a bit late, or John, I should say, a bit late that time. All right, John over the finish line first, as should be. 795 on an 8 flat index for John at 178.92. 903 for the gentleman in the Jegs lane. Rick Lawson, Brookville, Ohio, heavy truck technician in a 3150 Victoria body on a rail. 355 Chevy. Rick Lawson. Tim Reeves in the Jegs lane, Cleves, Ohio, where there's Edgewater Raceway Park. Cleves, Ohio, a suburb of Cincinnati. 57-year-old self-employed Tim Reeves, along with Mike Osborne, with a 340 cubic inch Chrysler powered front engine dragster. And he comes up with an 059 reaction time. Reeves at 120 in the 8th on a 9 flat index. He goes a 901 at 141.50. 10 flat index for Lawson, 1044, 107.64. All right, beautiful street roadster, the purple car, a 34 Chevy street roadster. 358 cubic inch Chevy for power. Mike Odom of Davie, Florida. Kelly Friels, Louisville, Kentucky. 32-year-old housewife and real estate agent. Kelly Friels and Pat Friels, Louisville, Kentucky. 434 Chevy in the purple Bantam Roadster. And the housewife is 099, the roadster driver, the street roadster, an 008, 008. Fantastic. 832, 151.05, a bit quick for the 8 flat index. 841 on the young lady from Louisville. All right, a Fiat out of Bloomington, Indiana, Troy Wilson, 37 Fiat, 372 cubic inch Chevy. Gary Ryan of South San Francisco, California, 72 years of age. He works for Penske Leasing in a 33 Bantam with a 331 cubic inch Chevrolet, all the way from South San Francisco, California. Californian has an 033 light running on an 850 index. He goes 844 with a 9 at 155.58. Troy Wilson running on a 9 flat index, 895 with a 9. So both have to slow up just a bit. Mike Johnson, Marseilles, Illinois, with a homemade chassis, Mike and Steve Johnson, Marseilles, Illinois. 327 Chevy in the front engine dragster out. An 865 and an 850 for Johnson out of Illinois. Bill Fusting, the Illinois Outlaw. Beautiful Fiat with a 377 Chevy. Bill and Kim Fusting. Scott Schiffler, Woodstock, Georgia. Aircraft technician, 37 Fiat with a 355 cubic inch Chevy. He is on a 10 flat index. The yellow Fiat on an 850 index. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Tap the wall. You can see it over there. He left his imprint on the wall. Yeah. Scott Scheffler goes through in the meantime on a 10 flat index. 971 with a 9 and 134.12. 134.12. All right. Bart Bowles, Slaughter's Kentucky in the front engine dragster. Bart Bowles, Kent Preston, 565 Chevy in a young chassis FED. Shane Bowman, Albany, Indiana. Shane and Lori Bowman, Albany, Indiana, on an 850 index in the Budweiser lane. An 8 flat index for Bart Bowles, as posted on the boards. Now, right now, they can turn whatever they want, and it means very little other than the satisfaction of a quick run, a good run, or a bad run. But at any rate, when it comes elimination time, Mr. Bowles on an 8 flat index is going to want to run as close to an 8 flat index as possible. At the same time, at the start of the race, coming up with a really good reaction time. Anymore, so much of drag racing end result depends on how good of a reaction time you have getting out of the gate. So Bart Bowles and Shane Bowman, let's see what these two do when it comes to reaction time. 7.5750 to the lane. 7.50. Okay, a .167 and a .175. Both drivers will want to improve upon that. All right, 828 on an 8 index for Bowles at 161.69. 849 for Bowman, just a thousandths too quick at 151.83. Bill Schiffler, Irwin, Pennsylvania, welder, in a front-engine car, dragster with a 355 Chevy. And then you have Skeeter Wayne of Robards, Kentucky, with this beautiful 34 Chevy Roadster. Skeeter along with Claudia and Lucas Wayne out of Robards, Kentucky, with a 355 Chevy under the hood of the Roadster. 948 at 132.71. Schiffler having a bit of trouble out of Pennsylvania. He's underway, 10 flat dial-in. He 1761 at 123.96. 948 in the Jegs lane. On the line right now, Dan Dishon along with Tina. Dan and Tina, Logansport, Indiana. 27 Ford Roadster with a 468 Chevy in the Jegs lane. In the white car with a dash of pink and blue, that is Patrick Lamont. Mike and Pat Lamont. Lake Villa, Illinois, 23 Chevy Alder with a 500 cubic inch Chevrolet. Looks more like a Ford T Alder to me, but yeah. I've never heard of a 23 Chevy T Alder. All right, Pat Lamont on an 8 flat index with a good light, an 035 for Lamont, and he goes 786, 168.05, a tad bit too quick. Dan Dishon runs a perfect run of 9 flat on a 9 flat index at 142 miles an hour. Tina should be happy with that one. Jim Slovak, Lambertsville, New Jersey, professional engineer and a Don Puddle chassis dragster in the Jegs lane with a 396 Chevy. Dale Findler of Aurora, Illinois, a carpenter by trade, with a 397 Chevy powered 32 Bantam Roadster. The Dog is his crewman. The Dog. Dale Fiddler, Aurora, Illinois. Jim Slovak, Lambertville, New Jersey. Friendships established here every year. Well, they both were actually. A .127 for Slovak on a 950 index. He goes 961 at 138.60. Dale Fiddler, on the other hand, on a 950 index, runs a 951. Tommy Cook, Columbia, Kentucky, a transmission technician in a Chevy Roadster with a 540 Chevy. Randy Kudoff, the crew chief. Nathan Jones and Mark Wiltz of Wheatland, Indiana, in the dragster. Nathan is 19 years of age. Last call for 750. Last call. Beautiful launch. Nathan Jones had a minus .001 reaction time, 1/1000th of a second away from a perfect triple O light. He goes through at 948 on a 9 flat at 131.28. 880 on an 850 for Cook doing that wheel stand, 155.35. Last call, positively the last call for 7.5750 Eliminator. All right. Getting back to Bill Bader, the Grand Marshal that will be honored this evening. John Force said, the Baders have as much passion for the sport as I do, and after match racing for years at Norwalk's Night of Fire, honored Bader in 2005 with his portrait on the hood of his funny car. In 1998, Bill Jr. took over and continued the operation as before. In 2007, the track was renamed the Summit Motorsports Park and switched from IHRA to NHRA, where it had racing equipment NHRA Nationals. Although Bader Sr. no longer has a hand in day-to-day operation, he is quick to credit the hard work and support of his family and friends as the ingredients that made it all work. All right, Don Moore, Hamilton, Ohio, along with Nikki Taylor with 197 wheelbase, 197-inch wheelbase dragster, front engine dragster with a Donovan 406 Donovan for power in the Budweiser lane. Todd Campbell along with Dana Campbell, Hamilton, Ohio. Both entries are out of Hamilton, Ohio. with a 396 Chevy powered front engine dragster running on a 750 index a pair. 750 a pair on a 070 for Don Moore. A 155 for Campbell and Moore at 738, just a bit too quick at 179.54. 756 for Campbell at 175.75 on a 750 index. Get very good. That's beautiful. Bob Buckley, Moni, Illinois. Runs a powder coating business out of Moni, Illinois, with a Roman chassis and a 417 Chevrolet. Larry Wolnick, the crew chief. David Seacrest, Austin, Arkansas, with a 2007 yacht chassis front engine dragster with a 427 Chevy. Wolnick and Buckley qualified currently at number 5 at 765 on a 7. This is the 750 Eliminator class. 750 Eliminator. Wolnick, the crew chief on the Illinois car, is the fellow that came up with a device that you see the pro teams use for checking the amount of traction on the track. He's done several things. He was a student of Austin Coyle. David Seacrest, Austin, Arkansas, 57-year-old technician. Both going down the track. Buckley with a time of 7:44, a little too quick at 180.101, 7:45 for Seacrest, both a bit too quick, 177.11, 177.11. Buckley with one of the best speeds recorded for the class at 181 miles per hour. All right, on the line right now, Jeffrey Ferguson of Behala, Mississippi. Jeffrey and Bailey Ferguson out of Mississippi with a 408 Chevy. In the Budweiser lane, Jared Bradshaw along with Leslie Bradshaw, a truck technician out of Utica, Kentucky with a 2013 Roman front engine dragster with a 496 Chevy for power. Jared Bradshaw, Utica, Kentucky in the jegs.com lane. And both entries again are on a 750 index. A 750 index. Honorees, the Boggs brothers, Ron and Steve Boggs, were a part of the elite group of racers out of Ohio. An 041 reaction time for Ferguson, and Ferguson goes through it. 7:51 on a 750 out of Mississippi. That should make Bailey happy. 178.26, 738 for Jared Bradshaw, 185.23. Wayne Sears, Middleton, Ohio, 99 Spitzer with a 406 Chevy Bantam Roadster, it appears to me. Todd Gullett is the crew chief. Daryl Eckley, Fairdale, Kentucky, with an FED in the Budweiser lane with a 434 Chevrolet. Qualified number 22, currently at 1806, 25.56. Wayne Sears qualified currently at 12th position at 777. Rich and dragster with a .378. And again, a 750 for Sears. Sears in the Roadster, dead on with a 750. 176.58. driver, 804, 159, 25. Eliminator to the lane. 7-0 Eliminator. Lanes, please. Lincoln Milham, the crew chief, with a 37 Fiat with a 412 Chevrolet. Chris Nowak, Robertsville, Missouri, an 05 FED with a 351 Ford. Chris and Terry Nowak, out of Missouri, Robertsville, Missouri. Lincoln, Illinois for the purple car. Well, that makes 2 entries from Lincoln, Illinois thus far. You're right. There's a college in Lincoln, Illinois. North of Springfield. All right, the Roadster driver goes through at 747 with a 6 on a 750 at 180.94. 791 on Chris Nowak, 166.66. Coming up next, 2 more 750 Eliminator cars. Coming up next, Justin Schaefer, another Lincoln, Illinois driver with a 32 Bantam altered. That makes 3. Skip is the driver of the Louisville, Kentucky-based Woody Gilmore chassis FED with a 377 Chevrolet. Currently number 782 on the 750. Michelle Lewis, qualified so far in the 24th position at 736 on a 750. She's under. 750 index. Schaefer out of Lincoln, Illinois with an 017 light. He goes to 758 at 178.35. 804 for Michelle Lewis at 130.05. Oklahoma. 1970 Woody Gilmore chassis FED with a 406 Chevy. Currently in the 19th slot at 815 on a 750. Dave Waters with a Keith Black Hemi, a 511 cubic inch Keith Black Hemi, currently in the 14th position at 785. Dave Waters, Wildwood, Missouri. 41 Willies with a 511 cubic inch Keith Black Hemi. All right. Yep. Steve Matthews, Marietta, Oklahoma. 8:15. He's got a ways to go. He's got to drop that almost 3/4 of a second. 785 on the Willies thus far. He's got about, wow, not good. He caught himself. Dave Waters, Wildwood, Missouri. Keith Black, Hemi-powered 41 Willys Coupe. Steve Matthews. Oh, and the Willys. Wow, and the dragster heads for the wall, and the Willys goes up in smoke. Steve Matthews aborted the run as the car headed for the wall. 11:56 for 186 miles an hour. All right, the Ford Maverick coming up in the Jegs lane. Here in the Jegs lane, Rich and Colleen Kent. Rich and Colleen Kent with the Ford, or actually it's a Mercury Comet. Colleen and Rich Kent in the Jegs lane celebrating their 38th wedding anniversary here today. Rich Kent, Aurora, Illinois, chassis and fabrication guy with a 645 cubic inch Comet. Daryl Lunham, Utica, Kentucky, the Willys, 565 cubic inch Willys. Chevy powered Willys, 750, and he goes a 738 at 184.37. Number 12 qualifier thus far, Rich Kent, goes a 761. He improves upon his time of 773. 57 Chevy, number 347R. Randall Bowles, Slaughter, 23rd at 12:05 on a 750. Mike Buchanan of Goddard, Kansas, and Gary Roush, a retired paramedic in the front engine dragster in the Budweiser lane with a 406 Chevy, currently qualified in the 13th position at 774.240 off of the 750. So, the drivers trying desperately to improve their qualifying positions. You know how the game works. 16 start out the first round, and of course what you're trying to do is qualify in the top half. That's what each one of these people are trying to do in whatever class. Randall Bowles, Slaughters, Kentucky, business owner, 57 Chevy. He's got to get it on this time. He's running out of time. 12:05 on a 750. 774 for Buchanan of Goddard, Kansas in the dragster. 57 Chevy has trouble again. The dragster in the meantime, an 078 light, and he goes through at 759. He improved his position very much so. 174.37, 786 on Randall Bowles. Bowles would have probably hit much better had he not broke loose out of the gate. All right, Kerry Millett, Art Millett, and Kerry Millett of Paqua, Ohio. 50-year-old engine builder with a 706 Pontiac powered 41 Willys, currently qualified in the 22nd position at 995 on a 750. Mike Murphy, Palm Bay, Florida, along with Kenny Voss, 57 Chevy with a 598 cubic inch Chevrolet, currently qualified in the 19th position, an 806 on an 850. They're better than a half second off. Better than a half second off. Uh-oh, the 57 Chevy got a little fire going there. Oh, boy, what a bad rap for that. Let them hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Coming all the way from Florida to have this happen. What a heartbreaker. All right, the Willys, Kerry Mellott of Ohio will get a bye run. Kerry and Art out of Ohio with a 706 cubic inch Pontiac powered 41 for those guys. 750.66. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, one of the honorees at this evening's program will be the team, the brothers, the Boggs brothers. Ron and Steve Boggs were a part of Elite Group group of racers out of Ohio in the 70s and 80s that dominated blown alcohol racing, known for fast and immaculate race cars. They even attended the extended the wheelbase of one of their fuel alders and converted it into a top alcohol dragster to the fans' delight. Ron was a fearless driver who retired in 1990, passed away in 2010. Steve continues as a tuner for hire, a hired tuner, like Paladin out of San Francisco. Have gun, will travel. That's Boggs. Yeah, he is. I absolutely agree. Top alcohol dragsters, funny cars, and most recently they have tuned Tony Bartone to dominant championship seasons in Nostalgia Top Fuel. Steve Boggs, honoree this evening. Boggs Brothers out of Ohio. Honoree Austin Myers, a Kentucky native. Austin in the B dragster class with his own Bill Stebbins belt entry. His speed and ET would have qualified him in the top 8 of the top gas field. Later that year, he won his class at the U.S. Nationals and the first National Dragster Invitational in 1971. He began driving Butch the Dragster Invitational for the 7-0 to the lanes, 7-0 to the lanes, please. Last call. This is your last chance. 7-0. 7-0 to the lanes. Bowles. Slaughter is Kentucky, 41-year-old farmer. Pat Friel's the tuner. 23 Ford T Roadster with a 598 Chevy. Qualified right now in the number 8 spot at 761. And after that last run, they got to do a little better because right now I doubt if they're in the top 8. Coming up with the deuce. Pat Friel's Bowles with the Roadster. They're qualified currently in the number 8 slot at 761. They would most like to get into the 750s. 750s. Let's see what happens. An 086 reaction time. And Bowles goes through at 749 with a 5. 178.71. Little bit of Roy God Color. I knew this guy, and we'll tell you all about him. He's one of the honorees this evening. He came from Oklahoma as a teenager. All right, Shorty Raider, Martinsville, Indiana machinist, fabricator, 67 Chevy Deuce with a 540 cubic inch Chevrolet. Gary Egan and Shorty Raider. Currently qualified at number 22 at 956 on a 750. They're going to have to put this. They're going to have to drop that number significantly. They're 2 seconds off as Brock looks on. All right, this is the last 750 car, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll move up to 7-0 next. 7-0. That was costly. And, you know, trying desperately to improve his time, maybe trying a little too hard. 8:23, so he improves quite a bit, actually. 176.51, but he's 3/4 of a second off, as you can see. All right. Mark. 7-0 Eliminator next. 7-0 Eliminator next. All right. Honoree Roy Gobb Tuller, who grew up in Oklahoma, moved to California, worked briefly. I didn't know that. For Scotty Fenn of Chassis Research fame, who was in Inglewood there. In the early 60s, he went to work at Engel Cams and drove several dragsters, including the beautiful Screama Liner and the Surfer's Top Fueler. In 1965, he began driving the legendary freight train, Top Gas Dragster, with fellow employee at Ingle, John Peters. Together in 1967, they ran the first 7-second clocking for a gas car and won the Bakersfield Marathon. Steve Fuller, Lake Havasu City, Arizona, 32 Bantam in the jet plane with a 540 cubic inch Chevrolet. This is 7-0 Eliminator. The gentleman in the Roadster from Arizona, 6.97. So that puts him in the 20th position. So he needs to slow this thing down just a skosh from yesterday. Steve and Debbie Knopp of Salem, Indiana, with a 69 Dragster, 392 Hemi for power. They are currently qualified in the 7-0 class at 768, 12th position, 768. So they need to improve by just under 7/10 to be in the top half of the class. You want to start out, if possible, in the top half of qualifying. The closer to the number one position you are, the better off you are, usually speaking. And if you couple that, if you couple a run that's almost dead on with a good reaction time, that could take you to the next round pretty easily. And recently, Steve Fuller with a 002 light, and he goes a 684 at 198.35. He is again too quick. 684, 198.35. But that 002 light, if he can do that again, Lake Havasu City, Arizona, if he can come up with a 00 light, that means he can back off down by the finish line and probably turn on the win light. All right, 57 Chevy, Sue Chris Offerson of Clarkston, Michigan. She is a 62-year-old sales coordinator. Her and Steve fielding this 57 Chevy in the 7-0 class. 528 Chevy for power. Tony Lombardi of Niles, Ohio, with a 2015 Horton chassis front engine dragster with a 371 Olds. Tony and Ross Lombardi, they are qualified currently in the 18th position at 1106. Sue, on the other hand, is qualified in the number 16 position at 995 on a 7-flat dial-in. Well, I've just been informed that Sue and Steve, both of them individually, have went over 200 miles an hour at the Salt Flats. I don't know if it was in this car, but it wasn't. But they both individually have topped 200 miles an hour at the Salt Flats. They have 18 records between the two of them at the Bonneville Salt Flats. Well, 7-0, 7-0, that's what we're doing right now. Tony and Ross Lombardi of Niles, Ohio. 2015 Horton front engine dragster, Horton chassis dragster, 371. And Sue out of Michigan with a 528 Chevy, and I believe it has a blower on top. 7-flat, I'm sure it does. All right, Sue is about to Susie Q, 57 Chevy. This is what an early model funny car looked like. Yeah, McEwen, yeah, among others. All right. So again, the first autograph section, right now it's about 11:30. First autograph section, 2 p.m. today. Bill Bader, Grand Marshal, Fox Brothers, Austin Myers, Chip Woodall, Ed Rashansky, and Roy Gob Puller. Tony Lombardi is currently qualified in the 18th position 11:06. He's got a ways to go. Sue, on the other hand, 16th position, 995. She needs to improve upon that. They both need improvement. Hopefully it will come on this run. They're running out of chances for qualifying. And Sue gets out of the gate with a... She goes through at 7 flat on a 7 flat index. She goes to number 1. Tony Lombardi, he certainly improves his lot at 190.57. Did you see that young lady steer that funny car? Perfect run, straight as could be. 7 flat on a 7 flat index. I'd have to count that as one of the best runs of the day by anyone in the park. Wow. Boy, those two certainly improved their lot. She goes to what I would have to think would be number 1. 7 flat with a 1. How much better can she do? The only thing she needs to improve upon is her reaction time. All right. Coming up next, it's another one of the Bantams. Steve Walzak, Lake Havasu City, Arizona, 32 Bantam. Aries engine, a Nick Aries engine. Sally Walzak and Steve, currently qualified number 11 at 734 with the Roadster, with the dragster. John Slagle, Pennsylvania. John and Don Slagle with a BAE engine, meaning a Brad Anderson Hemi, a 488 in the dragster. A front engine dragster with a Brad Anderson Hemi. They're qualified currently in the number 2 position at 703 with a 9. 703 with a 9. Susie Q, the new number 1 qualifier at 7 flat with a 1 of all things. Somebody would have to run 7 flat with a 0 to get on top of her. Steve Walzak, number 11, 734 on a 7 flat. Number 2, the Schlagels on a Canonsburg, Pennsylvania, 703, 703. It's going to be pretty hard to beat that. Sue is sitting in the very enviable position of number 1, a 7 flat with a 1. 3-6 for Schlegel. Schlegel goes 694. Too quick. 189.71. And of course, Steve Walzak of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, having problems, shuts it down. He is currently qualified in the number 11th position at 7.34. It'll be the quick 16 that take the flag, or whatever you say, take the tree in eliminations. The best of the 16 best qualifiers, meaning the 16 people that run closest to the index of 7 flat. Yeah, if she didn't wreck any parts, she will. Well, there is the Frank. There is Mr. Crop Duster himself, ladies and gentlemen, hands in his pockets, guarding his wealth, and looking over track conditions. Frank Housley, Morrison, Illinois, the Crop Duster, coming up to take a peek at track conditions. And Frank, they're very good. Michael Sexton, Bloomington, Indiana. Neil and Parks Dragster, Al Robbins and Michael Sexton with a 470 Hemi. A 470 Double A gas supercharge to the lanes, please. Double A gas supercharge to the lanes, please. Corey and Art Mellett of Ohio with a 32 of 540 Chevy. Packwa, Ohio. Currently qualified in the number 19th position at 698 with a 9. So if they can just slow it down a skosh, they'll be right in the top half of the class. Al Robbins and Michael Sexton, Bloomington, Indiana, with the front engine dragster with a 470 Hemi, are currently qualified number 10 at 729 with a 9. Another Bantam Roadster. 15 appeared yesterday. 15, a new record at the reunion for Bantam Roadsters. Excuse me, 14. You know, you kind of lose track after a dozen. You came from a large family, you ought to know all about that. Corey Mellett, I thought you were spoiled. 721, he improves his lot from a 729 to a 721. 191.92, 704 for Corey. Man, he really improved his lot. All right, Robbie Friels, Island, Kentucky, with a Hal Canode 1994 dragster with a 496 Chevy. He is currently qualified in the number 8 position at 718 with a 3. Will be going against Larry Harlan, Rockport, Indiana, along with Leroy Lester. And I think this is the 48 England with a 540 Chevy. Oh, listen to that. A-hoom, 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 a-hoom. Crower equipped Friels here in the Tower Lane. This is a little bit different. A stretched 48 Angler. Leroy Lester. I don't know if Leroy performed the stretching or just what his role is in this operation, but at any rate, the sedan is qualified currently in the number 11 position at 727, again on a 7-flat index. 718 for Friels in the Crower-equipped Canode car in the Jegs lane, qualified currently number 8 at 718 with a 3. Okay, well, we got a second. The next honoree we want to tell you all about is Ed Rashansky from the Chicago area, currently living in Henderson, Nevada, driving his hopped-up 40 Ford sedan. Ed Rashansky began his drag racing career at Half Day, Illinois in 1951. After years spent in stock car racing and a tour in the Air Force, he returned to drag racing with the Sedlec Motors 62 Plymouth Superstock with his buddies John Farconis and Pat Minnick of Chi-Town Hustler fame. In 1964, he joined Derry Dyer on the factory-backed Mercury Comet team and soon after received sponsorship for his own Marauder Comet. In 1965, he became president of the Midwest UDRA, supervising hundreds of races throughout the Midwest and becoming the first to feature Wednesday night 8-car funny car shows. Since the late 60s, he's been involved in the anti-wear lubricant industry. I've never heard it put that way. Anti-wear lubricant industry, and in the late 90s owned 3 Indy cars. The first IRL race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Ed Rashansky fielded 3 cars. Most recently, he had a midget museum in Nevada in which he sold all assets a few months ago to Speedway Motors in Nebraska. So on the line right now, Robbie Friels, Highland, Kentucky. 1994 Hal Canode chassis car. Looks like at one time it might have had a roadster body. 496 Chevy, currently qualified number 8 at 718. Larry Harlan and Leroy Lester. Boy, and they're staged very close to, yeah, no kidding. I mean, I don't like where that car is staged that well. All right. Bringing up the RPM. Getting ready for the launch. Both straight, both outstanding runs. And a 695 on the sedan. Too quick. A 701 for Robbie Friels. He moves, I would believe, to the number 2 position at 193.05. So he booted that thing all the way through at 701. That is a good indication that he may be the guy to beat. He had an 067 light. That's one of the better reaction times. So currently qualified number 14 at 753 on a 7-flat dialing. The Roadster in the Jegs.com lane currently qualified in number 19th position. They need to get to work. 10:58, 3.5 seconds off. They need to step it up, Hook. And they're going to try. They're running out of time, Hook. With the, especially Sue. A girl named Sue. Not a boy, but a girl. Susie Q. Number 1 qualifier. 7 flat with a 1. How much better can you do? 7 flat with a 0. That's it. And that's not going to happen. Chances are, you're a gambling man. You wouldn't put any money on that happening, would you? Neither would I. Phil Martina. Murfreesboro. Whoa! And something flew off. The Corvette goes through at 692. Way too quick at 202.82. They're going to have to slow that baby down. And too bad for Martino because he had an 044 reaction time. An 044. Boy, what a heartbreaker for him. An 044. Man. And something came off that car, just almost a breather tube. Before the 330, actually. D3 TV screening this whole process live, ladies and gentlemen. Whip out your iPad and tune in. All right, more 7-0s coming your way. Qualifying has really become interesting. They've been here long enough. They've made enough runs that the crew chiefs and the car owners have figured out the score. And now we're seeing the results today. Oh my goodness, what's that thing called? The Bruiser. Jeff Sanborn and Jeremy Spence of Shelbyville, Tennessee, with a 38 Fiat. Who do they think they are? The Chi-Town Hustler? Burning out to the 8th mile. Jimmy Scott and Ernie Wilford of Fallbrook, California, with a front-engine dragster of 409 O's for power. And the Fiat driver is currently qualified in the number 6 position at 705 with a 3. Jimmy Scott of California, Fallbrook, California, currently qualified in the number 16 position at 782. Well, I have no idea. Let's ask Mr. California. Hot Rod Bob, he'd know. Jimmy Scott, Fallbrook, California, and we'll try and get more information on this guy because there are those who think this may be a very famous driver. The Bruiser is about to bruise an 067 light, but he's too quick this time. 691. He's in the program at 7:05. Now, can you imagine the heartbreak of these guys? Jimmy Scott all the way from Fallbrook, California, and some gremlin bit him. AA gas supercharged to the lanes, please. AA gas supercharged to the lanes, please. Randy Anderson of National Dragster focused on the starting line, along with all the other photographers representing various online programs like D3 TV and various magazines. Playboy, is that right? Donald Nave, South Whitley, Indiana. Rich Kreider and Donald Nave of South Whitley, Indiana, in the Budweiser lane, currently qualified in the 8th position at 7:13. Chris O'Reilly, Genoa City, Wisconsin, 32-year-old carpenter, along with Steve Cohn with a 540 Chevy-powered dragster. Out of Genoa City, Wisconsin, Chris O'Reilly. Donald Nave of Indiana, he is staged, he is ready to go. Chris O'Reilly still backing up. Pressure on Don Nave, saying to himself, come on, let's go here. Chris O'Reilly is currently qualified number 9, and Nave in the Budweiser lane with the nose and all. He again a really outstanding reaction time, and a 7:13 would probably get you to the next round. Watch that little girl on top of that golf cart there. She don't fall off. 036 light for Nave. 036 out of Indiana, 696. Bit too quick. 7:05 for Chris O'Reilly. He certainly improves his lot. He goes from number 9 up into the top 8 if I were to, I'm most unofficial official here, but just guessing, I would have to think at 7:19, being in the 9th position, a 7:05 should vault him up into the top 8. Is that correct, scorekeeper? Yeah. All right, Pat Friels, Highland, Kentucky. Highland, Kentucky trucking operator with a GTO. Bob Satterfield, John Friels, Pat Friels. Island, Kentucky with the GTO. Billy Smith, Pickerton, Ohio, a 57-year-old commercial pilot, along with Danny Smith, Billy and Danny Smith, with a 400-inch Chevy. 8 at 7:13 with a 3. Friels, according to my screen here, has not run yet, or if he did, the run must have been aborted or something or other. So he is not qualified, period. So he needs to really step it up with the Pontiac. Yeah, that's how I got it figured. This is the first time the GTO has run. Apparently getting here late or having a problem unloading or whatever, he is up for the first time. Pat Friels, who I believe is involved in any number of cars, out of Island, Kentucky, a truck trucking company operator, 66 GTO, 5 1/4 GM product engine. Billy Smith, on the other hand, is a pilot, and he is qualified currently number 8 at 713 with a 3. Okay, they're both running strong, both in the 7. 701 with a 0 for Pat Friels, 199.70. Most guys in the class wish he'd stayed on the trailer, I'm sure, after that one. 694. So Smiths do not improve their situation. But Pat Friels in the GTO, he certainly improved his situation. Yeah, that's the third guy to run 701, except this guy's got a 0. All right. Yeah. Preston Davis of Bartlett, Tennessee. Donovan Engine, the Tennessee Bo Weevil, is the one he drove for so many years for Ray Goodman. Is this a Goodman car here? You know those guys. It is a Goodman car. So a long-lasting marriage. Davis results in a Nuller appearance at the Hot Rod Reunion, this time with a Donovan Engine, 417 Donovan, in a front-engine dragster, a 2014 front-engine dragster. AAA gas supercharged cars should all be in the lanes. They are currently qualified with this beautiful Tennessee Bull Weevil in the 5th position at 704. That's going to be hard to improve upon, but let's see what happens. Preston Davis, a young 75-year-old contractor, and earlier in the year at the Drag Racing Hall of Fame in Ocala, Florida, he was inducted into the Drag Racing Hall of Fame. There is Raymond Goodman in the wheelchair. He has been a fixture in drag racing for as long as any one of us can remember. He's an insurance guy, isn't he? Yeah. Insurance company person. Raymond Goodman. All right, his driver Preston. Whoa, and Preston doesn't lift. Holy smokers. 722, 149.66, and that was strictly Preston's ability to hang on. Whoa. Man, was that thing skating. Raymond's happy the thing isn't. Wow. One left. Boy, we have what you could call a ringside view, and I'll tell you what, that car was moving around, and Preston didn't lift till way down the line. Look at Brack over here. He didn't go 1320, he went 1,620 feet. There is Raymond Goodman of Tennessee, the Tennessee Bo Weevil himself. All right, number 165T. This guy has not run yet. This is his first run. Talk about pressure. He's coming out. Has not run yet. Weather holds, one more qualifying attempt. This is the first qualifying attempt for this team. We don't even have any information on the computer screen because they arrived apparently sometime earlier today. Yes, we know it's a dragster. We know the engine is in front of the driver. We know it has a wing over the front axle. You're right. You are right. D3 TV, you're on the money. He broke in the water box yesterday. You're absolutely right. All righty. But an 811, they got to pick up a second or better. 160.65, but things are going, a little smoke down there. Didn't look real good. AA gas supercharged, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, is next. And today's AA supercharged gassers are being sponsored by Scott Rods, home of custom hot rods. So if you're down here and you are thinking about a custom hot rod for yourself, there's no better person to see than Scott Rods, and they have a booth in the Oval. So Scott himself, I believe, is entered in the AA Gas Supercharged program that'll be starting off in just a second. Another honoree, the final honoree that will be inducted this evening, he began his drag racing career in gas dragsters. I speak, of course, of Chip Woodall. And before turning to junior fuel, Chip Woodall is one of those Texas drivers that raced hard, played hard, and drove lots of different race cars. Most famous for his time in Gene Snow's Top Fueler, in which he won the 1972 NHRA Spring Nationals. He spent much of his career in Jackie Pebbles and Dickie Williams' gold-plated fuel dragster, in which he was, runner-up to Don Garlitz at the '69 HRA World Championships. After driving for Snow, during which he set 21 separate track records at 27 different racetracks, he returned to Pebbles and Williams and closed out his career driving both Top Fuel and funny cars in the late 70s. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the Grand Marshal Bill Bader Sr., an outgoing, and one of the things that it don't tell about Bader here, Bader was a welder turned race promoter, and what a job he's done. Unbelievable. Honoree, Boggs Brothers, and everybody in the pits knows who Steve Boggs is. Honoree Austin Myers, honoree Gob Tuller, honoree Ed Rishansky of Nevada, currently living in Nevada, from moving from the Chicago area, where he was a well-known fixture in drag racing. Well, I know what I'm going to do as soon as I get a break. I'm going to go down there and pick up those 3 pieces of paper because they're driving me nuts. They're driving me nuts, Hook. I'm a protector of the environment. All right, Benjamin Caskey. Top Fuel to staging. And look who comes up when I call Top Fuel. Dale Schur. Except he has no car. In the green Willys. Oh, my God, what a beautiful car. Martin Easted Jr., Medina, Ohio, 27 years of age. Aaron of DuPont, I wonder. Martin Easted Jr., 27-year-old engineer in that incredibly beautiful green 509 Chevy-powered 41 Willys. Mark Benjamin, Chargin Falls, Ohio, along with Zach Markwell with a 33 Willys, the gold car, Goldfinger, with a 400-inch Chevy. 560 index, 560, which means, of course, 8th mile, which is a very safe thing for these cars. These cars are high off the ground, most of them, and I like that. I endorse that idea of an 8th mile for these cars. Mark Benjamin, number 3 qualifier in the gold car at 590. Index is 560. So let's see how this works out. AA gas. And speaking of AA gas supercharged, all righty, 620 and a 630. So we're getting a ways to go. You know, Buffalo, New York, 33 Willys pickup. Jeff and Jerry the Gasser with the pickup truck, 392 Chrysler. Bob Cook, Charging Falls, Ohio, an investor with a 454 Chevy, 57 Corvette. Paul LaPaul and Bob Cook, currently qualified in the Corvette number 4 at 592. 592. Well, it was Jimmy Scott himself, the famous top gas driver from California, Fallbrook, California. Bob Cook, Charging Falls, Ohio, Corvette. Jeff Cryan, Buffalo. Start over, announcer. Buffalo, New York, 33 Willys pickup. The Blue Machine. Just a little bit of an advantage out of the gate. He goes 5:35. He's a bit too quick at 131.55. 5:68 for Cook. Cook improves his qualifying effort from a 5:92 to a 5:68 at 123.77. Alan Borowski, West Seneca, New York, 48 Angler. Brian and Jonathan Borowski with a 427 Chevy, the Green Angler. Brian Spots, Polk, Ohio, 48 Angler. Denver Hoth, the crew chief, 427 Chevy under the hood of the 48 Angler in the Budweiser lane. All right. Steve Gibbs in the tower, who is deeply involved in the museum. The guy that actually came up with the reunion idea. The reunion idea. The godfather of the reunions is in the tower. Steve Gibbs. You like that one? How about check and see how he likes it? That's what counts. All right, orange car. Gas supercharged cars are being sponsored. The whole deal is sponsored by Scott Rods, Custom Hot Rods. Check with Scott if you got an idea about a car that you want built. Your dream car that you want built. Scott Rods, right in the Oval area. Contact those folks. All right, again, 560 is the index. 560. Number 2 qualifier in the green car currently at 570 coming into this round of qualifying. And he goes a 560 dead on. Borowski dead on from New York, 125. And the other guy was at 561. So now we have number 1 and number 2. Ed Kasaki and Mary from Aurora, Ohio, with the 33 Willys with a 407. Mike Kalinowski, Orchard Park, New York, with a 48 Austin, 480 cubic inch Chevrolet. Currently qualified number 4, 572 on the 560. And Ed in the Budweiser lane and the High Boy 33 Willys. Boy, that thing's in the air. He is currently qualified number 6 at 593. Again, 560 is the magic number. And we just had a 560 and a 561 run. A 560 and a 561. And ladies and gentlemen, Top Fuel is next. All right. Ed Kasky, Aurora, Ohio, 51-year-old technician, going against the 56-year-old engineer out of Orchard Park, New York, in the Austin, Mike and Brad Kalinowski. Orchard Park. Beautiful launch. Wow. get so turned on watching this stuff, you get heartburn. 565 of 121.77 for the Austin. 569 for Ed in the Willies at 122.64. All right, another beautiful early model Willies. Yeah, a 33. And this is the last one. And this is this guy's first qualifying shot. First shot. 560, the magic number. 560 index. $2 p.m. It is right now. 12 noon. It's high noon right now, ladies and gentlemen, as we visit. The first autograph session will take place at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. You'll be able to meet in person Bill Bader Sr., the Boggs brothers, Austin Myers, I should say Steve Boggs, Roy Gobteller, Ed Kreshensky, and Chip Woodall. 33 Willies, red car, beautiful car. Ted Turley Jr., Middleburg Heights, Ohio. He is an iron worker in a 400-inch Chevy-powered 33 Willies. He is accompanied by Hank Wetmore. 33 Willies. Ted Turley Jr. First shot for Ted. 560 is the number he's looking for. A lot of pressure on Ted. We are, yeah. And he goes up 594 at 116.62. You know what? You know.
Thanks, Ron. We're ready to go. Are you ready for fuel? Got your ear covers because it's going to be a tough one to hear. You got some of the best in the country here today, including your place. But this time, Bartone hasn't been able to put it together. You've got the top 6 drivers in the country here right now, points-wise. And they are here all competing, trying to get it going. So last year, Bartone was dominant. This year, not so much. And in yesterday's qualifying session, Bartone and Murphy both went up in smoke on their first attempts. The only one of the top guys that made a good, strong run was Adam Sorokin in the Champion Speed Shop car. He went down the track. He's got the smallest engine in the category, running only 377 cubic inches worth of small block Chevy. One of 2 Chevys in the Top Fuel field that are out here today, but Sorokin, the smallest motor in the class, it's a small block Chevy. It's not even a big block. So it's going to be an interesting second round of qualifying for these guys as they vie for position. And we're going to see right now the number 1 qualifier is Sorokin with a 582. Number 2 is the Greenwood car with a 611. And Rick White. Actually, Rick White's got a 605. Tony Bartone smoked. Murphy smoked. Lost fire on one of the cars. So, it wasn't a good first round for the fuel guys, but they're all here for second round, and they're getting ready to go. All right, so Cole Kuntz is here covering things for Top Fuel. He brings me the points. Right now in the Top Fuel points, Rick Williamson is number 1. Adam Sorokin, number 2. T-Bone, Tony Bartone, number 3. Jim Murphy, number 4. Rick White, number 5. And Young is number 6 in the points, and they are here today. Now, normally the reunion race here would be a good checkout day, a time for them to have fun and run. But this time, it is serious. Williamson comes into the race with 113 points. Adam Sorokin back with 91 points. Bartone at 77 points. Murphy, 74, so he's close to T-Bone. Rick White at 58. Jimmy Young at 56. Bill Dunlap, 55. Dusty Green, 52. Pete Kaiser at 10. And Rick McGee, 10, which is unusual because McGee and Kaiser usually are right up there. So right now they're at the bottom of the top 10 here. So you're going to see some great running for the Top Fuel guys. How many of you have never seen Top Fuel run? Well, if you haven't seen them or you heard them, this is going to be an experience, because I'll tell you what, at this track, you were sitting closer to the action than any other track around. And with the Top Fuel cars, it is total sensory excitement. From the sound, the visual looks of the cars, the sound of the nitro bursting out of the exhaust, and the vibration you're going to feel as they go by. You may even be able to feel the heat off the exhaust of these cars. All right, now for those of you who don't remember the Top Fuel cars of the early days, these are pretty close to what they were. They're a little bit longer wheelbase in some cases. Now, unlike the fuel cars you see on TV, the big pro guys, these are the early style Hemis, not the late. They're single plug, single magneto. They've got a restriction in the fuel pump. They've got a restriction in tires. These guys run smaller tires than the fuel cars ever ran before. Now, when they stopped running front motor Top Fuels, the record at that point was 5:17. We've eclipsed that by a long shot. The last guy that I know that won a race at 5:17 was Dan Horan at Bakersfield, and that was probably a good 15 years ago. So they have been running quicker than that. They have run as quick as mid-5 seconds with these cars at Pomona. They were testing a special tire that didn't work out, but I think it was Jim Murphy ran a 560 at Pomona with that car. And, you know, in the tower with us now, one of the legends of drag racing, funny car driver Randy Walls. I'll tell you what, he's the hottest driver on the track. Literally, he burnt up. If you looked at Hot Rod magazine a few years ago, there was his claim to fame was his Chevy Nova was in flames covering the whole page. And Randy still has what's left of the jacket. The shoes disappeared, but the jacket, he's going to be wearing it today. He's going to be cackling a car. Randy, come on over here. Yeah, well, it burnt all his hair off. Look at that. All right, Randy Walls. How you doing, Randy?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
I'm doing great, but I'm in the air conditioning. You've been outside in the warmth, although you came on the good day instead of yesterday when it was really hot. Tell us about what car do you have down there?
I have my original 1970 car, the one I won the championship in '04 with, and used to start the Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car class with.
All right, and that's a Nova, one of the very few Novas that was competitive, and you had it, and you got a Chevy motor in yours.
Yes, sir.
So unusual thing because most guys run the Hemi, but you were competitive and successful with the Chevy motor. Now, the car that burnt up, that's not this car, correct?
Right. It's a totally different car.
All right, and you are now a resident of this area. You left sunny California to move back here.
Yeah, I moved back in December.
And last time I saw you, you were cackling at Cruisin' Grand in Escondido, California about a year ago.
Yeah, I always started off the show there. They have, as you know, a big cackle thing with 30, 40 cars, and they always have me started off, except this year.
Yeah, you won't this year. Well, unless we get you out there again. Well, you might have to go back out and visit someone,
Need to do a lot of visiting, that's for sure.
All right, so you brought the car out. You're living out here. You're living the dream. You're having fun here, right?
Well, I'm trying to. I'm getting started at it and try to get rid of my property in California and that kind of stuff. And when I do, then I'll be on my way.
That's good. Well, welcome down here. And you got a question for him?
Didn't you win the Hot Rod Reunion up here one year?
Here? No. In '09, I was inducted into the Kentucky Motorsports Hall of Fame, and I match raced with Ron Hope. And, yeah, right. That was 7 years ago.
7 years ago. Now you're down here. You're going to be here. You're going to be cackling a Top Fuel car later today.
No, it's not a Top Fuel car. It's called the Buck Naked. It's a Chevy Nova with a blown small block in it on Nitro.
Wow, that's even more interesting. Yeah, okay, so the Butt Naked will be out here. Now, he'll be wearing a fire suit, but I can guarantee you this, folks, he will be naked under his fire suit.
He could be on that Naked and Afraid.
Naked and afraid. He's firing up the Nitro. All right, Randy, thank you very much. Hey, sit back, enjoy the air conditioning up here, and watch the race from here. Almost, yeah. It's been a nice day out there. Beautiful weather here today. All right, we got the fuel cars coming up. The first one up, Jimmy Young and Jason Greenwood. So Jimmy Young and Greenwood coming up here. Greenwood was the number 6 guy yesterday in qualifying. He's number 6 in points coming in to the race. So right now, coming into the second round of Top Fuel qualifying, Adam Sorokin is number 1. He ran a 582 at 228 miles an hour. Rick White, a 609 at 213. Jimmy Young was the number 3 qualifier yesterday at 613. Jason Greenwood at 677. But the Jimmy Young, 244 miles an hour on his run yesterday. So he definitely has the mile per hour. He's just got to get the power to the pavement. About 5,000 horsepower. They're going to try and plant on the pavement. We're now side by side in unison, going to about the 330 mark before they're able to come to a stop. They'll bring it back. Currently the bump is 9:03, and that won't hold for very long. Your number 4 and your number 3 qualifier on track right now. Jason Greenwood, your number 4 qualifier, ran 677 at a mere 160 miles an hour. But Jimmy Young, he has got the high mile per hour of the meet so far. He ran 613 at 244 miles an hour. Salem, Wisconsin and Racine, Wisconsin is where they come out of, though they're kind of friendly local racers. Open up to the line. Your first in the second round of qualifying for Top Fuel action at the 14th National Hot Rod Reunion. Here we go. Top Fuel action doesn't get any better than this. Pre-stage light for Greenwood. Jimmy Young, he's got a handle on the car. Got to get it planted a little bit better. The number to beat is Sorokin's. Young, oh shot, pulls away. He is running strong. Up in smoke in the right lane. Blows the motor right at the 1,000-foot mark. Jimmy Young, 566, 253 miles an hour. He goes to the top. Very huge explosion. The fire came out, and unlike the cars you see on TV, the pro guys, this fire was right in his face. The engine is in front of you. All that happens is at you. Now, when he blew the motor, you know oil went everywhere, and it covers your face mask. You can't see where you're going. It is difficult. He had to work it. He kept it off the wall, kept it rubber side down and shiny side up, Did a great job of that, but we're going to have to do some cleanup there, get him off track. We'll be back to racing in just a moment. Now, I'm looking at the track. It looks like there might be a spot there, but we haven't heard. Now remember, no special pit pass necessary, so if you want to go back to the pit area, watch these guys hammer it away on that car, getting that motor put back together again. You are more than welcome to do that. And they'll be back in the pit shortly. Right now, both cars still stopped on track. We'll get them clear. We're checking the track right now. From the tower, we see a little shiny spot there, but not too bad. So we should be able to get this taken care of relatively quickly. Now, to give you some background on some of the guys out here, you know, you're going to see some famous names, including Roland Leong, who's famous for the Hawaiian cars. He is tuning for Murphy. So we're going to tell you a little bit about what's going on, a little bit about the drivers, and what we can see here today. Now, Adam Sorokin, we talked about a little earlier. He's got the only canopy car and the smallest motor. Right now in front of us is the Neal and White team. Rick White is currently sitting in the number 5 spot in points. For those of you who heard the name Roland Leong, he's wearing the green and black shirt at the back of the pickup truck there in the Budweiser lane. Roland Leong, famous for tuning machines. He's talking to Mr. Boggs, one of the honorees tonight. Actually, he's supposed to be over there at the autograph session, right? Yeah, well, not till 2. Okay, he's got time. They didn't want to miss the high-speed action here. So Top Fuel, Nostalgia Racing. We're not doing much of a cleanup. Drivers are out of the cars. Now, if you'd like to get some more information on the Top Fuel categories, Cole Kuntz has got a great website for you, AAFD.TV. Go AAFD.TV. And you can check them out online. And Mr. White hops out of the car, gets into the air-conditioned truck, gets himself rejuvenated for their run. Right now, they're working on the car down there at the finish line. A little bit of cleanup, but not much. The sidewalk Zamboni headed down there at top speed. Look at him go. He is moving. You know, it's surprising they don't make him wear a fire suit and a helmet on that thing. There he goes. Oh, he's bending over. He's trying to cheat the wind so that the Zamboni can go quicker. Now, I did say cheat the wind, not cut the wind, but he's on his way down. A little bit of cleanup, not much, so we should be able to get back to racing action very quickly. Glad you could be here for the 14th running of the National Hot Rod Reunion. Lots for you to see, lots for you to do. And, you know, the guys from Holley are here with every one of their brands. Don't forget, they've got $10 T-shirts at the Holley display of all your favorite nostalgic brands. They've got their Holley shirts. They got Mallory. They got Hayes, Mr. Gasket, Wyand, Lakewood, Hooker, Headers, and more. Head on over to the Holley booth. Get yourself the nostalgia T-shirts. Only $10 in the Holley booth. They're hiding right behind the tower here. You can't miss them. They got the big red truck, and they got all their products, a lot of their products on display. You can check it out there now. And we're going to be back into the Zamboni doing its thing right now, which is pretty good because they didn't have to lay down any grease sweep or anything else, so there wasn't much down there. Trying to keep the... They've covered up the front of Rick White's machine, trying to keep the fuel a little bit cool. Back behind him, Diamond Dave Racing. Dave Miller, he ran an 8:56 yesterday, couldn't get the power to the pavement. So he's back again in round two, getting ready to go. Sidewalk Zamboni doing its thing. The race cars are clear of the high end. We will be back to racing action relatively quickly. We do thank you for your patience, and thank you for coming out for another reunion. This is the 14th annual Hot Rod Reunion, the National Hot Rod Reunion. We've got two reunions, one in Bakersfield. That's coming up October 21st through the 23rd. But you are here at the second biggest reunion in the country. A great facility here at Beech Bend. It is beautiful. We've got lots of cars, manufacturers, Midway stuff full of cars. And, you know, Father's Day is coming up this weekend, ladies. If you haven't already bought that gift for that special guy, the Man's Shopping Mall or Manufacturers Midway is back there. You can find just about anything you'd want. You know, and I use the Manufacturers Midway for gifts as well. Last year for Mother's Day, I bought my fiance a set of chrome wheels. So it's, you know, it's a great place to find the things you need. Actually, I got our aluminum valve covers the year before. A little bit of cleanup. Like I said, it wasn't as bad as it may have appeared. The flames were bad, but the amount of fluid and stuff down on the track is limited. The Zamboni doing its job. We don't have to have much of a cleanup there. Putting out a little bit of gold dust and such down there right now. We should get this cleaned up in a very short time. So please bear with us here. Thanks for coming out. We're glad you could be here. And if you'd like more information on the Nostalgia Top Fuel group, AAFD.com is the place to go. And right now up in the tower, I've got Volume 1, Number 1, the first magazine that's come out about these guys, giving you race results for all of the other events that have happened, how they ended locked up the series last year. Two of the Diamond Dave here right below the tower. Back in the 70s when he was running Top Fuel, at that point, he was one of the cars with the shortest wheelbase, only 132 inches, while everyone else was running 200-plus inches of wheelbase. He was running a real short car, which made for a handful, but he was competitive and having fun. That was still for the front-motored cars. Back motor cars dominate, but we don't run those in nostalgia racing. It's got to be front motor. Now, last year at this race, the guys from High Speeds Motorsports decided they were going to try and unseat T-Bone, Tony Bartone. They wanted to break Steve Boggs' winning streak with Tony Bartone. The high-speed crew of Tom Slick Seller said in reference to the Steve Boggs-tuned Bartone Brothers car, well, we're going to take that dominance away. And that's strong words for Seller, but history backs up his threat. Indeed, at the Holley National Reunion, in an event his California-based team once dominated, winning here 5 times between 2004 and 2010. In 2008, the high-speed motorsports front-engine top fuel dragster posted a quarter-mile elapsed time of 5:72. Now, we just saw Jimmy Young blow that away. That's 5:60 run from someone. And you know what? The high-speed team could be, and we're looking out over the group to see here, but they may not have made it. But, you know, that is not going to be a stop because you've got some dynamite cars here that are quite capable of running those times. Weather looking good. I was just being told that about 10 years ago or so, Adam Sorokin won the slowest top fuel race in history. Actually, they couldn't get the top fuel cars down the track, so they raced their golf carts. And Adam won that, so, you know, he's a top, I imagine. You know, trying to do burnouts in the on the green just doesn't work, but all right, so the top fuel cars will be coming out your way once we get the track cleaned up. We're working on that. Right behind them, don't leave because it gets just as exciting with old school pro stock. And I mean old school pro stock. These are the real deal old pro stock cars of the past. They will be follow fuel. Yeah, and the Monza as well back there. So I'll tell you what, we got some dynamite old school pro. This is unlike today where it's a funny car with doors that open. These cars were actually production-based body cars. All right, little cleanup being done. Zamboni going back and forth. The track service is done. They just have a little schmutz over there on the off the racing beat. So it's to the left of the groove. They're getting that straightened out right now. The cars are back in the pits. Again, you don't need a special pit pass. You can head back down there and watch them hammer away at these cars in between rounds, including Jason Greenwood's car, which is going to be needing some major alterations, or not alterations, but repair. I'm sure the wallet hurts. Now, for those of you that were here yesterday and saw the gasser do a little Olympic tumble, the driver is back here watching the races. He's got a broken collarbone and a very, very sore wallet, but he is fine. He's going to be all right. The car, well, It's in kit form right now. First thing he asked when he got out of the car was, how bad is it? He figured he could make next round. Now, if you'd like to see this or you got friends at home that aren't here, couldn't make it, D3 TV. Go to YouTube, NHRA D3 TV. Check it out on YouTube channel. You can search it. We're live streaming all the events right now. Tell your friends they can watch the Zamboni in action right there at the finish line area. All right, been a little bit longer. We're getting things done. Zamboni's not moving. They're doing a little bit of sweeping. Oh, here he goes. He's spinning it around. And we'll get ready to go. Spinning around? Yeah. He's a spinner on the Zamboni. A little bit of cleanup. It's a New York term. U-turn, no U-turn, no U-turn, no U-turn. You know, they just do that all the time. We have to talk to Tony about that later. Thank you for coming out to the 14th annual National Holley Hot Rod Reunion. We're glad you could be here. Lots more racing on tap. Top Fuel, you know, it's noted that Top Fuel sometimes disassemble their motors while they're driving. And that's what happened on our first pair of passes down here. Jason Greenwood ventilated his block. And we had a huge explosion. You saw the flames. I'm sure some of the photographers got some good shots of that. We'll see those published later on, I'm sure, someplace. Other drivers are sitting and waiting in their vehicles as we get things going. But Top Fuel, always a situation. They're running them on the ragged edge. You figure you're fueling a car with the ingredients for making a bomb. These are controlled explosions headed down track. Got to be controlled, got to be compressed, and got to be contained under pressure. Talk about under pressure. Anyone watching the pro stuff? So Jack Beckman destroy his car. I mean, literally destroy the car. The only thing that was left was probably his safety equipment. because it broke the frame. They had to rebuild a whole new car. That's how violent the explosions can get with these cars. Sent the body high in the sky. We teased Jack Beckman about that. He's a Southern California guy. And the last 2 years ago, when he exploded at Pomona, we gave him a hard time because some of the flames snuck into his helmet, and it burnt off one of his eyebrows, which was not really too much of a problem. He borrowed some mascara from his wife and an eyebrow pencil, and he looked almost normal. All right, the main sweeper going out there, getting the big stuff. We'll be back to racing in just a few moments. Because, let me explain something to you folks. That last run, because he oiled down, is a DQ or disqualification. So he still remains in the fourth position overall because his run yesterday, but the 6:19 he ran today will not count in this round of qualifying. We have another round of Top Fuel qualifying scheduled for 3 p.m. today. We know they'll be back by then. But if you'd like to see them, they're going to be working hard to try and get this car back together again. You're going to go over to the pit area, go over to the Top Fuel pits. That is right back here. To put that motor back together again. They put down some grease sweep. The Zamboni is going to be working on that along with the sweeper. We should be back to racing action in just a little bit. All right, working out on the track down at the finish line. We'll get back to racing action in just a moment. We thank you for your patience. Thanks for coming out here. All right, if you haven't already walked to the manufacturer's midway, now is the time to do it. There's a lot of stuff back there. We want to welcome all your fans for attending the 14th annual Holley Hot Rod Reunion presented by AAA Auto Insurance. Support your sponsors, Holley Performance, AAA Insurance, Axalta Coatings, Dynamat, Good Vibrations Motorsports, and Hot Heads Research and Racing. Stop by their shop and shop in their displays inside the vendor oval. Shop the Reunion vendors and support your local Bowling Green community. I picked up a couple of great drawings yesterday, or artwork over there in the area, and he will personalize them for you. You pick out the drawing, and then he personalizes them, and I did. All right, the big Zamboni now, the big sweeper going through, getting the grease sweep, getting that down. There's a major explosion on that car, and that meant major damage. One of the things about that is once that happens, since it's in front of the driver, you know he's going to get covered in oil. So it makes him tough to see. So coming up in points right now, as we said earlier, Rick Williamson is number one. And Young is already number one qualifier. He had a great run yesterday at 244 miles an hour. Today, he eclipses that 244. I'll tell you what, the condition. He was on a run. Jimmy Young was moving down track, and he is setting the pace for the others to try and keep up with. Now tonight, the Friday night Hot Rod Reunion honoree reception is going to be happening right here at the honoree will be, and that's where the reception is going to be. We'll keep you posted as the actual start time, because we need to gather up our Grand Marshal, Bill Bader, the Boggs, Myers, Goob Tuller, Ed Rachansky, and Chip Woodhall. We're going to be talking about them. Bob Fry, the infamous Mr. Fry, will be the MC tonight. After that, we're going to have a mini cackle fest going on. All right, in the tower with us right now is Bob Fry. Bob flew all the way in from New York, and his arms are tired. Yeah, I wasn't going to try and say that. Bob, how you doing today?
It's just great. I got to tell you, this is just such a cool place to be. I tell a lot of my friends back up northeast that if you get a chance, you want to come down to see just a great collection of cars, race cars, people, personalities. This Bowling Green event is just amazing. So a little tip of the cap to everybody at the NHRA Museum, to the folks at Holley for all their help and support. I got a chance to go back there and spend time talking to Big Daddy, who's back there. And you want to talk about the electric dragster and find out that the new term brushes are to an electric dragster what pistons are to a internal combustion engine. You just take them out, you throw them out, you bring another one. Ohio George sitting right there next to him. Spent some time just walking down to the Geezer Gasser area, which is magnificent cars. And I'm going to go back now and just take a walk through the show car area, because it's just breathtakingly beautiful. Anyway, It's just a fun place to be. I said,
Yeah.
if you did nothing else but saw the race cars that are here, it'd be a great weekend. If you did nothing else but saw the show cars that are here, it'd be a great weekend. If you did nothing else but see all the Hall of Fame members that are here,
Yeah.
it'd be a great weekend. I mean, you get to do all that stuff, plus the racing out there on the tracks. So this is way cool. This is a great event. They've done a marvelous job. Everybody here at the racetrack, Dallas Jones and his staff, just do a superb effort. A lot of the new paving they've done, just upgrading. It's constantly a joy to come here and see what they've done to the track. And then just to be able to hobnob. You know, I'm a fan, first of all. I've been out there getting autographs here this morning and stuff.
Really?
It's a kick, yeah.
Well, you know, it's been great. This is my first time in Bowling Green, and I'm just amazed how beautiful the area is, especially driving into the track. I'm used to Bakersfield, where we're driving across nothing.
Yeah.
And
It is a little different than going out to Bakersfield, you know.
Yeah.
But you don't have to worry about being downwind here.
no, that's
know?
it. That's true. We don't have Bandini Mountain, where we have all the fertilizer.
Now, having said that, I will tell people, I've said for years that if you want to go to one event and see all the luminaries in drag racing, you can't beat the Bakersfield event. First, it's got all the California. You go out there, and, you know, Don Long, Don Hampton, Ed Iskandarian, Bruce Crown. I mean, all these people are there.
Yeah,
you know,
it's a local track.
I explained it years ago that at the Friday night gathering they had one year, Wally Parks was there getting autographs, not giving them. I said, that'll tell you what kind of a cool place it is.
Yeah.
But as far as the sheer volume of really cool cars to see and the great racing, it's tough to beat this event here.
Yeah, this is great. And the venue, the people, where else are you going to find covered, comfortable seating during a race?
I know, especially on a weekend like this. It's got the 4 cars down there. That'll be cool. So, where for years going. There and see the people. I mean, I rode down the elevator with 3 Hall of Fame people this morning on the elevator, for goodness sakes. I mean, Eileen Daniels there, Barbara Hamilton's here, along with her wife, and Kenny Harada, all on the elevator when I'm race cars. It is a marvelous book. He's got pictures of the electric car, which he's going to run this Wednesday, by the way. For those of you that may be listening around the world, can they listen around the world today?
Yes, they can.
They can listen around the world down in Bradenton, Florida. Going to try to go 200 miles an hour. He lost the record a while back to a guy that ran 188. So Don's going to try. Don doesn't like being second in anything, you know. No. But if you want to find out more about him and his cars, got a great new book about all of the race cars that he's had. Marvelous, and a great chance to get it autographed, personalized to you back there. And like I said, he's sitting right next to George Montgomery, who himself is a genius when it comes to racing cars and building cars. And that's just in one 50-foot stretch over there in the pits that you can see. And
you've got a pass. You don't need a special pass. You're welcome on the fuel cards, especially right now because Greenwood's got a lot of car to put back together again.
Yeah, it's a great lineup here. I mean, just look at the second in, Adam Sorokin here, Jim Murphy, just Tyler Hilton, you know, the grandson. I mean, Brendan Murray, Tony Bartone. But if you take a look at there, you got potential Hall of Famers and great Hall of Fame legacy members that are there, and we're just talking about this one class of race car.
And they're the celebrities of nostalgia racing.
Yeah.
These are the top guns. These are the guys, you know, they are to nostalgia racing what Garlitz and Prudhomme were to pro.
Wonderful, wonderful race cars, great teams that have made a commitment to come out and run these cars. Going to be a great field of cars by the time it's all over, and just amazing to see the names. Like I said, you just go down and read the names, and you look at them that are here in this one class. So it's a marvelous display in the pit. It goes all the way back to the trees down there. I'm over there, and I'm looking at some guy with his tow car. It's a spectacular 55 Chevrolet, and it's parked like out in the trees over there in the pits because he doesn't even think he's part of the show. And I'm going, and that's that's an extra, you know. Be like an extra in the Ben-Hur movie or something, you know. That was me up there in the grandstands, but it's great. I'm going to go down and cruise. I'm going to go down and visit Al Bergeau's pit area here in just a second. You guys doing a great job up here. I mean, marvelous.
We're trying.
Enjoyable, you know. And if Mike English is listening somewhere, don't send me a text, Mike.
Yeah. Yeah. Mike English probably home getting ready for something in Verona. All right. Thank you, Bob Fry, for coming up here. You're going to see Bob a little bit later on. He is going to be emceeing the honoree presentations happening after the racing this evening in the big white big top right in the center of the oval. Stick around. You don't have to go anywhere tonight. The honorees will all be talked about, harassed, and roasted right under the big top here today. And some sticky stuff down there in the finish line area. The Zambonis have done their job. The sweeper is back. that he is done for the day. Well, hopefully done for the day, but at least he's done for now. And then we will be back to racing action in just a few minutes. We do thank you for your patience. We're glad you could be here. Without you, we wouldn't be having any fun here.
One last thing, Bob, if I can borrow your microphone. I wanted to congratulate Warren Evans and Jay Hullinger for the great job they've done with the D3 TV. It is really, really cool. I mean, I've been getting texts from friends of mine that are back up in New Jersey and stuff watching this. They've never had a chance to come down here to the reunion, getting a chance to watch the racing. I mean, it's a great, great thing that they've done. So if you're going home tomorrow or maybe can't make some of the Division 3 races, you can go to their website, nhra.com, then you go to the Lucas Oil section, find the Division 3 thing, punch it up. I mean, you can watch every pair of cars that goes down the racetrack. It is way TV. Just a thought process, just a thought.
There you go. Races always at the a little bit more rubber scraping down there. And we will be back to racing action here at Beech Bend for another I know when Ron Weeks comes up here to give me a break, I'm going to go down there and talk to Garlitz. Two more of the top fuel gurus coming up here now. Walking up, Brendan Murray with a running wild card out of Northern California is here. And John is keeping him company. I see him right in front of the tower. All right, once he makes a big U-turn, he's going to head back. We're going to be back to racing action. Thank you very much for your patience. For those of you who left your seats, come on back. Moment. All right, tractor's headed down to the finish line, putting down a good heavy layer of traction rubber. He's getting ready to make the U-turn. When he does, he's going to come back, and we're going to fire up the fuel cars. Remember, tell your friends, if they couldn't make it to the race, they can watch it on D3 TV. Go to YouTube, D3 TV. Streaming video. They can see it all as it happens. The tractor's here. He's making his final run back to parking area. The sweeper is coming back. Oh no, he got lost. He made a turn. Oh, he's going to back it up. He can drive that tractor as fast backing up as he can going forward. All right, sweeper's back in position. The tractor's back in position. Driver, go. All right, Rick White and Dave Miller are ready to go. On their last passes, Rick White put himself in the number 3 spot with a 6:09 at 213 miles an hour. Dave Miller sits in the number 6 spot right now, 8:52 at 91 miles an hour. You know he's going to improve on that one. Rick White, one of the top runners in the category, coming into this race. Rick White is number 5 in points. Water going down in the water box. Drivers are strapped back into their cars. We're getting ready to go. The all-important GoPro mounted to the top of Dave Miller's car so they can see it happening. Crews signal to each other. They're ready to go. Miller's car, the first to fire. Rick White's car comes to life, and Rick's car, wow, goes right to nitro. The tower is shaking from this car. So I know you in the stands are really going to feel it. Rick White here in the Jegs lane. David Miller in the Budweiser lane. The Buck, which is going to go away real quick, is 9:03. That's the slowest you can run. Rick White in the 06 Hanson chassis car. He's a safety equipment manufacturer. Dave Miller, he won't tell us how old he is, but he's a retired racer. He ran 8:52. Ran an 8:52 on his first run, backing out of it, spun the tires. Chuck Neal, a 6:09. Didn't get the power to the pavement the way he wanted to. Wiping the tires, getting all the rubber and debris off the tires so they've got the best grip they can get. Nitromethane pouring into the motors. I think they'll use about 5-6 gallons of fuel to head down track. Think about that mileage on your street car. Processing the fuel. Unlike the back motored cars you see on TV most of the time, these are old school, ancient technology, but I'll tell you what, they've got it working better than the pros ever did back in the early days of drag racing. Fully staged. Nitro on the roll. Look at Rick White go. He chops the tree. He's down the track. 583 to a 631. 205 miles an hour for Dave Miller. And 222 for Rick White. Rick White goes up to the number 3 spot with a 583. Dave Miller, number 5, with a 631. That does not change the standings too much as far as the bubble. It's still 903. And one of the unusual ones not to be in the field right now is Tony Bartone, and he'll be coming up shortly. So good, clean run for both the drivers. Put your hands together as the crews drive past you to go get their race cars. Two 2012 Horton chassis car with a 427 cubic inch Chevrolet engine. One of 2 Chevys here. He's going to be in the Budweiser lane. Big block Chevy power. He's run number 3. He is the man on the bubble right now. The bump, 903. He is that one. Paul Schultz out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Number 7 with an 881. He's got a 1996 Sterling chassis car with a 417 cubic inch Hemi, which is the mainstay for the most part. Most of the guys that are running the Hemis run the old. They got to run the old style Hemi, not the new style that you see in the Nostalgia Funny cars. So they're running the old school. It's a 417 cubic inch Donovan motor. He ran an 881. Didn't get the power to the pavement last time out. Ran 94 miles an hour. Tyler Hilton had a similar problem, running a 903 at a mere 88 miles an hour. Starters are hooked up. Crews are looking at each other, going to coordinate their starts, and neither one fires up too early. Puts too much heat in the motor. Crews take a look. They say, all right, go for it. And our third pair in Nostalgia Top Fuel coming to life. The unmistakable sound of Hemis and Nitro. If you've got allergy problems, take a deep breath. They'll be cleared up almost immediately. Bobby, there is Dad. Bobby Hilton standing behind him. Back here behind the water box. 903, slow as you can go and still be in the field in that position held by Tyler Hilton right now. Racing for a long time. We can love the sound of Nitro now. Don't forget, later tonight we'll have some capital cards firing up for you as well after Bob Fry does the presentation to the honorees. Sun's been On the track, it's warm. Not sure what the track temperature is right now. We've seen a lot of the index and bracket cars running earlier today, all picking up speed. So far, every fuel car that has run has gone faster than they did yesterday. RPM's dropped down. He's getting ready to lead. Nitro, unmistakable sound. Thunder without lightning here at Beech. Up in smoke goes Schultz. He pedals it, gets back in it again. Hilton through the lights, 6:59, 168 miles an hour. Schultz doesn't have the run he wants. He runs at 8:67, still quicker than his last run. So Paul Schultz now is the bubble at 8:67. Tyler Hilton moves up to the number 6 spot with a 6:59. We still have lots of top fuel cars to run. Schultz went up and spoke right on the hit. Hilton had a 1.060 foot mark. He was hooked up right from the start. Schultz, as soon as he hit the loud pedal, it spun. It took him 1.4 seconds to travel the first 60 feet. He pedaled it, got back in it again. He was a second and a half behind at the 8th mile. Almost caught him. He went 8:67. Rick Williamson is now up here in the Jegs lane. He's got a row deck. All right, Rick Williamson with the row deck Chevy style motor. He hasn't made a run yet. He's out of Stockton, California. Okay, Rick Williamson with the row deck. And the next one is Jim Murphy from Santa Rosa, 2 California racers. A 2013 Nielsen Parks car. Jim Murphy sitting in the number 4 spot right now as far as total points for the season. Murphy's last run, not the way he wanted to, ran a 7:07 at 129 miles an hour. Rick Williamson is number 1 in points. He has not made a run yet. Williamson comes into the race with 113 points. Murphy at 74 points is in the number 4 spot. The tuner on Murphy's machine, the gentleman there with the chrome hair, silver hair, is Roland Leong. He raced a whole series of cars called the Hawaiians. One of his most famous drivers was Don the Snake Perdome. Getting him lined up even for the burnout. Williamson gets him heated up. There goes Murphy. Both are 417 cubic inch motors. Both are some of the top runners in nostalgia fuel in the country. Williamson way out of the groove. Get him lined back up or where he did his burnout, where the stickiest part of the track is. Murphy, straight in the groove. Williamson still out of the sticky spot. Got him back in there now, wiping the tires. Two of some of your top runners in the category. Roland Leon getting Murphy up to the starting line. Now the sound of nitro coming out of these cars sounds a little bit different as the tune-up on these cars tends to be a little bit more aggressive. RPM start to drop, then they come back up. Rick up in smoke, it's a wiggle. Murphy runs through the 570, 249 miles an hour. Williamson, man, it gets out of shape. He backs out, pedals it, gets back in it again, drifted towards the center line and backed off. Jim Murphy, now your number 2 qualifier with the 570 at 249 miles an hour. Rick Williamson's run, not good enough to get him in the show. He's going to have another shot at 3 o'clock. Rick Williamson comes in as the points leader, so that was a bit of a disappointing run for him, but put your hands together for the crews as they head down to get the cars. The Nitro Warriors of this year here in National Reunion. Holley bringing it to you. There they go down the track. Rick Williamson's team, they have got a lot of work cut up for them. They were on a good run. His 60-foot was 103. Murphy's was 101. So a second to travel the first 60 feet. But then it started to go away at the right after the 60-foot mark, and Rick Williamson had a 2.9-second run to get to the 330. He pedaled it, lost over a second, then got back on it again at the 8th mile mark. He was running 118 miles an hour at the 8th mile when he said, yeah, it's not worth damaging parts. I'll back out. We'll be back next run. Murphy was on a run, 2.6 seconds to travel the first 330 feet. He was at 3.8 seconds at the 8th mile, 208 miles an hour. By the time he got to the finish line, it was 570, 249 miles an hour on an additional 41 miles an hour. Adam Sorokin, the only canopy car and the smallest motor in the category. Adam out of La Crescenta, California, an 04 Sterling chassis car, 377 cubic inches. He is now the number 3 qualifier. He's number 2 in points. He ran a 5.82 at 228 miles an hour for his first run. Tim Cullinan out of Des Plaines, Illinois, has not made a pass yet. We don't have any information on him. He's running a TFX 429 cubic inch Hemi motor. So Adam Sorokin, his dad Mike Sorokin, was a top fuel star in the 60s and 70s. He was part of the Surfers team, the head shoe for that. Had him following in his dad's footsteps. And he has been a champion of the March meet, the Hot Rod Reunion. He's driving the Champion Speed Shop car. Nitro cars come to life. There goes Sorokin's car. It's popping. Bob McLennan still working the car. Look at that. I'll tell you what, if you're going to go give a vote for best dressed team, the Champion Speed Shop team got to get it. Look at those patriotic red, white, and blue shirts. Tim Cullen had a problem on his last run. Car lost fire. They couldn't get it relit. So he did not get a time on his last pass. The bubble now has moved down to 8.67 seconds. And Cullen looks like he's having a problem again. Nope, he's fired. I can still see smoke, but yeah, now he's got it. He's in reverse. The last time out, he got stuck right about the same point. But in the right lane, Sorokin ran in the left lane. They ran against each other at that point as well. Cullen's got it in reverse. Maybe that was the problem yesterday. Could not get it into reverse, having some difficulty. But this time he runs into a little bit of a problem again. Now he's backing up. Although the Sorokin team probably gets the best dressed, the backup award goes to Cullen. All right, we're ready to go. All right, moving up into the beams now. Cullinan trying to get into the field. Sorokin trying to get back to the top of the field. Sorokin on a run. Look at that little small block go. 564, 246 to a 625, 229. Two excellent runs. Sorokin back on top. Sorokin now your number one qualifier again. 564. Cullinan goes into the number 6 spot, 625. The bubble now becomes Tyler Hilton, 659. And I'm thinking after this second round, third round of qualifying is going to be an all 5-second field. There go the crews for the Top Fuel. Sorokin's team happy. The McLennan team is number 1 again, Champion Speed Shop. The smallest motor, the quickest car. Now, the fastest car is Jim Murphy at 200, Jim Young at 250 plus miles an hour, 253 miles an hour. T-Bone, Tony Bartone, coming up here now. He's got the number 1 plaque on his car. He was the champion last year. Currently in the number 3 spot in points. Tony Bartone out of Long Island City, New York, a 2016 McKinney chassis, 417 cubic inches. He went up in smoke on his last hit. They've worked on it. They're going to be serious. They want the top spot. Nothing less will do. Tony Bartone, the current reigning champion, Nostalgia Top Fuel. That's why he's got the number 1 on the body of that car. Currently coming into the points, he's number 3 at 77 points behind Sorokin and Williamson. He's got more elaborate pinstriping on the helmet that most cars have on their cars. Bartone getting a single in this round of qualifying because of the lane differences. Tony Bartone, T-Bone. If there was ever a Bucks Up Nostalgia Fuel team, this is it. Tony Bartone makes no bones about it. His goal is to always be number 1. No doubt, no questions, no prisoners taken. He wants the top spot. He's a paving contractor. He does airports, and Jimmy Hoffa is part of that. No. Tony Bartone. You listen to him speak, you know. There he goes. A little bit out of the groove. He brings it right back. 568. 568, 226. Doesn't take the top spot, but he's darn close. He's in number 3 behind Jim Young and Adam Sorokin. 568 for Bartone, 226 miles per hour. Jimmy Sorokin, 564. Murphy at number 4 spot with 570. Rick White, 583. And then we go into the 6-second zone with Jason Greenwood. Tony makes the turn off. He's clear. We'll get back. All right, the running wild machine, Brendan Murray here in the right lane. Brendan made the switch to Hemi Power. He was the last inductee into the 5-second club a number of years ago, running a Chevrolet. He made the switch to Hemis about 2-3 years ago, and they're working on their consistency. For those of you who wonder why we're running some singles, it's because yesterday when they qualified, you qualify in a lane, you can't go back to that same lane and qualify again on the next session. You've got to swap lanes. You've got to alternate your lanes, and that's what Brendan Murray is doing. Brendan Murray out of San Jose, California, a 2010 Rumen chassis, got a Chrysler 426. Brendan is a speed parts seller. You name it, he can get it or he's got it. Had a vintage dual quad Chevrolet manifold from him a few years ago. Now, Brendan Murray is not in the top 10 of points. Like I said, he switched to a Hemi and has not really been able to get a handle on it. He dropped the Chevy motors because he kept grenading them. He hasn't had much more luck with the Hemis. Last year, he was in the number 6 position. This year, he's not in the top 10 yet. Brendan Murray, a privateer, no major sponsorship for him. His crew consists of volunteers, his girlfriend, and himself, and the 2 main ones. When Brendan doesn't make the show, he normally assists us up in the tower. He's way out of the groove. Trying to back him up over his tracks. Inconsistent marks on his tires from that burnout. Now, unlike the other crews and teams that were wiping the tires, they're not doing anything. Let's see if Brendan's car can hold power to the track. Brings the RPMs down. Aims hard. Got a clutch dust. Gets out of the groove a little bit. Engine starts to go away. 610, 195 for Brendan Murray. And they are going to be hammering away back in the pits on that run. But 610 puts him in the number 6 spot. 195 miles an hour. The bubble now, Tim Cullinan at 625. And Brendan's come to a stop on track. We'll get him clear in just a moment. All right, the next car coming up is not a qualifier. This is a license pass. Yesterday he ran a 60-foot time. To get your NHRA competition license, you run 2 60-foot passes just to make sure you can handle the car to start with. Then you make 2 half-track passes, and then you make 2 full passes within, I think it's 3% of your established speed and ET for the vehicle or for the class that you're trying to license in. Unlike a sportsman license where you just have to run quicker or run 995 or something, quicker than 10 flat to get your competition license. This is a specific license based. Dave Barata turning wrenches is the crew chief for the running wild car. All right, Brendan Murray just went off track. They've got him towed. The crews are clearing. That's the good side. The smoke was contained in just some parts and pieces inside the motor. Nothing came out. Was firing up the light. D3 TV. Watch it all happening live for you. In color, on your computer, anywhere you go, where you can get Wi-Fi or wireless. Right. Nostalgia Pro Stock coming your way next. Exhibition cars you should be following. Geezer Gassers, you will follow the exhibition cars. Exhibition cars to the lanes. Exhibition cars to the lanes. Geezer Gassers, please follow. Geezer Gassers, still follow. All right, license pass for the driver here. All right, moving up into the beams. A license pass for this driver. He made a 60-foot yesterday. Maybe another 60-foot. Well, he does a 330. Actually recognize the cars. Grumpy's Toy. Bill Grumpy Jenkins used to drive with a small block. John Denbrock behind the wheel out of Howell, Michigan. 73 Vega with a 331 small block Chevy. Ted Peters out of South Holland, Illinois, 73 Duster. He's got 500 cubic inches. Oh, and he's having fun with the burnout. He thought it was a drift car. Well, the rumor is, I'm just getting, that Bill Grumpy Jenkins made almost $300,000 racing this little Vega. And just in 1 year. So that's how he was able to afford the cigars. Yeah. All right, Ted Peters with the Mopar. John Denbrock with the Chevrolet Vega. When Chevrolet came out with the Vega, it was an answer to the Pinto from Ford. The problem was that wasn't exactly the question that was being asked. American Hot Rod Ingenuity fixed the problems with the Vega by putting a Chevy small block between the front wheels. GM listened, but never put the V8 in the Vega. They waited until they came out with the Monza, which sat on the same chassis. Again, the Mopar digs in better. Duster, dusting him off. 830, 161 to a 1013 at 132. The Grumpy's Toy, Monza, and the rear Morrison Camaro. Mark Pappas out of Park Ridge, Illinois. He's driving the 81 Camaro with a 500-inch Chevrolet. Terry Lindsay from Bowling Green, Kentucky. He's one of the NSP Racers for Hire. It's a 78 Monza, another to 331, which was the motor that Grumpy Jenkins liked to run, and he was able to get it to beat most of the big block cars. Chevy Monza. Another variation on the Vega theme. They used the same chassis, just a whole different body. And they didn't get the Vega 4-cylinder. They got what was called the Iron Duke. Then they got the V6 and a little 262 cubic inch Chevy V8. Based on the small block. They were monsters to try and change spark plugs on. You almost had to pull the motor to get to the back motor. Mark Pappas, the rear Morrison 81 Camaro. Terry Lindsay, the 78. Grumpy Jenkins, Monza. Jenkins has a problem. Rear Morrison car gets out of shape. He backs out of it, gets back in it again. The Jenkins Monza has a bit of a problem. They're going to be pushing it back. The rear Morrison Camaro runs an 848, 164 miles an hour. Trying to catch the attention of the driver in the Camaro. A rare option on this Monza was the heated front fenders. This way, when they're pushing the car back, their hands don't get cold. All right, doing one of the biggest burnouts we've seen this weekend so far. Bill Neary behind the wheel out of Barrington, Illinois. Warren Johnson, definitely old school. He does another dry run. You can see the streaks from the tower. He laid down some heavy rubber there on the starting line. Goes back up to the 330 before he's able to back up. Look at how quickly he's going backwards. I've seen a few people here that don't even drive that fast going forwards. All right, his backup lady hitting him up to the line. All right, Camaro coming up into the beams. Pre-stage light lit. RPMs come up on the wheelie bar. All right, whoa, he gets out of shape, stops it before he goes across the line. He's going to roll through. Bill Neary. But Bill Neary heads down track, has a little bit of a problem. Left before the tree can get activated, so we don't have a time. Now look at this old cackle car getting down track. It's got a little modified coupe body on it. Now back in the days, they had modified roadster, modified fuel coupes. That's what this one is over there, heading down track right now. And coming up now are the gassers. And Ron Leake, he's going to tell you all about those gassers as they get ready to roll.
Can you believe how lucky we are to have all these Californians with the nostalgia Top Fuel cars and that little bitty, that mouse motor, Mighty Mouse, Champion Speed Shop, small block Chevy, outdoing all the Hemis, Hook. Unbelievable, huh? That car, what is it, Drag Racer Magazine is on the cover this month with a complete in-depth article on that whole team and how long they've been around. Jim McLennan, of course, with Champion Speed Shop in the Bay Area, not only ran a dragster for years, but also a drag strip and a speed shop. Jim McClellan, and I think his son is involved in that operation, and we'll have to try and get the, yeah, I think he did, Half Moon Bay, you're right. All right, Wayne Stein, Vermontville, Michigan, 40 Willys pickup, 355 Chevy, Don Moyer, Mentor, Ohio, in a multi-colored 40 Willys. And of all the unusual things, the 40 Willys in the Budweiser lane has a 401 AMC motor of all things. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is 15 minutes to go. 15 minutes to go before the first autograph session with the honorees. So if you're you want to meet these incredible people of quarter mile lore, head over, well, watch, yeah, okay, good point. Watch the Geezer Gassers and then go to the tent right behind the tower. Right across, oh, look at that, beautiful. Wayne Stein, Vermontville, Michigan, a nice little wheelie. 11 flat at 1050, 1050, he turns at 1057, good enough. 126.70, 1108 for Moyer on 11 flat index. He went 117.77. John Swick, Dayton, Indiana, 37 Chevy Coupe, along with Chad Taylor, 355 Chevy under the hood of the orange car. Greg Burge, Tuttle, Mississippi, with a 38 Chevy Coupe. Gary Weatherford, 396 Chevy. Mississippi in the lead, 1050 index goes 1069, 121.41. 1064. Swick was sleeping, but he gets a 1064, 125.18. All right, my friends, Randy Addington, a long-time campaigner of 37 Chevys. Red Key, Indiana, 64 years of age, self-employed, 434 Chevy under the hood of the 37 Chevy blue car. Scott Mercer, Claremore, Oklahoma, a 47-year-old artist. 40 Willys, 377 Chevy. Beautiful car, stunning. Well, it figures he. All right. 37 Chevy Coupe with a good line, an 098 reaction time. Randy Addington himself. He goes to Claremore on a 1050. He goes 1084, 120. The Willys out of Claremore, Oklahoma goes 1564. Obviously something wrong. 60 miles an hour. 55 Chevy. Verdi Sr. and John Verdi with a 468 Chevy in the 48 Austin. 48 Austin out of Columbus, Ohio. And we'll have information on the 5.5 next time around. What a great show. Jimmy Young, Salem, Wisconsin, with top speed at 253 miles an hour. And that sets the stage for an outstanding, probably one of the best we've ever seen here for Nostalgia Top Fuel. I mean, those boys are going to have to lean on it. Those top 3 or 4 are smoked. All right. A 1288, 107.99, and the Jegs Lane 986 on a 9 flat, 133.90 for John Birdie. All right, another Addington car. And that 37 smokes those hides. That is Shane Bowman of Albany, Indiana, a diesel technician with a 37 Chevy. Shane and Lori Bowman. 355 Chevy under the hood of the blue 37. Todd Barker and Alex Barker are of Marlow, Oklahoma, with a 48 angle. 427 Chevy under the hood. Power, power, power. And that's what we saw, Mr. Hook, Van Hook, with the, what are you shaking your head about? Nostalgia Nitro. I can't help it, I never grew up. I can't help it that I'm behind the rest of the class, Mr. Hook. Shane Bowman, Albany, Indiana. Shane and Lori Bowman. 37 Chevy, 355 Chevy under the hood for power. Small block peanut motor. By today's standards, it's really a peanut motor. Todd Barker, Marlow, Oklahoma. He's under power now, and he goes a 959 at 153.75. He's certainly got the power. If he can get that thing out of the gate, he could be a player. 974, 133.84 in the Jegs.com lane. Jegs.com, and we're down to 10 minutes. We are down to 10 minutes for the first autograph session. Randy Stone, Westminster, South Carolina, and he is assisted by Cassandra. Well, wait a minute. I guess she's with the green car. In the 56 Chevy over there, that is J.T. Moses of Braselton, Georgia. He's the equipment repairman. 56 Chevy 210 with a 540 Chevy. 468 Chevy under the hood of the gold car. 55 Chevy on a 10 flat index. The green on a 1050. The gold car looks like he's going to hit it. He red lighted, but again, don't make anything out of that. 1023 on a 10 flat for Randy Stone. 123.47. 1098 for J.T. Moses of Braselton, Georgia. Jerry North, Scottsburg, Indiana. 41 Willys, 496 Chevy, steel body. Nick Feast is his crew chief. Greg Porter and his assistant, Cassandra Hicks. Cassandra is the one in the outfit that you can't miss, Van Hook. Even at your advanced age, I'm sure you can make that up. Greg Porter, Greenville, South. 5 green car. And they are now staging. The 5.5 is staged, fully staged. Countdown. Bang! Willie's big, huge gate job. Monster gate job. Monster hole shot. An 0-1-1 for Jerry North, one of the best we've seen. And Jerry North goes through a 10 flat with a 1 on a 10 flat index at 134.54. He will be a man of celebration. Gary Raber, Royal Palm Beach, Florida. He does dental work. He's a dental technician. I know you go to Isaac Yankum, but he could maybe offer you a better deal in as much as you're part of the family. Erwin Adderhold, Woodstock, Georgia. Retired pilot of the 51 Henry J 496 Chevy. 40 Ford with a 406 Chevy. And over the finish line in the Jegs lane, 1022 on a 10 flat, 123.10. Simply qualifying at this time. 1095, 115.65 on 11 flat for the Palm Beach, Florida dental technician. Hot Rod 1 to the lanes. Hot Rod 1 to the lanes. Sportsman exhibition to the lanes. All right, another beautiful Willys. It is Chuck Lipka of Eureka, Missouri, a retired police officer. 41 Willys, 400 Olds. Joe Bush, Laurel, Mississippi. Joe and Dakota Bush, Laurel, Mississippi. 40 Willys truck dropped with a 327 Chevy for power. A modern chassis under the pickup truck, if you will. Most of these Willys, I've seen some of them. All right. The police officer red lighted. He goes through nonetheless with a time of 10:26 on a 10 flat index, 129.75. Joe Bush doing a bit better with an old smoking beautiful Willys. Frankie and Sonny Allen. Covington, Louisiana, with a 355 Chevy under the hood of the immaculate 33 Willys. Run that by us again, would you, buddy? 33 Willys. This is a camera-ready entry, no doubt about it. Frankie Allen, Sonny Allen, Covington, Louisiana, bringing this beautiful car to the reunion. All right. We need Ted Craig to come to the tower. Ted Craig to the tower, please. Ted Craig. If you're alive and well, come to the tower, please. All right, the 33 Willys out of Covington, Louisiana, goes through the quarter mile in just 9.17 seconds on a 9 flat index at 137.06. 137.06. Hey, Hot Rod Bob Beck with the 409 Chevrolets.
Thanks, Ron. All right. We've got lots going on. The 409s, 348s are coming up at you right now. The cackle cars for this evening are in position. The tent is all set with chairs as we get ready. The autograph session going on right alongside it. So head on over to the reunion tent, check it out, get the autograph of this weekend's honorees. All right, 409s a pair. Steve Morgan out of Mount Vernon, Indiana with the Chevy. He's taking on Tom Trupo from Canute, Ohio. 66 GMC pickup truck. Got a 348 cubic inch Chevy. That's the small block of the W motors. They call these W motors because of the shape of the cylinder head. 348s and 409s. 409 immortalized in song. She's so fine, my 409. Save your nickel, save your nickel. 409. Yeah, I'd love to get a 409. Picking up the front wheels in the air. Steve Morgan, 62 Impala is moving through the lights. He ran a 10.97 last time. This time he slows down to 11.07, 118 miles an hour. The pickup ran a 15.71 before, slows down to a 15.88. Temperature's getting a little warmer, the car's slowing down. Alloy out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. 62 Chevy Biscayne 409 4-speed. 62 Biscayne, he ran 13.23. Alongside him is James Schrader. 62 Bel Air, two-door stroke 409. Ironhead 2 quad carbs feeding this big motor. Turbo 350 transmission on the way. Down track. Runs a 12.57, a little bit slower than last time. 13.38 for Alloy, also slowing down. So the temperature having an effect. Yeah. Valerie McCombs in the 62 Impala SS 409. It's a Rossler 350 automatic transmission. Caroline Galvin. Now, normally this car runs twin 409s, one injected, one blown. This time they only brought one. It's a 30 over 409 with a power slide. Dragster digs in with a 0.37 reaction time, heads on down track, right in the groove, through the lights. 909, 152 miles an hour to a 1096 at 119 miles an hour. Nova's got a V8 409 with 600 horsepower out of Garland, Texas. Roger Robinson. He ran 10.04 last time out. Bo Martin, Washington, PA is his base. 63 Impala SS. Jericho 4-speed. Back end takes a hop and a pop when he bangs the gears. The Nova, though, is moving out in front. Lighter weight, same engine. Through the lights, the Nova 10.06 to an 11.01. Lonnie Hall, his son, the mechanic, is Scott Hall out of Dayton, Ohio. 62 Impala 409 with a turbo 400. Sponsored by the Fatted California. Fatted Calf. Bowling Green. Rick Ingman in the Suede machine. He pulls away. 61 Biscayne 380, stroked out 348. It's original tri-power 4-speed. Gets passed by the 409, cruises through the lights 11.78 to 13.78. So far, Richard is the only one to go quicker in this round of qualifying. George Allen Jr. out of Copley, Pennsylvania. The Blue Screamer 62 Impala 450 cubic inches for the 409 with two 4 barrels. Turbo 400 trans, 12-bolt Chevy rear end with 488 gears. Brian Fugate out of Norwalk, Ohio, 63409. It's punched out to 474 cubic inches, also running a Turbo 400. Now, I bought the car as a junior in high school at age 17. Painted it 6 months later, still got the same paint job and driving. 053 reaction to a 133. Pulls away. Fugate pulls away first, but he's not going to be able to take the win this time out. 1098 to an 1161. He also gets quicker, as does Alan George. The bright white 61 Biscayne 409 with a stick shift, probably a 4-speed. That's Brian LaBombard. He races the car in Superstock classes, and it has an original X-member frame. Dick McKenzie out of Bear, Delaware, the red 62 Bel Air, 448 409. Takes a little sideways jaunt right off the hit. It's got a G-Force 4-speed. They headed down track to 61. Really doing it. Runs a 940, 2/10 quicker than his last run. He really picked up the pace. 10:04 on a 10:0 for the last one. Now the big wing thing here in the right lane. And Mark Steele in the left lane. Ray Barnhart out of Canute, Ohio, 60 Chevy, 405 tranny. He cruised down the highway at 2,800 RPM, 70 miles an hour. He built his own motor. Mark Steele out of Falconer, New York, near Buffalo is the competition. But I'll tell you what, that 60 is just blowing his doors off. The Autumn Gold 409, 340 horsepower, rock crusher 4-speed car. Chasing down the track, 1183, a little bit quicker for Barnhart. 1473, slowed down for Mark Steele. Biscayne and Impala getting ready to go. Shandali out of Missa. 62 Chevy Biscayne Garnet Red 409, 4-speed. Got an RW intake manifold, Dutch headers, 9-inch Ford rear end, 457 gears. Taking on Brian Lambert. The stroke, 409 with a T10 4-speed. And wow, he's out in front. This is a street car, and it's running quicker than some of the race cars. Headed down track, it's the Jegs Lane getting the win, 12-19 to a 13-24. Tim Tassimer is in the wagon. 62 Chevy station wagon, a long roof racer. Got a 4-speed. Competes in the NHRA F stock. The car replicates the one he raced in 66 to 69. He raced NHRA Division 1, also gained notoriety as an announcer. I gotta watch my job. At the former Connecticut drag strip. The original car ran F stock at 1250s, 119 miles an hour, carried the name Dog Catcher. Brian Lambert alongside him in the 62 Impala SS, actually Rob Walden out of Doraville, Georgia. Walden pulls away, the wagon bogs a bit. He hits the pedals, dumps the clutch, banging the gears, but wow, look at the left lane. The right lane runs 886, 150 miles an hour. 1419 at 101 miles an hour for Tim Tasser. Joel Zepek out of Golden, Colorado, 62 Bel Air, 409, 425, and it's got a power glide. He's taking on Tom Gieb out of Clarence Center, New York. 62 Impala, also 409. He ran 1130 last time out. Zepek ran a 1315. Open up into the beams. Full stage, lights dropping, off they go. 130 to a 248 reaction time. Tom gets a better reaction time. Joel chasing him down, but he's not going to catch him this time out. Thomas goes through the lights in the Budweiser lane with an 1120, quicker than last run, to a 1314, a little bit quicker. The Model A Hot Rod. It's an all steel 409, a 62 model with a power glide in a real steel 31 Ford Coupe. Old Ford, built Ford tough with a bunch of Chevy stuff. Randy Kirker behind the wheel of the Model A. Those things sit high, got a real narrow frame, but if we're looking at it from this angle, that's got a huge differential in the back to try and contain the power of the 409. Takes the front wheels up just a little bit, heads on down track, gets double 03, near perfect reaction time. 1.4 the first 60 feet, cruises through the finish line lights, 1070. Just 1,000 or so off his last run. Hot Rod 1, you should be in the lanes. Hot Rod 1, you should be in the lanes. Sportsman Exhibition should be ready to go. All right, we just ran the 409 Eliminator. We're running Sportsman Exhibition now. Then Hot Rod 1, you will be... All right. We are going to run the Sportsman Exhibition after this. This is an actual elimination round now. We are starting first round of eliminations. Hot Rod 1 are the quicker half of the group. Hot Rod 2 will be the slower half of the group. So you don't have a slow car up against a really quick car and you have somebody burning down on the starting line. So this is Hot Rod 1 coming out now. These are the quickest of the Hot Rod group. This will be an elimination round, not a qualifier. These guys will be racing for all the gusto. Quick check of the track, making sure everything is all right before we send these down. This is an actual competition run now, not a qualifier. We're moving right into the elimination rounds. This is the first elimination round of the day. I'm Hot Rod Bob Beck. Glad you could be here. The 14th running of the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion here at Beech Bend. First time for me to ever be here, and I'll tell you what, I can't wait to come back again. This is just beautiful here. You got a great track, great people, and amazing cars, too. A little track prep before these guys go down track, putting down some rubber, making it nice and smooth and clean so they will have a good racing surface. We appreciate your patience throughout the day as we get things going. Things have been running pretty smooth. Just had that one oil down in fuel, and we are doing good. Now, for those of you that were here yesterday and saw the gasser take the long way down the track, sometimes not always on its tires, the driver is okay. He is back at the track. He does have some injuries, the biggest ones to his wallet, but he is back. He's got a broken collarbone and a chipped vertebrae, but he is all right. He will heal, and he's already thinking about the first question he had when they pulled him out of the car was, how bad's the car? So, you know, at that point, you don't even ask him his name. You know he's okay. Steve Boggs. Steve Boggs, come out wherever you are. They'd like you at the autograph session, please. Steve Boggs to the autograph booth, please. Mr. Boggs, please come to the autograph booth. They are waiting for you. You are one of the honorees and one of the people you need to be recognized by your fans. Now, your son, Ted Jr., is at the base of the tower waiting for you. You got to raise parents a lot different these days. All right, Wayne Hardy coming up here in the Budweiser lane. 66 Chevelle is going to be dialed in at 1089. Jeremy Bennett in the 65 Noble Wagon dials 1063. The wagon will leave the line first. He'll be chased by Wayne Hardy. This is an eliminator round, not a time trial any longer. So this is for first round bragging rights. The wagon's smoking up a storm as they move up into the lanes. So what we do is they've estimated their ETs at the finish line. You can't go quicker than what you estimate. The slower one will leave first. In this case, it's going to be Wayne Hardy in the Chevelle with a 1089. Jeremy Bennett will try and chase him down. Let's see him leave. Reaction times are not even close. The wagon coming on strong. If he goes too quick, he's going to lose. What happens? He wins because he went the right ET. However, Wayne Hardy went too quick by 0.003 of a second, broke out, so Jeremy Bennett becomes the winner. Dave Lambert, 1065 dial in his Chevelle. Clyde Dunphy, 1041 with the Mustang. Mustang will try to chase the Chevrolet down. Nostalgia racing at its best. Take a photograph in black and white, and this will look like the early days of drag racing. Go down the track. The engine times are close. Not good, but close. They're headed down there. The Chevy's got a slight edge. Ford starts to pick up the pace at the stripe. Breakout. Mustang goes too quick. 1036 on a 41. 1065 with a 9 on a 1065. Dave Lambert runs the way he wants. Gary DeWeese coming up next in the 55 Chevy. 1085 dial in for the 55. The Camaro of David Long, 1035. The 55 Chevy will leave the line first. The quick Camaro will try to chase him down. There is 0.5 of a second difference between the two. The Camaro is going to have to be patient and wait. 55 off the mark. Chevy Camaro pulls the front wheels in the air. Reaction time advantage, a huge one. Will he be able to capitalize on it and take the win? Camaro double breakout. They both go too quick. Dave Long in the Camaro breaks out by the least amount. Runs a 31 on a 35 and takes the win. Craig Murray out of Mississauga, Ontario with the 55 Chevy dials 10:01. Dave Cavesto out of Windsor, Ontario at 9:75. The AMX will try to chase down the 55 Chevy. They both hit the loud pedal and off they go. Hole shot for the 55 Chevy. He's out in front. AMX closing. AMX takes the win. 9:89 on a 72 to a 10:25. Craig doesn't run the number, but at 132 miles an hour, he wasn't backing out. Comet of Kurt Hofett out of Wright City, Missouri, 10:46 dial-in. Charlie Jackson, a 10:67 dial-in. Vega leaves first. The Comet will try to run him down. Full staged. Lights begin to drop. Vega leaves the line hard, but late on the light. The Comet is right there with him. They're side by side. Door handle. The door handle. The Comet takes the win. 1060 to a 1073. Charlie Jackson becomes first round runner-up. Two long roof racers. Kenny Pease in the Nova. Adam Klein in the Malibu. Two wagons. 434 cubic inches worth of big block in the Nova. 383 small block in the Malibu wagon. Now you may have trouble seeing the Malibu wagon. It's got kind of a camouflage paint on it. Malibu picks the front wheels up and leaves the line out in front. Excellent reaction times for both drivers as they head down track. Nova closing in, closing the gap, getting closer. Doesn't do it though. 933 on a 933 to a 1064 on a 64. They run the number. Adam Klein had the better reaction time by 300ths of a second. Nick Fields against Chris Ritter. Chris Ritter, 1038 dial-in for the mighty Monte Carlo. 1064 for the 77 Vega. Vega leaves the line first. The big, heavy Chevy Monte Carlo will try to chase him down. Full stage for the Vega. Monte Carlo tapping the brakes. Inching forward. He's staged. Red light. Nick Fields gives the win away. Chris Richter gets the gimme. A 1038 is what he was going to run. He runs a 1041, 1066 for Fields, but Fields red lit 24 thousandths of a second too soon. Oldsmobile and Vega. Terry Tyler out of Indianapolis, Indiana, 85 Cutlass, 945 dial-in. Chuck Garrett in the Vega, 981 dial-in. He gets almost 0.4 of a second head start. Vega's got a small block. Cutlass has a Chevy. See, even Oldsmobile drivers know a Chevy runs better. For both drivers, Vega out in front, Oldsmobile trying to close in. Oldsmobile's got a problem. He smartly gets out of the groove, but he started losing some fluids right there at about the 8th mile mark. 985, good for the win for Chuck Garrett. Terry Tyler, excellent job of pulling the car off the racing surface once he knew he had a problem. We'll be checking this out now. We see some streaks from the tower. We'll let the crew go out there and see what it is. Don't see any really bright, shiny streaks, so it could just be water. It was a white cloud behind the vehicle, starting at about the 8th mile mark. We're going to check that out before we send any more cars down track. Safety is of utmost importance. Thank you for coming out for the 14th annual Holley Hot Rod Reunion. And if you haven't already gotten your shirts from the guys at Holley. They have got all the top names of nostalgia racing in T-shirts for $10. All your favorite nostalgia brands: Holley, Mallory, Hayes, Mr. Gasket, Wyand, Lakewood, Hooker, Headers, and more. Head on down to the Holley booth. Just $10. Go home with the T-shirt of your dreams. Autograph session going on right now alongside the main tent. You can check it out, meet and greet with the honorees before tonight's presentations. Get them to sign the autograph on their hero cards. You can get down there right now. Check them out. All right, we found the fluid out there. We're going to check it out. Not sure what exactly it is. The sidewalk Zamboni going to make the first pass. We've got the big sweeper following just in case. Sidewalk Zamboni has slow ET so far. They're checking out the Oldsmobile now. And they'll tow him off track, but he did a great job. He knew there was a problem. He quickly got out of the racing surface, safely pulled it over to the guardrail and came to a stop. Exactly what you're supposed to do. All right, tow truck going down to pick him up and get him off track. On the track or on the street, the #1 brand in performance is Holley, with over 110 years of carburetor performance excellence. You have heard about the Ultra Street Avengers, the Ultra double pumpers, the Ultra XP, the Ultra Dominator carburetors. They're ultra light, ultra cool, and ultra fast. Holley carbs are the most powerful carburetors money can buy with no further modifications. Holley, the winningest company in racing history. And from easy street to full race, Holley's EFI systems cover everything from simple self-learning throttle body systems like the Sniper EFI, the Terminator Stealth, and the Terminator EFI to all-out race systems like the Holley Dominator system. Breakthrough features include self-tuning strategies, handheld programmers, and striking touch screens. Tomorrow's fuel injection today with Holley EFI. The Hooker headers are the winningest headers in racing history. They celebrate over 50 years of performance and power. Hooker headers feature tuned length primary tubes, high quality welds, long transition collectors, and machined flanges. Oh, be still my heart. And much more. From stock Camaros to NHRA Pro Stockers, Hooker has the header to make your classic or late model vehicle quicker, faster, and lighter. Hooker, when only the best will do. Now, everybody knows about nitrous as the world's best power adder, and everybody knows that NOS is the #1 nitrous system. NOS offers the most complete line of systems for street or race vehicles. Now, when you're looking for throttle in a bottle, go with NOS, the leader in nitrous technology. Now, I've often seen nitrous cars at the drags, and they purge the nitrous right in front of the windshield. Goes up into the air. You got this little smoke cloud of the nitrous. I've always thought that was a waste of good nitrous oxide. If you're going to purge the nitrous bottle, purge it to the driver's helmet. Make the driver happy. Why waste the nitrous? YN Superchargers are the world's best bolt-on for full-time power. YN Superchargers deliver up to 50% more power every time you step on the gas. If you don't need something that radical but still want horsepower, check out YN's aluminum manifolds. They deliver low-end punch while maintaining top-end power. YN Superchargers and manifolds, your horsepower headquarters. Getting the fluid to the right spot on the engine? Well, that's Earl Performance Plumbing Products. Now, they brought aviation fluid transfer technology to the automotive performance market over 50 years ago, and today's top team roles. With the most extensive line of plumbing products available, you can count on Earl's from start to finish. From every level of hose ends, adapters, and brake lines to coolers and accessories, Earl's has the highest quality plumbing selection that is still second to none. All right, the autograph session going on for just a few more minutes, so if you want to get an autograph from the honorees today, head on over to the autograph tent. The autograph tent right behind the NHRA Museum T-shirt booth. All right, one of this track in the early 70s was one of the biggest motorcycle events ever, and they were always Father's Day weekend. With me is Frank Spittle, and Frank's got 3 of the bikes that raced here on display. They're all twin motor bikes. Why don't you tell us a little bit about them?
Well, from 1970 through 1978, the biggest all motorcycle drag race in the country was held right here on this weekend, ironically, on Father's Day weekend. And back in that era, it took 2 engines, and in some cases, like Russ Collins had 3 Honda motors on his Top Fuel bike. But we've got 3 of the bikes here that ran those races back 40 years ago. And so we've had a lot of people coming by and looking at them and asking if we were going to run them or crank them. We're not going to run them, you know, we got a lot more sense now than we had back then. But we are going to crank them about 3 o'clock. So we're over by the, close to the tech booth, and anybody wants to come by around 3 o'clock and hear a couple of them crank up, we'll do it for you.
All right, you're outside the oval right now on the grass. Look for the 3 bikes. And Elmer Trent was one of the bikes. It's the one you've got, right? And Elmer was legendary. And I remember seeing him when he sat on a bike. He sat on a bike. I mean, he needed the extra motors. So, yeah, I remember seeing him. He came out to California for the big bike drags we used to have out there, too.
Even in England, he went over to England and raced. Yeah.
So you want to see the bikes, and they'll fire up vintage motorcycles. You're not going to see this anyplace else. Multi-motor motorcycles firing up old school, and a twin Triumph and 2 twin Harleys.
It's not in running condition yet, so we're going to fire 1 Triumph and 1 Harley. Both have a twin engine.
All right, 3 o'clock over by the Harleys and by the bikes. Check it out. They're on the outside of the oval, and you will see some great-looking machines. Yeah, I went over and looked at them. They are wonderful. All right, a little bit of stuff down on the track. We're getting it cleaned up. We'll be back to racing action in just a moment as we compete with the Hot Rod Elimination. So the Hot Rods are in the lane. We're doing their Eliminator. Modified Eliminator. It's your call to our elimination rounds for Hot Rod and Competition Eliminator and Gas Eliminator and Modified Eliminator. But right now, we're going through the Hot Rod Eliminators. We need Modified Eliminator to the lanes. Modified Eliminator to the lanes. Gas Eliminator, stand by. Autograph session going on for just a few more minutes. You want to get that autograph by the honorees. They are there. You need to get over there quickly before they leave. Thank you for coming out to Beech Bend for the 14th running of the Holley National Rod Reunion. Insurance. AAA, your car insurance go-to. All right, the good news is you see the big sweeper driving past the area where we were cleaning up. Nostalgia racing is great. I love the old cars. I grew up with them. To see them preserved as we do here, to see them raced, people doing what they were intended to be done, was race them, have fun with them. It's great to be here to see it happening. You know, one thing I've noticed is some of the new cars are going kind of nostalgia. The new Mustang, the new Camaros are nostalgic. And I was out talking to a buddy that has one of the new Mustangs because the new Camaro came out and it's quite different than the previous one. I asked him if he'd seen it, and he said not since second gear. Live feed on all that's going on today. Going out over D3 TV. Go to YouTube, search D3 TV, and check it out. You can see all the live feed of the racing action. Tell your friends it's going worldwide right now. People all the way on to This is a page for Robert Page. We're paging Robert Page. Robert Page, come to the base of the tower, please. Robert Page to the base of the tower. You're lost, but you didn't know it, so we got to find you. All right, Zamboni sitting still as we get well, he's coming back. That's a good side. The sweeper taking care of the off. Well, now he's coming back. He's going to drive around. Yeah, drive around the crew guy. You don't want to hit him. They mess up the brushes. Temperatures a lot cooler than they were yesterday. Right here under the big the center of the oval. So we're going to do the honoree presentations under the big top at the conclusion of racing. After that is done, we have 4 cackle cars. They're going to fire up for you, and you can be with the Nitro. The hot rods are in the lanes, getting ready to go. This is an elimination round for them. No longer qualifying for these guys. These guys are actually racing for the money. Spraying down some tacky stuff. We'll be back to racing action in just a few moments as the tractor makes its U-turn and squeezes down some rubber onto the track. With them, final prep on the track. The tractor pulling some rubber down over the surface. We'll be here getting ready to go in just a moment. Tractor makes the big U-turn. He'll be back down here shortly. Thank you for your patience. Thanks for being part of the 14th annual Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. right on the end of the pit grandstands. So you're welcome to go to the non-denominational services brought to you by the RFC Group. Racers for Christ. It'll be at the end of the pit grandstands at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. It's a little bit more rubber being put down there. Got to make sure the track is as sticking when they're done as it was before they got there. All right, someone walking back into the grandstands. He's got an Ohio George poster. I guess Ohio George and Don Garlitz are back in the pit area signing autographs. Go out and meet and greet the two legends of drag racing. Big Daddy Don Garlitz, probably the most recognizable name in drag racing. And if you've not been to Florida to his museum in Ocala, you're missing a lot. I'll tell you what, that is a great place. I was working in Orlando, drove up there. Got to see the museum. It is great. His collection of 40 Fords is amazing, too. He's got two buildings full of cars. One of the more interesting ones to me is I remember when Don Garlitz actually drove funny cars. And you got to remember, he used the steel body of a Dodge Dart, lowered it down over a dragster chassis. It wasn't a flopper style. The only thing that picked up was him. But it had a full steel body on the thing, and it was neat, down real low. Emery Cook drove it? Yeah, it was neat. He had a Ivo's twin-engine car there, and Tommy since restored it and took it out of there. Now it goes to different places. I think the Barnstormer is now in Ron Johnson's stable down in San Diego. But Don Garlitz has got race cars, sports cars, the 40 Ford collection, his personal 40 Ford collection. The memorabilia is amazing. Head down to Ocala and check it out. It's a great place to stop. It took me about 4 hours to see everything I wanted to. I went through it twice because the second time I caught things that I missed the first time. They're making final passes over the track. We'll be back to racing action in just a bit. Remember, get more. How much you can save on insurance through AAA. AAA, so easy. Those help keep me in in a job too, because I'm one of the many. You know, we all do a lot of driving. You know, you go to the track back home. Cool, quiet, solid, comfortable vehicle. Visit the Dynamat Dynamic Legends tent and get the scoop on Dynamat and autographs of your heroes. Visit your idols at the heroes at the Dynamat Legendary Hospitality Tent. The autograph session just about ending, but it's today at 2 p.m. It'll be back again tomorrow at 2 p.m. And don't miss out and talk and visit with the legends of drag racing and hot rodding. Brought to you by Less Noise and the folks at Dynamat. All right, the Zamboni's coming back. We are ready to go. The engines have fired up. Boards out of Indianapolis, Indiana, 65 Chevrolet with a 427. Taking on Mustang of John Westhoff out of Martinsville, Missouri. 1061 dial into 1062. This is going to be nearly heads up. It's only 100,000th of a second separates them. The Chevy will get 100,000th of a second lead. Negligible. You're not even going to see the difference, especially if reaction time comes to play, which it probably will. Big heavy Chevy and the Mustang. Moving forward into the beams. Full stage for the Chevy, full stage for the Mustang, and the lights begin to drop. Under the Chevy pulls the front wheels up in the air. The difference on reaction time is also 100th of a second. Who's going to take the win? It's the Chevrolet, 1063 on a 62. The Mustang goes too quick, breaks out, and loses with a 1059. Paul Jones out of O'Fallon, Missouri, 78 Malibu Coupe, taking on Brian Dennis out of Clarksville, Tennessee. 1089 dial in for the 66 Mustang. 1095 dial in for the Chevy. The Chevy will leave the line first. He gets 600ths of a second head start. I mean, these are negligible differences. When the lights came down in the last pair, we couldn't see any difference in the light at all. This is going to be 600ths difference. I can see a slight edge. The Chevy pulls away, gets crossed up, out in front. Mustang closing in. 60-foot marks are almost identical. 330, the Mustang is moving. Is it going to be enough to catch the Chevrolet without breaking out? No, he breaks out. He runs an 84 on an 89 dial-in to a 97 on a 95. Paul Jones had the better reaction time by a whole bunch, and he took the win. S10 Chevy pickup, Trevor Mesmore. Andrew Meredith in the big Chevy. 1095 dial-in for the Chevy. He gets 0.6 of a second head start over the S10 pickup truck. Full stage barely bumps in the S10. Chevy strong, S10 chasing. Reaction advantage, a huge one. S10 spinning him as he heads down track. We see the streak. 1 to a 93 on a 95, and he had the advantage on the reaction time. So Andrew Meredith in the Budweiser lane loses. Watch this pickup truck do its wheel stand. Rick Osborne dials 1090. Tim Snipes a 1082. Osborne has been setting it back on the wheelie bars, pulling the front end up so high we can see the hood from the tower. Full staged. Pickup truck, wheels go up in the air. He heads towards the center line. Straightens it back up again. The Falcon straight as an arrow down the track. Falcon trying to close in. Is the truck going to be too quick? No, the Mustang is too quick. Mustang Osborne takes the win with a 10.97 on a 90. Rick Seba out of West Alton, Missouri, 55 Chevrolet, dials a 934. Mike Goodwin in the Dart, a 1013. Goodwin will get a head start. Almost a half second. The Chevy driver, Rick Seba's got to be patient. We got a deep stage in the right lane. Look better. Goes in too deep. He's an 015 red, 018 green. Seba takes the win. Goodwin becomes the first round runner-up. He runs a 1014 on a 13, but red lit with an 015. 929 breakout for Seba, but he got the win because it's first or worse. And in this case, the first was the red light. Joey Fay out of Webster, Kentucky, 1055 dial in with the dragster, the Camaro. Greg Wentz, a 1006. Wentz dials 1006, 1055 for Fay in the dragster. Dragster's way out there, accelerates a lot more rapidly. Camaro starts to close the gap. Oh, and he doesn't quite do it. Fay runs right on the dial-in with a 1055 to a 1013. Big Chevy wagon taking on the Little Nova. The Chevy 2, the Little Deuce, dials 1088 of Tom Allman. 1192 for Morris Whitley. The wagon will leave over a second ahead. The Nova driver's got to be patient and wait. That could be an eternity. The wagon will almost be at the 60-foot mark before the Nova gets the green. Lights drop the wagon. Red lights! So Allman gets a gimme. Oh, but talk about cutting it close. Whitley, 004. 0.04 of a second away from a perfect light. You got a double breakout, but again, it's first or worse. And Morris Whitley, red lit, he also broke out. The grumpy little gremlin is Dan Perrine, a 1082 dial-in. Gary Whitford, a 1044 with the Camaro. The gremlin will leave the line first. Gets 0.4 of a second head start. Whitefoot will try to run him down with the Camaro. Leaves the line. Oh, it's going to be a tough one. Gremlin drilled the tree. The Camaro closing in. The door handle. The Gremlin takes the win. 1084 on a breakout. 1042. Dan Perrine getting the win. He had a 006 reaction time. 069 for Whitefoot was not a bad reaction time, but a 006 is tough to beat. Gasser style Nova over in the left lane. Bruce Sturdivant out of Louisville, Kentucky, 64 Nova with a 434 motor. 1036 is dial-in. Brent Fay, 10 flat dial-in with the Roadster. '23T altered, 400 cubic inches with a Chevy Power. The Nova with 434 cubic inches. The Roadster probably weighs 1,300 pounds, whereas the Nova, well, there's about 2,000 plus pounds of race car there. He needs more motor to get moving. Drills the tree on the competition. Frey behind the mark in reaction times, but he's driven already past the Nova. double breakout, and Brett Fay breaks out by 10th of a second next round. Plastic Fantastic Corvette, Rough Mud out of Fairdale, Kentucky. Terry Lindsay out of Bowling Green, 931 dial in for the Camaro, 1062 for the Corvette. Corvette gets 1.3 seconds worth of head start. That is a 60-foot mark for these cars. The Corvette will be at the 60-foot mark. That's that first orange cone in front of the Christmas tree before the Camaro is going to leave. Camaro driver's got to be patient. There he goes. Corvette way out there. 60-foot marks are good. Camaro's caught the Corvette. Is he going to go too quick? The Corvette is. Runs a 10:58 on a 62 to a 9:34 on a 31. Camaro takes the win. Lindsay going on to the next round. At fendered Ford here in front of the tower. Nova dials 1144. That's Brad Glass. Don Oglesby Jr. in the fat fendered Ford dials 1213. So the old Ford, the yellow, screaming yellow machine. I wonder how many buses had to give up their paint job for that Ford. And he's going to leave the line first, and Brad Glass going to try and chase him down. All right, this is Hot Rod 2, the second half of the group. And Oglesby, red light, big time. 48 into the late on the light was Brad Glass. Get him some caffeine with a 432. Mustang and a 55 Chevy. Larry Bagwell in the Chevy dials 1257. Wade McGee a 1309 with the 1969 Mustang. 351 small block taking out a 406 small block. High riding gasser style 55 Chevy. Going to be chasing the Mustang. Mustang pulls away, spins him. Puff of smoke out the back as he heads down track. Chevy's already closed the gap. 0.2 of a second better on the 60-foot mark. They are next to each other at the stripe. Double breakout. Mustang breaks out by less. Oglesby, or McGee, takes the win. Bagwell way under. He runs a 33 on a 57. Sonny Miller out of Washington, Indiana in the big heavy Chevy 454. 62 Chevy dials 1244. Ralph Beaver in the Mustang a 1221. 0.2 of a second head start for Sonny Miller in the Chevy. Mustang will try to chase him down. Chevy's already lit the double bulbs. Mustang slowly moving in. Green light, off they go. Hole shot for the Chevy. Mustang now galloping hard. He's not closing the gap though. They're equal at the 8th mile mark on ET, so the Chevy takes the win. 12:45 on a 44. The Mustang at 12:27 on a 21. Chevelle, Joe McGee out of East Telton, Illinois. 69 Chevelle, 385 cubic inches, taking on Mike Boyce. Royston, Ohio, 391 cubic inches worth of 61 Nova. 1145 dial in for the Nova, 1194 for the Chevelle. Chevelle takes off first. Oh, and he's late. Dead late. Boyce drills the tree. They are door handle to door handle coming up on the finish line. Breakout for McGee trying to keep up. 11:53 for Boyce. He had a 009 reaction. McGee, a 398 reaction. Reggie Moore, 11:40 dial in with the hot rod. Taking on Richard Towles, 11:63 dial in with the Nova. Nova will leave the line 2/10 ahead of Reggie Moore's In Rust We Trust, Model A. Oh, Moore sleeping on the starting line. Get him some caffeine. You do not want him behind you in a panic stop. Let me tell you. Oh, but he gets a gimme. Richard Towles breaks out. He had an 097 light to Reggie Moore's 498. And Moore gets the win when the competition goes too quick. Hot Rod Lincoln, Larry Ronells out of Mineral Point, 67 stinking Lincoln Continental with a 460. Bob Westhoff, Martinsville, Missouri, 63 Ford, also with the 360. The Ford got a full chassis. The Lincoln, Unibox, head down track. Reaction time's not even close. The Lincoln holding on to a slight edge and takes the win. 12:14 to a 12:47 double breakout. Lincoln breaks out by less. Model A sedan taking on the Hot Rod Comet. Johnny Matthews out of Lyles, Tennessee, 1197 dial in for the Comet. 1129 for Bobby Turner Jr. in the Carabel, Florida-based Model A. Full stage. Lights dropping. Comet off the mark. Bobby Turner, red lights. 19 thousandths into the red. Johnny Matthews gets a gimme and gets the win in the Budweiser lane. A double breakout, but it's first or worst, and Turner red lit first. The win goes to Matthews. Camaro and Camaro. 69 Camaro, first gen Camaro, taking on a third generation Camaro. Johnny Britt, 1194 dial in the 69 Camaro, 1144 for Tom Nichols out of Kebble, Kentucky. 1144 dial in. He's going to try and chase down the earlier. Loud pedal, spins the tires, heads on down track. He's got a better reaction time, but is that 60 foot going to hold up or the win? And it does. 1207 to an 1154. Johnny Britt had an 062 reaction to a very late 228. 44 of Gary Van Hart. 1205 dial in for the Suede 40. The Deuce, the Chevy 2. Bear Nichols, 1152 dial in. Ford's going to leave the line first. Chevy's going to try and chase him down. 460 cubic inches worth of big block Ford. Between those fat fenders in the Ford, 283 cubic inches. Red light for Van Hart. The win automatically goes to Bear Nichols in the Nova. Nova runs at 1161 on a 52. Not only does Gary Van Hart red light, he breaks out for insult to injury. Suede, Chevelle, James Britt, 1399 dial in, starts to pull away. Dave Ramos, 1187 dial in. Comet's already past the Chevelle. Chevelle was so slow and late on the lights. The Comet, hopefully he backs out, and he does. 1226, takes the win. The runs a 1921. 68 Camaro, taking on a 70 Chevelle. Marvin Poole in the Chevelle, 1369 dial in. Larry Stewart, 68 Camaro with a 1208. $13.69 dial in for the Chevelle, $12.08 for the Camaro. Cavell way out there. He has a good reaction time. Larry Stewart napping on the starting line. Is the Chevelle going to run too quick? No, he runs a 13.71. Good for the win to a 12.08 on a 12.08. But he gave it away with a 3.11 reaction time to an 0.69. Modified, first call to the lanes. Modified to the lanes, please, for eliminations. Modified to the lanes, please. Your first round of eliminations. Modified Eliminator to the lanes, please. Hammer the throttle and off they go. Steve 4-3 reaction in the Chevy. A 116 for Anders, and at the stripe, it's a breakout lose for Steve Houston. 11.87 for Jim Anders takes the win. Flying Falcon. Well, no, we're going to go back to the starting line. I've missed those. 12.17 dial in for the Anglia. They're looking underneath there. 11.83 for Barry Masterson. So Bill Northrop's going to lead the line first. Masterson will try and take him down. And no problem. 0.24 red light for Northrop, but a beautiful double 0.8 for Barry Masterson. So Masterson under his dial, but loses. 61 Falcon. Falcon pulls the front wheels up in the air as he red lights with a 191. Big red light. That's the worst red light we've had today. Yeah. And then he breaks out, so it's insult to injury. The win goes to Tom McCreary in the wagon. He runs a 12.31 on a 38. Little breakout, but a red light. Brad Spires, 13.99 dial with a Camaro. Barb Hillier in the Mustang. Mustang at 11.45 dial in. Wow, big gap, 2 seconds. Camaro's got to have the head start. Mustang will try to chase the Camaro down. Camaro moves away. Oh, Camaro out in front. Mustang close. And if the Mustang doesn't win this one, I'm going to be shocked. Mustang takes the win. Not only does the Camaro leave the line with a half-second reaction time, runs 2 seconds off the dial-in. 13.34 and 11.45 at 89 miles an hour. Mustang driver saw the Camaro had slowed down, so slowed down as well. Dan Matthews out of Morrow, Illinois in the MG, taking on Patrick Simons. 11.66 dial for the MG, 12.29 for the Camaro. The Camaro will leave, the MG will chase. Another late light. MG closing in. The 3:30, the MG's 0.3 quicker. The 8th mile, he's 0.5 quicker. At the finish line, he's too quick. And the Camaro takes since our old vintage K88 chassis. Brian Todd out of Hazel Green, Alabama, 31 Ford Coupe. The dial-in is 11.04 on the Coupe, 13.99 for the dragster. This is an old vintage 50s dragster, a real deal nostalgia car. All right, dial at 11.04 for the Model A, 13.99 for the K88. A I've only seen one other case. Look at him pop the wheels up in the air. Look at the lead he's got. Dragster is almost at the finish line. The Coupe is trying to chase him down. The reaction times are almost identical. The Coupe runs 2 seconds under his dial-in. I mean, the Coupe takes the win. The Dragster runs 2 seconds under. The Coupe runs an 11:08 on an 11:04 dial-in. The Dragster had a 13:99 dial and ran an 11-second pass. There's one of the Cackle cars going down track on a push start run. Modified should be in the lanes. .5, 750 Pro to the lanes. 750 Pro to the lanes, please. 750 Pro to the lanes. Ron Leake going to do modifieds now.
Thank you, Bob. All right, we've got Newton, Cubic Chevy in the 68 Camaro. Kevin Jordan, Lenexa, Kansas in the 51. Jacked up Silver Henry J with a 400-inch Chevrolet for power. All right, well, the Friday session of autographs has come to an end. Don't forget, tonight it is free of charge, the induction program in the large tent display, Arkansas. That hot rod down through there. Yeah, exactly. Get away from the, yeah. Apparently it's broke. Wow. Breaks and gets the win. Yeah, sure did. They, as a counselor, yes. Not biting. Modified Eliminator, ladies and gentlemen, will be next. And don't forget, those souvenirs are flying off the shelves over there. So make your visit at the Hot Rod Reunion. There's all kinds of things. For those of you with a man cave, there's all kinds of interesting numbers over there to take a look at. I'll, whatever I get paid this weekend, I'll spend about a half of it over there at the NHRA souvenir tent. Something that you must put on your must-do list. And especially considering Father's Day weekend, here is an opportunity for a young lady, or as a matter of fact, to bold statement and pick up one of the NHRA souvenir gifts for Father's Day. All right, we roll out the heavy ammunition, and we'll see what this is about. We'll be back with modified. The thing sting all kinds of foreign matter. State of the art. All right, that wasn't necessary. That remark will go unchallenged. The vacuum truck. the vacuum truck, very successful at its endeavor. Well, you know, and hey, on a personal note, want to thank all of you for protecting this beautiful, beautiful environment. You know, ladies and gentlemen, Dallas Jones and his wife and family and Brock over here, they put their heart and soul in this place. They spent just under $900,000 this past January and February repaving this whole place. I mean, who else does such a thing? Maybe Bruton Smith, but and he's publicly funded, so a little different deal, you know. But, you know, Edward Shansky over there had a product by the name of Linkite, which was an additive that would extend your engine life. And he sold it to the #1 customer of Linkite, which was a Mr. Bruton. Bruton told me at one time he would not sell a used car without Linkite in the pan, Linkite in the motor. So Edward sold it to Bruton Smith. It's now been renamed, and it is Z-Max. So that's the rest of the story behind the Linkite brand, which no longer exists. It's now Z-Max. A modified. And so crews are down there chucking things out, putting the big drag down, and so on. So, ladies and gentlemen, yet to go today, all kinds of stuff, including Al Hanna's Jet Cars. And then at 6 p.m., if we're anywhere near, and we're looking pretty good, actually, Hot Rod Region. Yeah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, while we have, it looks like it's about over with, I was going to suggest strongly a visit to what you want to engage in, ice cream. That ice cream here, I got to tell you something. The ice cream here at the booth right down, what direction would that be? You're right from the tower back to looking at the end of the staging lanes. What direction is that? North, thank you. Thank you very much. North. And if you go to about the third booth to, I would assume, the west, or would it be the east, to the intersection, that's where you can get some of the best ice cream money can buy. And I'm not putting you on with this. And matter of fact, Van Hook up here on the tower has quit talking to me because he expected, and I let him down, that I would come back to the tower with a triple scoop of ice cream for Mr. Hook. You know what? I got to be honest with you. I was up here in the tower announcing, and that crap laying on the ground down there was driving me nuts. So I went down and picked it up, and I'm sorry, the next time around, when Hot Rod Bob takes over the mic, I'll run. Oh, if I brought it. Track have returned to professional must have done that. Who in the world, who has that good a handwriting? Who has that good a penmanship? No. You. Cackle Fest participants and push truck drivers must attend the now listen carefully. Listen carefully. Cackle Fest participants and push truck drivers must attend. Must. M-U-S-T. Must. Big. Well, for me, the autograph session was so special because I hadn't seen or talked to Bill Bader in some time. We're old friends, dear friends. And Edward Shansky and I go back. Oh, my goodness, I don't even want to get into that. But here we are. We're back, and we're live with Modified Eliminator. James Collins, Seymour, Missouri, 56 and retired. How lucky is he? 63 Fairlane with a 427 Chevy. Mel Buck of Crestview Hills, Kentucky. 68 Barracuda 500-inch motor. Indy cylinder head motor. 10 flat on the Barracuda Index. 12 flat on the Fairlane out of Missouri. The Show Me State. All right, James Collins, Seymour, Missouri. Oh, and James, as cautious as he was, Huck, he red-lighted. He was being so cautious, and he red-lighted. Mel, Crestview Hills, Kentucky, goes through at 10:03 on a 10-flat index, 118.50, 14:33 on James Collins of Seymour, Missouri. Derek Adams, Franklin, Kentucky, 28-year-old truck driver. 68 Camaro, 383 Chevy. Adam Klein is his partner in crime. Tyler Bohannon of Louisville, Kentucky, 18-year-old student. Chuck and Tyler Bohannon, Louisville, Kentucky, 67 Corvette, 327 Chevy. Bill Bader Sr. and Ed Rashansky, if you'd like, and the rest of you guys, you can stop up to the tower if you'd like. We'll somehow create chairs. We'll somehow, maybe we can steal a park bench over there. Send somebody over to get that park bench. All right, Franklin, Kentucky, Derek Adams on an 1150 index. He goes 1145 with a 5. 2 over, 0.4. Batavio Product sideways. And the Falcon goes through at 1033 on a 1050. He broke out. The Ed Beaumont is taking the win. Oh, God. Can you imagine? Can you just imagine? Can you feel the pain of the Falcon driver? Wow. Jody Blaylock, Sr., Commerce, Georgia, 49 Hudson, with a 493 Mopar. Shane Gill, Highland, Illinois, 46 Plymouth. Chrysler, 440. Well, one thing they have in common, Hook, is they're both powered by Mopars. 46 Plymouth. That's something different. But if you think that's different, what about a 49 Hudson with a dragster? And the Hudson red lights with a mini red light, a small red light, but nonetheless a red light. A minus 014, and the Hudson's over the finish line at 1095, 120.87, and all for naught. Shane Gill, 10-11 at 132.27 on a 10 flat index. All right, we got a sanitary 55 Chevy from West Harrison, Indiana, 29-year-old Ian Bowman in a 55 Chevy Bel Air with a 490 Chevy Big Block. Scott Tiffany of Gosnell, Arkansas with a 51. Yes, sir. All right, Scott Tiffany, Gosnell, Arkansas, 65 Chevy pickup with a 406 Chevy for power. 081 weight on the pickup, 088 on the 5.5 two-door sedan with a 490, a big block Chevrolet 490. Bill Bader Sr., if you'd like, come up to the tower. All right, a 9, any 1971. He was alive. He backed off. He realized that he was way out front. Ryan Hanlon, St. Louis, Missouri, 67 Nova wagon. Ryan and his dad, Jim Hanlon, with a 400-inch Chevy in the wagon. All righty. Tackle AM at Raymond Goodman, Preston Davis pit area. Backside of the pit area by trees near Big Daddy Don Garlett's display and Ohio George Montgomery. Shea Smith, Louisville, Kentucky, 65-year-old engineer in that beautiful wagon, 372 cubic inch small block, 57 wagon. Bob Klink and John Deppner of Hamilton, 57-year-old. 4 on the 100, 119.81 for the win. The Corvette, a quick, he goes 11.25 on 11.50, but the other guy red lighted. So Kendall Gillespie, big winner. All right, Daniel Wright, Fayetteville, Tennessee, engine builder, 30 years of age in the orange. 66 Nova with a 406 Chevy. Sam Yater, Glenville, Pennsylvania. He and Diane fielding the 70 Ford Maverick with a 501 Ford for power. Power. Sam Yater, Glenville, Pennsylvania. An 082 light. 70 Ford Maverick 501 Ford. If he don't break out, he might have it. He has it. A 1013 on a 10 flat, a 124.27. 1033 on Mr. Wright at 128.93. Jeff Elizabeth Gregory fielding this 68 Nova with a 421 small block. Daniel Sokola, I believe it is, a Bartlett, Tennessee, 68 day red light with a mini red light, but nonetheless a red light, a minus 018. Jeff Gregory, the automatic winner in the Jags.com lane at 1013, 123.42. All right, another Chevelle and a Camaro. This is Modified Eliminator, ladies and gentlemen. And on the line right now, it would be, it may be, there we go, Neil Poole, Rochester, Kentucky, 75 years of age in the Malibu. He is running with a 400 cubic inch Chevrolet. Artie Schneider, St. Charles, Missouri, Carpenter, 71 Camaro, 433 cubic inch Chevy. You remember this flash? Blair Speed Shop ran one of these unique Chevys that's coming up to the line next. That I remember. A big guy, I can't remember his name. There was an article on him that Dave Wallace did shortly, not that long ago. You're right, that's who it was. All right, Open Cannon. Tennessee, 46-year-old auto technician, 65 under their Chattanooga, Tennessee, with a 6.2, a peanut motor, a 302 Chevy. Talk about peanut motors. How did that Champion Speed Shop car grab you? It's on the pole. Of all those big Hemis are sitting on the pole at this point. That Chevy just grabs at my heartstring. Okay, the winner is Robert Walker at 11:17, 90 miles per hour. Kevin Thompson, Smiths Grove, Kentucky, 70F, beautiful green car. Christina, responsible for the paint, the color. She picked out the color. 70 F85 O's, 461 O's. Kevin Thompson. Dave Marksberry, Florence, Kentucky. The Camels running on 11 flat index. The Oldsmobile, got taken out. He broke out. He took himself out. 1051 on a 1050 for David from Florence. On the line right now, Billy Stewart, Batavia, Ohio, 66 Chevelle. 327 Chevy. Robin Brown, Madisonville, Kentucky. Bulldog Mechanic, whatever that is. Oh, I know what that's about. That's about hopping up semis. 66 Chevy Deuce. Please, next round he runs. Ken Morris, Camden, Ohio, 41 Chevy. Chevy, 331 inches of Chevy mouse motor power. 1250 index on the 41 Chevy Coupe. And the 47 Hudson is underway, both with good reaction times. The Coupe way out in the lead, 029, 1250. He could break. The Hudson's can turn. Oh, the legend. About two. Behrman, thank you very much. Well, Mr. Bader decided that he isn't going to hang around up here very long. My God, we got Bill Bader, we've got Ted Jones, we got holy smokers. This is like being surrounded by, it couldn't be.
It's an honor and the IHRA, he's been through it all himself, but I'm going to turn this back over to you to announce this event.
Well, what can we say? Ted made it big, and we're still, still in the back in the caboose somewhere. Don Moore, Hamilton, Ohio, 72 FED with a 406 Chevy. It's 100. No, it's not a 406 Chevy. That is a misnomer. It's a 197-inch wheelbase Don Moore chassis, front engine dragster with a 406 Donovan. Nikki Taylor, and Don Moore in the Budweiser lane. Backing up, Todd Campbell, Hamilton, Ohio. They're both from Hamilton, Ohio. An 03 FE dragster with a 396 Chevy. At 750. Along at 7. 751 on a 750, and the guy is number 3. That's how keen the competition is. Okay, Moore, you need to get back in the center of the track, and he does just in, oh, this is qualifying. 7.50 Eliminator. This is happening so fast that somebody my age just can't keep up with it. Mike Murphy, Palm Bay, Florida, 57 Chevy, 598 Chevy. Mike Murphy and his cohort, Kenny Voss. David Seacrest, Austin, Arkansas, with a 07 yacht dragster with a 427 Chevrolet. Qualified number 24 at 745, actually under. 20th qualifier, Mike Murphy in the Budweiser lane, the 57 Chevy at 806. 806. What? Don't. This is final qualifying for 750. Final qualifying. You remember earlier in the day that 57 Chevy was belching smoke out of the cockpit, remember? And that crew, that owner worked them, Murphy worked them like dogs. Coming all the way from Florida, Murphy said, well, the driver red lights after the crew did all that work. David Seacrest is the winner. Oh boy, we got some smoke down there. Hopefully it's okay, but they have to check it out. Safety first. Make sure where that stands in the area of qualifying, but we'll figure it out. I won't. So celebrities drifting about, Mr. Van Hook. Ted Jones, a TV producer. Bill Bader Sr., holy smokers. Talk about heavy hitters. Whoa. Warren, what's going on in your corner? D3 TV's on the air, screening live. I didn't say screaming, I said screening. Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that I most enjoy about coming down here, and I haven't mentioned it, but now I have the opportunity to do so, the car show. The car show here is absolutely over the top. And to be honest about it, I wouldn't even know where to start as to what was my favorite. There are so many works of art surrounding the entire facility. It really is incredible. So if you get a break from this, if we're going to have a long shutdown period, and if you're into a healthy lifestyle, meaning walking, or if you're one of the fortunate ones to have a golf cart like the guy over there in the blue shirt that looks like the most relaxed individual in the universe, you can ride about the property, which is massive. This is Beech Bend Raceway Park. Now, Dallas, I'm sure, or Brock, is this still the largest camping facility? 406. All right, Wayne Sears. I have no idea if it's Sears and Roebuck or if it's outcast of the family or just where he's standing. And he cuts a good light running on a 750 turn. 749 with a 6th. I think it's time we consider opening that suicide prevention booth. 750 with a 5 for Buckley. Buckley, 750. Business. His crew chief, one of the smartest guys you can run into. His crew chief, Larry Wolnick, is the guy that came up with the device to measure traction at a track. Yeah, that's him. That's him. He is a protege of Austin Coyle. Yes, true story. Shorty Raider comes in at about 4 foot 8 inches. Martinsville, Indiana. Shorty Raider, Gary Hagan, his partner on the 67 Chevy Deuce. 540 Chevy, purple car out of Lincoln, Illinois. 3 entries out of Lincoln, Illinois. John Milham and David Schaefer. David is the driver of the 37 Fiat Coupe with a 412 Chevrolet. Stand by for Jay. No, I don't. Oh, John Wooden from Martinsville. Well, I'm sorry. Martinsville, Indiana. John Wooden. Oh, my God. Whoa! Keep it in the middle of the track there, bud. All right. An 022. An 022. All right. 760. Illinois, 32-year-old truck driver in a 32 Bantam Aldern. We have 14 Bantam Roadsters here this weekend. Jerry Conaway, Schaefer with a 400-inch Chevy. He is the number 7 qualifier thus far at 758. Jared Bradshaw, along with Leslie Bradshaw of Utica, Kentucky, with a Roland FED 496 Chevy for power. You will see me will be there. I am going to attempt to use what little influence I have to get right up in the front row, Mr. Bader, so I can applaud when you receive your just dues. God, Mr. Jones, he is the reached retirement age as the chief of police in Clintonville. What has Big Daddy said in response to your retirement? Does he still trust you as head of security for the Garlett's Foundation? And oh, good. Well, you're a good guy. I hope he stays with you. Times when people get older, they get blown off. You know what I mean? So Garlett's, of all people, didn't have an understanding of such situations. Check. Chris Nowak, Robertsville, Missouri, and Terry Nowak with the front engine dragster in the Willys. Dave Waters, Wildwood, Missouri, a Keith Black 511 cubic inch Hemi. A Keith Black Hemi. I'll tell you, Ted Jones, are you listening? Ted's with Karamazov. Stuff literally. Accidentally picked it up to the tower, you'll be $100 richer. Simple as it is. I know, but money motivates people, Warren. You ought to know that.
So racers out there, heads up, here is the schedule for the remainder of the day. Schedule's been a little bit revised, so we'll give you the cars. Then the AA gas supercharged cars will come out for their third qualifier. After that, it'll be Nostalgia Top Fuel for their third and final qualifying session. You'll see the funny cars after that, and then Nostalgia Pro Stock. AA Fuel Altereds, Gas Eliminator, and Geezer Gassards, and we'll end the program with the Jets, and we'll be secure for the evening. So competition round 1, you will move to Saturday morning. So again, that rundown for you, 750 Pro, which is what we're running right now, followed by 70 Pro. AA gas supercharged after that. Then it's Top Fuel for qualifying session number 3. Nostalgia Funny Cars, Nostalgia Pro Stock, AA fuel alternates, gas eliminator, geezer gassers, and the jets. And we'll call it a day and move over to the big tent over here in the oval. But that is the rundown for the day. In competition round 1, you have moved to Saturday morning.
Jeffrey Ferguson of Mississippi, along with Bale, just attained a time of 7:47 with a 0 at 179.23. He previously, he's still sitting with the number 3 qualifying position at 7:51 with an 8. 7 to dragster. 4-0. A 7 at 179.30. Now the Willies is pre-qualified with a 7:51 and an 8. All right, coming up next, this beautiful little purple dragster, Michelle Lewis. She is a bookkeeper. No, not a bookie, a bookkeeper. Hopefully she doesn't. Louisville, Kentucky. All right, we're still, ladies and gentlemen, in modified, we're in 7.50, 7.50. Con Garlitz Lewis is chassis fab man. He used to. We are at the 7. We're into 7:50 qualifying. Daryl Wanham, Utica, Kentucky, 41 Willys Coupe with a 560 Kent 61 here this weekend. The Utica, Kentucky with an 041 light, an 041, 759 and a 7 out, as well as Rich Kent. Rich dropped 2 100s, and Daryl dropped a whole bunch. All right, Randall Bowles, Slaughter's Kentucky, 57 Chevy with a 540 Chevy. He is currently qualified number 17 at 780. Ball Bowles. I assume these guys are related somehow or other. Ball Bowles, father and son, I'm told. 41-year-old farmer from Slaughter's, Kentucky. 23 Ford T, 598 cubic inch Chevy, attended by Pat Priels. He is currently in the Ford T, qualified number 12 at 761 on a 750 index. His daddy, 65-year-old Randall, is qualified at 786, number 17 on a 750 index. You know, on the way here this morning, I heard that if athletes, a good drink for an athlete is chocolate milk. Had you ever heard that before? Have you really? I had never, at this age, I had never heard that before. But I think it was the coach of the, Kentucky football team talking, endorsing chocolate milk. Never heard that before. So this evening after the event, if you're feeling a little bit sluggish, if you're feeling down, if you're feeling sluggish, if you need a pick-me-up, you might consider chocolate milk. All right. Randall Bowles, 732, too quick at 180 miles an hour, 754. So Bowles, he certainly helps his situation with a speed over the finish line of 178.59. And again, ladies and gentlemen, a good time to shop here in the after 4 p.m. The NHRA souvenir tent, chock full of goodies. goodies. You need to pick up something to make this memory a lasting. Visiting 7-0's coming up next. 7-0's coming up next. And there is Lee Taylor. I believe it's Lee Taylor, North Central Region Assistant Director, Nostalgia Drag Racing League Chaplain out there. Oh, my. It's pink, and it says what? Just do it. A pink backpack. If you see it, if you spot it underneath something or alongside of something, or where have you been today, sweetie? Oh, the bathroom. Well, that figures. Well, that's, I mean, you know, that's a place that something like that could happen. You do your job and you leave and you forget your backpack. Perfectly understandable. So if somebody can, if somebody would be so kind to find the pink backpack, I'll buy you some ice cream. Bring the pink backpack to the tower and we'll find Miss Sherry. We'll find her, Dallas. Trust me. We'll, if we have to, we'll call the FBI. So, hi, Dave. How are you?
And you want me to come up and
You're with the double B gassers?
no, the classical gas, AA gas?
Oh, the double A gassers. Well, you're the big guy.
Yeah. I got that Finders Keepers card that I just cracked.
Chuck Finder's tribute car.
Yeah, they want me to announce some things about the cars when they come up.
Oh, okay. Well, you're more than welcome to do that.
Okay.
Crazy Grandpa, is that you?
No, that's
With the original 57 Corvette, 1,200 horsepower, supercharged Chevy motor.
Yeah.
Benjamin
Mark Benjamin.
Kasky or something like that.
Ah.
And Clink. We all know what the Clink is about, right?
Yeah.
We were all teenagers at one time.
Specific Clink and Benjamin.
Oh.
Yeah.
And a 33 Steel Willys with a 400 cubic inch blown Chrysler, is it? The handwriting leaves a little bit to be desired.
Well, I didn't write it.
Blown Chevy.
Yes.
Dedicated USMC, Adam Benjamin. Yeah. Oh, my God. Oh, I'm sorry. Wow. Sure, go right ahead.
Hey, racers, just a reminder of the schedule update right now. We just completed the 7.5 Pro Eliminator category. 7.0 is at the ready line. They'll be up next. They'll be followed by the AA gas supercharged cars. Then it'll be qualifying session down Pro Stock to follow. AA fuel altereds, gas eliminator, geezer gassers, and we'll close out the show with the jet cars. That is the schedule revision, and competition, you are moved to Saturday morning. So again, 7.0 Pro is up next. AA gas supercharged, Nostalgia Top Fuel. Then Nostalgia Funny Car, Nostalgia Pro Stock, AA fuel altereds, gas eliminator, geezer gassers, and the jets.
All three of us at the table can identify with the geezer gassers. Or four, yeah. I forgot. I'm sorry, Slim. Well, we got Cackle Fest, participants and push truck drivers, 10:30 a.m. You must attend. This is a must-attend deal. You don't need to bring an attorney or your accountant or anything like that. All we need is a push truck driver and a Cackle Fest participant himself or herself. The must-attend meeting is at 10:30 a.m. Don't come drifting in at 11:30 because you'll be like the Lone Ranger. You'll be there all by yourself because everybody else would have split. At Raymond Goodman, Preston Davis pit area. Backside of the pit area, over by the trees, over by some shade, near Big Daddy Don Garlett's and Ohio George Montgomery's display. So that is tomorrow morning, and it is a must attend. Cackle Fest participants and push truck drivers. All right. If we have a willing runner, what do you mean you won't eat it? Quit lying. You know darn well you'll eat it. You're up here like a one-eyed hound dog in a meat market thinking about that ice cream. You've been yakking about it for 2 hours. You know you'll eat it. So now all I got to do is come up with a runner. Wait a minute. We're not. Okay, now here is a special message just for 750 participants. 750. If you are broke, and I don't mean financially, we're talking about your race card. If you are broke, you need to report to Mr. Jay Hollinger here in the tower. We need to know if you are broke. Yeah, if you won the round and you're broke, we need to hear from you. We need to hear from you as soon as possible. Very important. Boy, that big, what do you call it? That vacuum truck. Getting a workout here in the last hour, huh? Man. I sure did. But, my friend, yeah, you know what? It just illustrates years ago, people used to moan and groan over the latest safety rule. And all of those rules came about for a reason. They pertained to something that had happened. And now NHRA was going to step up and take care of a situation, whatever it may be, when it comes to safety. And yesterday's incident, if that had been years ago, well, guess what? It wouldn't have had the same outcome. But with today's safety intact, and every one of these cars was teched, we are talking about a very safe endeavor. And how are you, sir? Good for you. You're with Good Vibrations. Well, if I was with Good Vibrations, I'd probably be feeling a little better. And let's see, what do we got with Good Vibrations? Here it is right here. Good Vibrations Motorsports. Good Vibrations Motorsports. Welcome to all racers and fans. Are you down on power? Need a boost? Then Good Vibrations Motorsports has the cure for you. They specialize in superchargers for blown gas, alcohol, and nitro engines. It doesn't matter if you are muscling a funny car down the quarter mile, skimming across the lake, or cruising the boulevard. Good Vibrations has a blower for you. Supercharging is one of the most consistent and reliable forms of bolt-on power available, and is actually very affordable. Good Vibrations is also your injection connection, being the largest dealer in the world of Enderley fuel injection, hats, fuel pumps, drives, and linkages. Good Vibrations has a racer-friendly website filled with technical articles and how-to. You want that Good Vibrations feeling when you cross the stripe, then Good Vibrations Motorsports would like to hear from you. Visit them today across from the your skill. And that'd be, I know the one guy, I can't remember who it was, and I wouldn't say if I did, if I could remember it. That guy had about the worst reaction time in the last decade that I've seen. So he definitely should step over to Good Vibrations Motorsports and sharpen his skills. If you're going to win in drag racing today, you got to be able to cut a light. If you're a bracket racer and you're capable of in and out, week in, week out, of cutting lights better than 010, you know, Schumacher or Coletta or Force or one of those guys, sooner or later, you may hear from one of those guys, because the parity is such now with the cars themselves and the crew chiefs with their incredible vast knowledge, that the reaction time is so very important. And you know, Bob Fry isn't here at the moment, but this morning he has got all of this data that he himself has collected over the years by going to libraries in LA and researching for 4 or 5 hours old articles on drag races as to what kind of time and this and that. And I want to tell you, didn't he say that John Force, out of 1,500 showings at the starting line, won on 51 hole shots out of 1,500 races? So the fact is, Force isn't real sharp on the line. He's been winning over the years with Austin Coyle horsepower, and I don't even know who the crew chief is now, but I know this much. Austin Coyle and John Force have kissed and made up. Yeah, there was wasn't there a group or something like good? Yeah, the Beech Boys. Good vibe. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm not a singer, and I don't want to embarrass myself by trying to become one, so I'm not Ronnie Dunn by any stretch of the imagination. I wish I was. God, Raymond. Well, we'll take a break from the chin music for a couple of minutes and just kick back and relax for a minute. For Christ, not chapel service, 8 a.m. Don't forget, Cackle Fest participants, push truck drivers must attend pre-Cackle Fest meeting tomorrow at 10:30. Edmund, 7-0 Eliminator, and look at this bad-looking split window vet, would you? Wow. Gordon Horn, Rockport, Indiana, along with Bill Clark with a 532 Olds powered 63 Corvette. Number 2 point. Pat Friels, Island, Kentucky trucking operator, 66 GTO, 525 cubic inch GTM engine. John Pat Friels and Bob Satterfield, currently number 2 qualifier at 701 with a 0. Bill Clark at 1. And she may... An 027 light on the Corvette, and the Corvette goes a 703, a 702 for Friels. Those two guys are $199 each. All righty. We got that extended, that lengthened Angler coming out. Robbie Friels, Island, Kentucky, He is in the Hal Cano chassis, I guess it's a dragster. He is currently qualified number 3 at 701 with a 9, a 496 Chevy for power. Larry Harlan and Leroy Lester, Rockport, Indiana, with a stretched Angla with a 540 Chevy, currently qualified. The sedan is currently qualified at 727. Good for number 13 spot. There's Raymond Godman right now, below the tower. Eliminator. AA gas supercharged will be up next. What do you think of those apples? He did? Okay. I am told that this Anga went over 200 miles an hour already this weekend. Wow. Good thing he's got it stretched. You know, running over, yeah, and widened, going over 200. Whoa. Well, that's the sounds of a blower. The sweet sounds of supercharging. Okay. An 072 and an 068. The dragster 704. Leroy Lester and Larry Harlan 704. They both at 704 with a 0. With us in the Budweiser lane. All right, Don Nave of South Whitley, Indiana, in a Nave chassis dragster with a 496 Chevy, him and Rich Kreider. Steve Knopp, Salem, Indiana, tool engineer. He and Debbie Knopp, Steve and Debbie Knopp, 1969 dragster with a 392 Hemi, currently qualified in the 16th position at 768. Kreider and Nave are qualified currently in the number 12 position at 713 with a 5. Don Nave, that baby started skating, and I think with good reason. I think he has laid down a patch of some substance that none of us want to. Oh, and he's still going. And it's still coming out. This is not good. Not good at all. Whoa! This is almost like a world record for oil downs. I mean, it's going as far as the eye can see. There can't be, what did he have, a 40-quart pan on that thing? Holy cow. Yeah, he must have had a 55-gallon drum. Holy smokers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as I have said to you previously throughout the day, this would be an opportunity time to go to the can, to go to the souvenir stand, or to get yourself something to nibble on. Now is a good time because this is not a mess that's going to be cleaned up in 5 minutes. No way in God's green earth is this going to be cleaned up in 5 minutes. Not going to happen. Even with as much equipment as we have, it's not going to be over within seconds or 5 minutes or whatever. Now is a good time. If you've needed relief, your time has arrived. Or if you are hungry, which I am, I'm gonna sign off for a bit and go. Okay, I can, I guess. All right. Don't forget before it's all sold out. 2016 event souvenirs sold exclusively by the NHRA Motorsports Museum. The profits go to keep the museum open. That's why all of us associated with this project work so hard at hawking the wares, because it is for a very good cause. It's going to the NHRA Motorsports Museum. Pick up this year's hat, T-shirt, pin, decal, and so much more is available at the large event souvenir tent located inside the oval track. Those of you that purchased in advance can come by all weekend and redeem your voucher for a goodie bag here as well. Okay? That's right. If you don't get that shirt today, it may not be there tomorrow. The only, weight broke the bridge, and weight can put you out of the ballgame. I don't know if I said this so far today, but if I haven't, I'm going to repeat myself. Welcome to every one of you, every single one of you. Thank you so much for attending the 14th annual Holley Hot Rod Reunion presented by AAA Insurance. Support the sponsors: Holley Performance, AAA Insurance, Electa Coatings, Dynamat, Good Vibration Motorsports, and Hotheads Research and Racing. By stopping in their displays inside the vendor oval, shop the Reunion vendors, and support your local Bowling Green community. Well, I've done that. I've been in a Bowling Green restaurant every night since I arrived Wednesday afternoon. So I've done my part. During your stay here in this beautiful city, and that I really mean, because this is a nice place. Friday night's Hot Rod Reunion honoree reception is happening this year right here at the racetrack. Make sure at the conclusion of racing on Friday you head over to the vendor oval across from Holley in the reception tent and get a seat for the VIP honoree reception. We'll keep you posted on the actual start time as we all need to gather up. Grand Marshal Bill Bader Sr., Norwalk Raceway Park, or Summit Motorsports Park, I guess it is these days. Honorees Ron and Steve Boggs, Austin Myers, Gob Tiller, Ed Rashansky, and Chip Woodall. The honoree reception is something you shouldn't miss, because if you do, you'll miss out on some fantastic stories and the ever-entertaining Bob Fry. There is Preston Davis himself, ladies and gentlemen, Memphis, Tennessee. Preston Davis and Raymond Godman bringing to the reunion year in, year out, one of those fabulous Tennessee boll weevils. Yeah, the honoree, so we all understand one another. The honoree program, the honoree reception is not at the Holiday Inn. It's right here at the racetrack. All right, Cackle Fest participants and push truck drivers, don't forget, pre-Cackle Fest meeting tomorrow, Saturday morning at 10:30 a.m. at Raymond Godman Preston Davis pit area. Backside of the pit area by the trees you'll have a little bit of shade for the meeting. Near Big Daddy Don Garlett's and Ohio George Montgomery's display. Wow. Well, that's pretty nice. Where'd you get that? Well, he didn't bring me one. Jeez, I feel like an orphan. Were you in the brig at any time? Oh, well, good. Welcome to the Team Frantic Ford in the world of Nitro Nostalgia Funny Car Racing, where we turn back the hands of time and give the fans a taste of drag racing from a bygone era, where long, smoky burnouts, dry hops, and huge header flames are all once again the order of the day. The fans asked for it, and the nostalgia funny car scene listened up. The Frantic Ford Mustang Mach 1 Nitro Funny Car of Ford is a tribute to the guys that made the name a legendary in the class. Jim Fox, original owner. Ron Rivera, the original driver. Ron Rivera set the standard for early 70s funny car match racing with their ground-pounding performances throughout the country, and after many years involved in the sport, both Jim and Ron inducted into the Drag Racing Hall of Fame. Always a fan favorite. It was decided to bring the Frantic Ford name out of retirement and get it back on the track in front of the fans once again with the blessing of Jim Fox and tireless efforts by Rocky Perone, Bobby Tooth, and Big Al Lieberman, along with Ford Global Brand Licensing, to once again hit the asphalt. The owner-driver of this storied recreation of the Frantic Ford is Rocky Perone. Rocky hails from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and is no stranger to the sport of drag racing. He grew up the son of the late Joe Perone, a racing legend in his own right. Rocky has owned and driven, maintained many different cars throughout the years. The latest endeavor was a natural fit for Rocky, as his father Joe was the guy who prepared the transmission for the original Frantic Ford team all those years ago. Oh, okay. So later, ladies and gentlemen, you will be able to see the Frantic Ford Mach 1 Fastback Ford in action. And for the youngsters, you can go get a Frantic Ford Mustang Mach 1 Nostalgia Funny Car. Huh? Boy, that's a tongue twister. Frantic Ford Mach 1 Mustang. You say that 10 times, you'll screw up.
Attention in the pit area. We need Chuck Lipka. Chuck Lipka, please report to race control. Chuck Lipka. Chuck Lipka, please report to race control. Again, Chuck Lipka, please report to race control. Looks like our schedule is going to be revised once again just a little bit. Let me give you the revised run order for the rest of the day so everybody knows what's going on here. 7-0 Pro still here in the staging lanes. We'll continue this session of 7-0 Pro for their third qualifying session. Then it'll be the AA gas supercharged cars, Nostalgia Top Fuel for their third qualifier, Nostalgia Funny Cars, Nostalgia Pro Stock, Exhibition Cars, and then we'll finish out the day with the Jets. So once again, it's going to be 7.0 Pro, AA gas supercharged, Nostalgia Top Fuel, Nostalgia Funny Car, Nostalgia Pro Stock, Exhibition Cars, and the Jets. And then we'll move over here to the Hot Rod Reunion Relay. 7.0 Pro, AA gassers, Top Fuel, Funny Car, Pro Stock, Exhibition Cars, and the Jets to wind up the day. Attention on the grounds. Shannon from D93. Shannon from D93. Brad is here to help you with the setup. Please report to the tower. Once again, Shannon from D93. Brad is here to help out with the setup. Please report to the tower.
Some young person lost a DVD and a T-shirt. Frank and Deb's Crop Duster T-shirt and the Crop Duster DVD. We've come so far. So the young man who lost the Crop Duster DVD and T-shirt, we have it in the tower thanks to an honest individual. Crop Duster T-shirt for a youngster and a Crop Duster DVD in the tower. And of course, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we tell you that you're invited free of charge. You're invited to be a guest of history. Grand Marshal at the reception tonight, the honoree reception that will start at the end of today's racing action. Bill Bader Sr., Norwalk, Ohio. Legendary Bill Bader Sr. The Boggs brothers. Steve Boggs is here. Steve Boggs was over there. Tony Bartone released him for an hour. He gave him an hour to sign autographs, and he'll be doing it again tomorrow. Honoree Austin Myers. Honoree Roy Gobb Tuller. Honoree Ed Reshansky. Honoree Chip Woodall. And all of those folks will appreciate your attending. It is, you know, as a past inductee, I can tell you honestly, it is a night that one will never forget the rest of their life. To have the sport of drag racing recognize you as a human being for participating and doing whatever. A night, a situation that that is over the top. I'll leave it at that. I'm going to get, people are going to say, hey, we get the point. Cackle Fest participants and push truck drivers must attend the pre-Cackle Fest meeting tomorrow, Saturday morning at 10:30 a.m. Don't show up at 11:30, 10:30 a.m. Bowling Green time at Raymond Godman Preston Davis's pit area. Backside of the pit area, by the trees, near Big Daddy Don Garlett's in Ohio, George Montgomery. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of that, if you haven't visited Big Daddy Don Garlett's and Chief Terry and Lisa, Miss Lisa, and right next door, Ohio George and Deb, you need to do so. Make your day complete. And we're going to be shut down for how many more minutes, Warren? You're an expert at this. You are an expert at oil downs. How long would you think we'll be shut down? 18 minutes. I'm going to hold you to it. What time is it? 5:06. Warren is saying, Warren with years of experience. There's Steve Boggs down there right now, ladies and gentlemen, on the cell phone. He's probably telling his aunt about his induction. Steve Boggs, the magic rents for Tony Bartone. What do you think Tony from New York City, tough guy, would do if Mr. Hook was to walk up to Mr. Boggs and say, Mr. Boggs, whatever Tony's paying you, I'll double it. What do you think Tony would do? You don't want to mention it? Wow. That's a pretty hard stance, Hook. Think Bartone is that tough of a guy, do you? Wow. Well, Tony Bartone, I'm sure, would tell you if he was up here that, listen, you guys, Boggs is a keeper, and I'm keeping him. Do you understand? You think that's pretty close to being on the money, Warren? Wow. Holy cow. Well, I would. Yes, I would. If I was in Mr. Bartone's position, absolutely I would. Absolutely I would. You know, Boggs is like a guy that comes from my town, Chad. You know, Steve Boggs with Bartone is like Chad Knaus with Jimmy Johnson. That's what it's about. That's the deal. You got to have the whole enchilada to win the event. And Bartone has made an excellent choice for crew chief. And Mr. Boggs tonight will stand in the spotlight along with several others that include the legendary promoter Bill Bader Sr., who started out life as a welder and a oval track promoter. And the first few years in drag racing were tough. But he, man, I'll tell you what. I took my son for his 16th birthday to Norwalk Raceway. We fly into Cleveland, we get a rent-a-car, we get on the Ohio Turnpike. Larry, listen to this. This is how sharp the Baders are. We get on the Ohio Turnpike. I pull up to the first toll booth, and, you know, and I'm this bumpkin that has no idea where he's, you know, how far away Norwalk is or whatever. And I said to the toll booth keeper, how far is Norwalk? And he says, are you going to the racetrack? And he hands me a pamphlet on the racetrack. I about fell out of the car. I couldn't believe such a thing. And he tells me exactly what exit to exit, and tells me how far the racetrack is from the exit. I mean, you talk about over the top. Bader, isn't that something? Well, you know, Larry, there are disappointments in life, and this is certainly one of them. Not me, but wrong guy, Larry. I can talk about it, but I can't work him. You know what? Yeah. You know what? I'm going to tell you, I'm going to let you in on I'm going to get, because the big chief, the chief dog, the top dog, Larry Frazier is here. I'm going to confess to something. It's like I'm hooked up to a truth meter. One of the reasons I talk so fast is if I screw up, nobody's sure exactly what I said. You know, when I was with the monster trucks and we went into Seattle and there's those Indian names that are 3 blocks long, I said to Bob George, I don't know what do you want me to do? You better get somebody up there with me to tell me what these guys and what these cities are. And I made it a point to talk very, very fast, so nobody knew exactly what I said. So that was where I come up with that stuff. But you know what? I've only missed a couple today. The one city in Ohio, I still don't have a clue as to, well, you're saying I missed on 6? Well, you're the scorekeeper, so who am I to argue with you? I said what? What did I say, Warren? I don't know. This Van Hook, you're like the master storyteller, and I think about half of it's BS. Warren, you're all right. Well, I'll try and clean up my act a bit. I'll spoil my excuse me. Woman, or excuse me, Van Hook. Warren said 18 minutes, right? What time is it? 4:55, and what did he say, 5:07? 4:54 and a half, okay. 5:06, okay. We're going to see what kind of a prophet Warren really is here when it comes to cleaning up messes. God, you know what? That guy must not have had an oil pressure gauge in that dragster. Huh? Because he couldn't have but 2 or 3 drops left in that thing. It had to have been dry. It had to have been. And like we tell you, participants, very careful. If you know there is a problem, just think if that guy would have got in that oil, that could have really, he wouldn't be just missing an engine. He'd be missing a chassis and maybe some broken ribs or something. So if you have a problem, abort the run, get over out of the groove, stop as soon as humanly safely to do. If he would have stopped at the 8th mile, we'd have an 8th mile cleanup instead of, what would you say, 1,500 feet or something? I mean, it's unreal. I think, in all honesty, that's the worst oil down I've ever seen here in doing these over the years. Starvin' Marvin Schwartz. Oh, my goodness. 42 bags of rice hull ash. All right. Self something to eat. Well. Dave Mullen, 37 Chevy Coupe from
Lamont, Illinois.
Illinois.
That's right, one of the
Dave
Illinois
Mullen.
boys.
Yeah. A big noise from Illinois.
That's it. So they call me.
Dave Mullen with the white 37 Chevy Coupe, along with your wife, who's up there every time.
That is right. Yes, that's Miss American Pie right there. And she's icing up some American Pie cookies for you guys right now.
Bring them up.
We will bring them up as soon as they're done. Got the grandkids working on them, and they're the best cookies known East Coast to West Coast, Ron.
I have not had one morsel of food today, so help me God.
You should have said something. We would have brought you a whole catered deal up here from the
I don't need that
Motorsports
much,
thing.
but just a single cookie would tide me over.
Well, I'd love to talk to you a little bit about the NDRL.
Fire off.
Well, the NDRL, as many folks know, is the Nostalgia Drag Racing League, and we were formed in October of 2010, back when the good guys canceled their regular 3-race program here at Beech Bend was their last race. So a whole group of us got together and said, what do we do now? And we formed this organization, and we started out real small with a 3-race program. Here we are 6 years later with a 6-race series with the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, our main series sponsor. Many other sponsors. I got them in a list over here. I don't even dare try to read them off, but Quick Fuel Technology, Renegade Racing Fuels, a whole bunch of great
competition products. Freedom Racing Engines, $500 certificate will be awarded to the top finishing NDRL member in each class at each NDRL event.
That's correct.
I haven't read the whole page. Racing, Saldana Racing Products, $50 certificate will be awarded to the top qualifying NDRL member in each class at each NDRL event. Renegade Racing Fuels and Oils. A case of 20W50 semi-synthetic racing oil to the top finishing NDRL racer in each class at each NDRL event. Renegade will also get a drum of fuel accessories, $250 certificate, good towards labor with fee. Should be no decal required. All right, Howard Cams. I remember Howard Johansson and Liz years ago. $100 certificate will be awarded to the top finishing NDRL member in each class, and a $50 certificate to the second highest finishing NDRL member at an NDRL race who is running a Howard Cam shaft and competition products decals on each side of the car. Race classes include, well, okay, we'll do the events. May 6th and 7th, quick fuel battle at the Arch at the Nostalgia Rendezvous. Gateway Motorsports Park, Madison, Illinois, down by St. Louis, 62060. June 16th through the 18th, the NDRL is here at the Hot Rod Reunion, Bowling Green, Kentucky. July 15th through 17th, NDRL Summer Jam at the Blue Suede Cruise Summit Motorsports Park, Norwalk, Ohio. And the big boss man from Norwalk is here. He is the Grand Marshal, Bill Bader Sr. August 26th, 27th, Freedom Racing Engines Hot August Nights at the Streetcar Super Nationals, Gateway Motorsports Park, Madison, Illinois, September 9th and 10th. Scott Rod's Hot Rod Nationals at the Funny Car Nationals, US 131 Motorsports Park, Martin, Michigan. That is September 9th and 10th. October 14th and 16th, the Genie, the ET Genie Fall Nationals at the G&G Nostalgia Nationals, Beech Bend Raceway, Bowling Green, Kentucky. All right, race classes include Pro 7.0, FED, Altered, FC, or Door Slammer, 79 and older. Pro 750 FED Altered FC or Door Slammer 79 and older. Pro Comp FED Altered FC and or Roadsters 8 flat, 859, 950 and 10. Pro Gas 79 and older. Door Slammers must have working doors 8 flat, 850, 9 flat, 950 and 10 flat. For additional information, please visit the website of NDRL,
www.nostalgiadragleague.com.
Dragleague.com.
You got it, my friend. And we want to thank our very good friend Steve Gibbs for inviting us to participate at this event. We have now for about 4 years of our 6-year existence. Steve graciously modified the class rules here to incorporate all 4 of our classes and added the 750 class, made great decisions to make this a better event for everybody concerned, and we couldn't be happier to be here, to be participating. It's a great event, and we thank you guys so much for allowing us to do so. Oh, it's growing big, the 750 and 7.0. There are folks out there building cars specifically to run with the NDRL. Our gas class has grown significantly over the last 4 or 5 years. 1 year ago, we would have told you that we had about 75 or 80 signed up members and about 100 plus, 109, 110 by mid-season. This year, before we even started our season, we had over 100 racer members already joined our organization, and we hope it grows even bigger and bigger each year. We're really having a good time, and it's filled the gap where the good guys had left off. Good guys have asked us to come back, and last year was their return to Bowling Green. We ran our program, was the premier program at that event, and this year will be the same thing.
All right, the curator for the NHRA Museum is sitting in front of the tower in the golf cart. That is the drag racing historian over the top, Greg Sharp and Donna. Greg Sharp in the golf cart. if you want to know something about drag racing that took place over the years in the 50s, 60s, that is the man, trust me. Greg Sharp, curator at the Hot Rod Museum in Pomona, California. And that's a must-attend place if you're ever out west. And, of course, talking about out west, Steve Gibbs, Hot Rod Bob, Greg Sharp, Larry Frazier, Rosie will all be at Bakersfield for the over-the-top 25th annual Hot Rod AAA Hot Rod Reunion. That is the California Hot Rod Reunion, 25th anniversaries. And that whole thing is going to be done in a different way, in as much as all of the honorees over the years will all be asked to attend. Every one of them will be asked to attend. And so that's something that's totally going to be over the top that I look forward to. All right, the Susie Q, Sue Christofferson, who is sitting with a 7-flat with a 1, is the number 1 qualifier in the 7.0 class. She is a member of the, Sue and Steve Christofferson have been racing together since the early 90s as members of the legendary Dow Fox Christofferson team. They drove a 1982 Camaro number 757, competing for land speed records at the Bonneville Salt Flats. Steve became a lifetime member at the Bonneville 200-mile-an-hour club in 1991, setting a record in CFA at 229.750 miles per hour, and then went on to set 5 more records of the team's 13 total land speed records in 1998. Sue herself set a record in D Pro at 2:14.847. Also becoming a lifetime member of the Bonneville 200-mile-an-hour club, a very exclusive club. At the time, she was only the 6th woman to accomplish this in a span of over 50 years of racing at the Salt Flats. In college drag racing ever since. They still enjoy bracket racing in the Super Pro class, frequently winning rounds and earning several top 10 finishes in points at Milan Dragway. In the fall of 2010, Sue earned her funny car license and Steve began shopping for a car. It wasn't long before they found what they were looking for, and the 57 Chevy was completed in 2011. Sue is the driver and crew, while Steve is the engine builder and crew chief. They spend the summer racing and entertaining fans throughout the Great Lakes region. When Sue and Steve aren't racing, they use their race program to spread the word. Chassis by 25-inch wheelbase built in 2000. Simmons and fuel injection.
So if the fans want to see a little bit more of that kind of action that they're going to, they can check it out at our next event, which is at Summit Motorsport Park in July at the Blue Suede Cruise, and at the Night Under Fire there in August.
Hot Rod Bob Beck coming into the tower from California.
And I'll sign off now and give this microphone to a guy who's far better at speaking into it. Bob
You're
Beck.
You're doing quite well, Dave.
Thank you, Ron.
Well, you better speak now.
I better speak now, yeah. Now I better talk.
All right, how we doing out there? A little bit of oil down, and we'll get that cleaned up. We'll be back to racing action. Obviously, this thing's changing. We're going to be doing some the award presentations. Don't forget, 7 o'clock in the Big Top.
Bob Beck, Hot Rod Bob from California.
All right, the sweeper going through hits. We still have cars. We'll appreciate your patience. We'll be back to action in just a little bit. All right, if you picked up your goodie bag yet, if you pre-registered for the event, you've got a goodie bag waiting for you and a poster over at the reunion tent. In the T-shirt booth reunion area, there are T-shirts. There are more. But you can get a T-shirt anytime you want. But to get your goodie bag, you need a goodie bag receipt, and you had to be pre-entered. They're giving those out. They're giving out the posters. Shirts still available. Sizes are running a little limited right now, so make sure you get down there because the sunburn you're going to go home with isn't going to be enough to prove that you were here for this record-breaking 14th annual Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. And look at this. The sweeper's coming off the track. The tractor, I don't know if he's making a U-turn to park or making a U-turn. He's looking at something and says, looks all right. All right, tractor laying down some rubber, getting the track back to top condition as it goes down track. The sweeper, well, looks like he's going to back that up. Of items. If he can come up to the tower, tell me what he lost. I think I may have him for you. All right, tractor going to make another pass. Let's see if he can stage it. Hopefully we get this all sorted out, get things back going. We're going to finish up the 7.0 Pro class, then go into AA gas, and it's going to be followed by Top Fuel, so the action's not stopping. Are you down on power? Need a boost? The Good Vibration definitely help you with that. They specialize in superchargers for blown gas, alcohol, and nitro engines. It doesn't matter if you're muscling a funny car down the quarter mile, skimming across the lake, or cruising the boulevard, Good Vibrations has a blower for you. Supercharging is one of the most consistent and reliable forms of bolt-on power available and is actually very affordable. Good Vibrations is also your injection connection, being the largest dealer in the world of Enderley fuel injection hats, fuel pumps, drives, and linkage. Good Vibrations has a racer-friendly website filled with technical articles and how-to videos. They also offer a toll-free tech line and same-day shipping. If you're looking to go fast, and we mean really fast, and you want the good vibration feeling, well, then you need to cross the stripe with Good Vibrations Motorsports Parts. They'd like to hear from you. Visit them today across from the event souvenir tent in the vendor oval and check out their new product, the Pit Mat. It is a huge mat. You can line the floor of your pit if you're on the grass or in the dirt. The Pit Mat works great and it won't mold when it gets wet. So check it out over at Good Vibrations Motorsports today. Sticky stuff going down. This track is going to be super tight when they leave. All right, just to make things equal, it's going to get an equal shot. All right, with all the prep we're doing now, folks, we are not going to have to take that break after the AA gas before we go into fuel cars. We're going to be able to do all the prep right now. The track will be ripe and ready when the top fuel cars come out in just a little while. So right now we're going to finish up with the 7.0 Pro, go into classic AA gas supercharged. It'll be followed by Nostalgia Top Fuel, then Nostalgia Funny Car, and Nostalgia Pro Stock. And I understand there's a bit of a feud going on in Nostalgia Pro Stock. We may see what happens when they come out here. Mama Mullen, we got to give you a thank. We got the American Pie bow tie glazed cookies here in the tower. And at this point, this is the pick-me-up we need. I'll tell you what. Thank you, Mama Mullins. Oh, they look delicious. All right, water going in the water box. Safety crews have. All right, 7-0 Pro pulling up to the line right now. This is a 7-up, heads up in 7-0, 7. Let me try this again. My tongue got in front of my eye teeth. I couldn't see what I was saying, sorry. Michael Sexton out of Bloomington, Indiana, 35-year-old business owner of the 07 Nielsen Park chassis, got a Hemi 470 cubic inches. This is 7-0 Pro. 7-0, heads up. You can't break out. Corey Mill, Ohio. All right, so you got a Bantam against the Dragster, an Altern, taking on a rail. They've talked about these competitions for years. Alterns better than rails, rails better than Alterns. You're going to see it firsthand. Who is going to be the quickest? They've got to get down track. They can't go quicker than 7-0. The Dragster goes past the 330 mark to try and slow down. Bantam on its way back, so's the Dragster. Look at how quick the Dragster's coming back. He's got it nailed right in the center of the groove, and he's going back down. He's got the backup gal helping him. Keeping it straight, going right back over the tracks he just left on the burnout. All right, Bantam Roadster pulls up. Corey Millett out of Pequot, Ohio. Mike Sexton, Indiana. 7-0, the magic number. Don't go quicker. This is the third 7-0-0. Off the mark they go. Using up a lot of real estate. Dragster going every which way but straight at the stripe. 7-0. Corey Millett right on the number. A 7-0 with a 2. Mike Sexton, 7-15. He was using up a lot of real estate, had to really drive that car. But Corey Millett, now with the 7-0, with a 2 is the number 2 qualifier. Sue Christopherson is the number 1 by 1,000th of a second. So Corey Millett goes up to the number 2 spot. Or 7-0 Pro. Beautiful dragster coming up here. 7-0 machine. Looking like a vintage Top Fuel car. Preston Davis out of Bartlett, Tennessee. A 2014 nostalgia front engine dragster. It's got a Donovan for power, 417 cubic inches. Steve Faller out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. 32 Bantam with a 540 cubic inch Chevy. Now, so far, Faller has run 697. He was under the number. Preston Davis ran a 704. He is currently the number 8 qualifier. Davis trying to improve. Faller definitely trying to get in the show because he's got a 675. That is on the wrong side of the 70 number. Altered moves up. 32 Bantam. Replica of the Austin two-seater. Came out in 1932. Front motor dragster. Fully staged. Bantam. Engine forward. Fully staged. Light goes green and they are gone. Dragster digs in. Incremental show the dragster out in front. Looking for a 7-0. He runs too quick. Faller, 7:03. He moves up ahead of Preston Davis. Davis had a 7:04. That's his best run. But Faller just ran a 7:03 with an 8. He goes up to the number 6 spot. Fiat Topolino, the Bruiser, Jeff Sanborn, Shelbyville, Tennessee, 38 Topo with a Hemi, 496 cubic out of Pinkerton, Ohio. He's a pilot. He's going to be flying low on this pass. Wow, look at the Fiat. It goes past half track before he can slow it down. With a 7:013. Topo with his little mouse. It was an economy car. Direct competition for the Volkswagen Beetle out of Germany. But the Topolino only sat 2 people, was a front engine car. Topolino still a name they use for Fiats in Europe only, though. So Jeff Sanborn trying to improve on a 7:05. Billy Smith trying to improve a 7:13. This is their final qualifying session. Looking for the elusive 7.0, 7.000. Full staged for the Topo. Dragster inches forward. He's fully staged. 1:060 foot marks for both cars. Topo using up some real estate. 699 with a 6. 4 thousandths too quick. 698 with a 1. Oh, Billy Smith and Jeff Sanborn do not improve. They both go too quick. But Sanborn missed by 4 thousandths of a second. Altered moving up here into the right lane. Ronnie Robinson, Franklin, Tennessee, the music publisher. You might have heard of his dad. Marty Robbins. Chris O'Reilly out of Genoa City, Wisconsin. Right now, Ronnie is number 19 with a 799, almost a full second off the index. O'Reilly is 705. He is right at the top of the heap with a 540 cubic inch Chevy, a 23T, a 5 in the top of the field. He can improve. He's only got 500ths of a second of improvement he can do. That is tight. Out in front, he wiggles, goes towards the center line. 696, too quick. 703, O'Reilly improves by 200ths of a second. second time that's happened for two cars in that lane. I don't know if there's something there, but the last two cars did the same thing. So O'Reilly, he's in the 5th spot with a 7:03. He came up from 7:05. So he is now the number 5. Christopherson with the 7:001. Millett, 0:02. Pat Friels, 0:10. Robbie Friels, 0:19. And now Chris O'Reilly with an 0:32, the top 5. All with 7:0s. But it goes even further. Gordon Horn, 7:03 with a 3. Steve Fowler, 7:03 with an 8. John Slagle, 7:03 with a 9. Larry Harlan, 7:040. Preston Davis, 7:048. Jeff Sanborn, 7:053. And those are the last of the 7:0s. Numbers so far. We still have more cars to qualify. We could have more cars with 7:0s. The index 7:0. This is the 7:0 Pro class. Dragster's fired up. A 57 Chevy funny car. Still sitting there. Smoking them good. Tony Lombardi, Niles, Ohio, a 49-year-old engine builder. A 2015 Horton chassis with an Oldsmobile 371. Little bitty motor for the category. Dragster coming back. Tony Lombardi gets a single. But you've got to run a different lane than you qualified in the previous round. Tony Lombardi moving up into the beams. He's going to make a single. He's run 7:35. Tire shake. Spins him hard. Right down the center of the line with a 7:26. So it's a slight improvement over the 7:35 he ran. 7:26 puts Tony Lombardi in the number 15 spot. Double A, you should be suited up, ready to go. Double A. All right, 57 Chevy funny cars. Sue Christopherson, your number 1 qualifier. 57 Chevy funny car, reminiscent of the old machine that Tom McEwen drove. Same color, looking the same. McEwen set the funny car field on its ear when he showed up in a 57 Chevy funny car. Perfectly legal. Boy, did he get some attention. Pulled some good sponsorship, too, with that car being that unique. I played unique with my girlfriend the other day. I scared her. She said, "Uniqued up on me." Pulling the pin on the chutes. They showed them to Sue. Now it's up to her. She's in her office. I'd like to have a 57 Chevy cubicle to work in. That goes nearly 200 miles an hour. Superstock, since she ran a 7.00 with a 1. There's only 1,000th of a second she can improve by. Lays down some rubber. She is right in the groove. Headed down track. She runs a 7.01 with a 1. She was 100,000th of a second slower than her last qualifying pass. 100th of a second. Blink your eye. You missed it. Yeah, I think that car's set to stun, and it is right there where it needs to be. Another 7.0 to go. All right, a little bit of check of the track. Got a little bit of debris out there we're checking for right now. The word from the starting line is someone lost a contact lens. They're looking for it. No, not really. All right, the AA gas cars have pulled up into the staging lanes. We're getting ready for the old school AA gas cars. They've got to have the right attitude. They have to have the right altitude. And they got to look like they did back in the heyday of gassers. No load down tube chassis, funny car style pro mod gassers. These are the real deal. Most of them, if not all of them, are steel. They are the right cars. With us, we've got someone to help us with the gassers, and we'll get him to turn his microphone on. And who do we have with us?
My name's Dave Cobb. I'm the owner and driver of the Finders Keepers 33 Willys. Unfortunately, I can't make it to this race. I crashed that car at Quaker City 2 weeks ago. But I'm here to give you some information on our group, and we're glad to be here again. The whole group is glad to be here again.
How many cars you bring down this time?
I believe we have 10 cars this time.
All right, so tell me about it. Now, we talked about the altitude and the attitude. What are they running power-wise?
Most of them are running either small block or big block Chevys. I believe mine was the only one that had a Chrysler Hemi in it. And most of them are probably 540 cubic inch big blocks.
Okay.
And probably 350, 400 small block Chevys.
All right, and you're running 8th mile.
8th mile, we're on a 560 index. We run an 8th mile, and we do this strictly for safety reasons because of the height of the cars, and they can get real squirrely real quick.
All right, now you talk about, we listen to people all the time, and working in this industry, a lot of people come up to us and say, I hate drag racing now because they don't run quarter mile. You're a driver. You just hit the nail on the head. 8th mile. It's safer.
Right.
And that's the thing. You know, we talk about Top Fuel. I've talked to all the Top Fuel guys. There's not a single pro Top Fuel guy that wants to go back to quarter mile. The 1,000-foot is safer.
Yes.
And they feel better at that. Yeah, quarter mile is great. You're really not going to see a difference between the 1,000-foot and 1320.
Well, we have to realize is that these cars in the day when they ran a quarter mile probably never ran faster than 960. And due to today's technology, these cars, the power and the tires and the traction compound on the strip, these cars would be a whole lot quicker in a quarter mile.
Yeah, and that's one thing people don't remember is in the days when your type of car was at the strips running, they didn't spray the tracks.
No.
That didn't happen until Ontario about in the early 1970s.
Right.
The 60s, no one sprayed a track. It was, if you overpowered the track, that was your fault.
Right. And that's primarily what happened to the Finder's car at Quaker City. The motor was just too much power for the track conditions that we ran under.
Okay. Well, that happens. Now, tell me, the array of cars out there, we're looking out here out of the window. We see Willys, we see Anglias, we see just about anything, Corvette. What is the requirement on the bodies?
They have to be pre-67 bodies.
Okay.
And we have a wheelbase standard. The Anglers are 90-inch wheelbases. The Willys are the 33 and 40 Willys are 102-inch wheelbase. We have 156 Chevy in here that didn't come down this year, the Blue Bayou car.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, like 120 wheelbase or 112.
Okay.
So we have a wheelbase requirement. We have a height requirement. The cars, the spindle on the front end can't be any lower than the rocker panel on the car.
Okay,
that's
so
why they set up so high.
That's good.
And that's pretty much it as far as but we're allowed to run only a 671 blower. We have to run a small fuel pump, and we're limited to a Vertex Magneto or a Super Mag for ignition. And they're all automatics. We don't have any stick shifts in the group.
Okay.
And we're not allowed to run a 4-link suspension. They're all ladder bar suspensions with coilovers.
All right. Now, you're talking about cars that's still putting out about 500 horsepower.
Well, some are putting out close to 1,000 horsepower.
1,000 horsepower.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. And the one other requirement is that they have to be a straight axle car.
All right. One of the push start cars going down track. We kind of missed that, like the push vehicle, but that's an old school dragster headed down there. All right, so we've got a bunch of gassers back there in the pit. Here comes another push starter. And don't forget, we're going to see cars like this cackling. Over 40 cars are entered to cackle tomorrow. But tonight, after Bob Fry finishes doing the inductees presentations, we're going to cackle at least 4 cars tonight. We got 5 sitting there right now, right around the tent that we're firing up at the conclusion of the honoree presentations.
And if I can interrupt, we just want to let the folks know that for the first year, the honorees are going to be featured right here in the 2 tents behind the timing tower. We did that for a couple of reasons. One, because we want a lot of the folks that are here that never got a chance to go back to the hotel or didn't know it was the hotel to be here with us and honor these great people. So we've got a special tribute to Morris Smith, who meant so much to the racetrack here. Bill Bader from Norwalk is our Grand Marshal for the weekend. He'll be honored. And 6 very special people, all of these select individuals here, and a great chance for you to get autographs from some Hall of Fame drag racing members. So one of the reasons, the most asked question I've gotten today was why'd they move that from the hotel to the racetrack? Because they wanted to give all the fans an opportunity, without having to pack up and go somewhere else, to be able to be with us as we honor these great individuals here this evening. Then the Cackle Fest will be way cool after that, little mini cackle with 5 cars down there. But a couple of our drivers that are being honored will be down in those cars. Chip Woodall's going to do it. Goob Toller will be down there. But a great opportunity for you folks to get some pictures, get some autographs with some Hall of Fame members and the honorees. We invite you all over when racing is done this evening. That'll be in the tents right behind the timing tower. So we hope you come on over, be part of it. A great opportunity, and the first time here at the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion that we've done it here at the racetrack. So I want to thank you for allowing me to mention that. We hope to see all the folks there.
This is a great idea because now you don't have to go anywhere. We're bringing it right to you. So glad you're here. Stay with us. Once we conclude the racing, we'll go into the awards, the nominee, the honorees. That's going to start approximately 7 o'clock. We're going to get it going. We're going to keep it going. You can be part of it. There are chairs down there ready for you to sit. Then the cars are going to fire up. No place else will you have this kind of excitement at a reunion. I mean, this is open up to everybody. It's free. Part of your entry already. All right, quick check of the track. We had a little bit of schmutz down there. We're taking care of it, getting it cleaned up, put down some rubber. We'll get back to racing action in just a moment. Thank you for your patience. You know, we do know one thing about drag racers. They are quite capable of disassembling their vehicles while in motion, and that happens more often than not, usually when we're on a time crunch. So we're getting it taken care of. We'll get it quickly as possible back to racing action. We don't want to have the downtime any more than you do. We thank you for sitting there in the stands waiting for us. We appreciate your patience. All right, you've got some sponsors helping you with this Gasser group. Why don't you tell us a little bit about who they are?
Okay, Scott Rod's Fiberglass is one of our main sponsors. Also, Cometic Gaskets, Mickey Thompson Tires, and Alky Digger, and Good Vibrations. Good Vibrations, I believe, is for the best reaction time. And
Right.
yeah. So we want to thank all of them. Without them, it'd be kind of hard for us to continue this this labor of love, so to speak. We all enjoy what we do.
Yeah, that's one thing everyone's got to understand. There are no pros, even though we call it Class 7.0 Pro. These are all sportsman racers. You're racing on your dollar. Yeah, sometimes you get a little help from a minor sponsor, but the majority of the costs are borne by the driver or owner of the car. Right. And these guys are coming out for the love of drag. Our applause boosts as how much fun this really is. And I tell you, without that recognition, it's not that much fun.
You're going to see some great racing. They're going to put on a really good show. Great burnouts, some dry hops, wheel stands, and, of course, the backup girls.
Yes, definitely the backup girls. I'm sorry, I'm a little biased on that. Another push-start car going down track. We got a few more in lanes. Or we did. I guess they're all down there. You know, at some of the tracks, they have backup girl competitions.
Yeah, we just had one, I believe, with Quaker City, where we ran with the group, with the Nostalgia Funny Car group out there. They had a backup girl contest.
Yeah, now this isn't something that's sexist, and I've had that from someone saying, oh, that's sexist. I go, no, it's not. It's a recreation of drag racing in the past when it was a show, as we're doing today, as we do at all the reunions. It is a show. It is a show of speed, power, and the nostalgia, the past, the history that brought this racing to fruition. What we have today on TV is not what we started with. It has morphed into something so much bigger than I think Wally ever expected it to be back in the 50s when he started the NHRA. In the beginning, the NHRA was started to get kids off the street and stop street racing.
Right.
A number of tracks throughout the country were formed. NHRA became the sanctioning body with a standardization of rules because you had guys say, well, I won, I beat you. Well, yeah, but you got a big Buick 322 and I got a 265 Chevy. That's not fair for us to race against each other. You've got more horsepower. So unified rules were produced. It made safety also a part of that. As a matter of fact, the original logo, HRAce, is dedicated to safety. and that was to be racing safe. Now, that's not to say that racing isn't dangerous with all the safety equipment. We found that out yesterday as well. You can
I've been to both times without a scratch. And every time you strap yourself into one of these rockets, you never know what's going to happen. They can be cantankerous, evil handling machines when they get out of the groove, and it happens so quick. You're along for the ride. You don't have time to make an adjustment.
The famed Thunderbolt cars. And he told me they were all 4-speeds for one thing.
Right.
Once you dump the clutch, if that car wasn't already going straight, it wasn't going to go straight.
Right.
And that was a factory-built race car. That was a car built with all the engineering expertise Ford had to offer. So when you get to the grassroots racing, where you're depending on self-taught knowledge, it's not like you can go to school and learn how to build a race car anymore.
Right.
So you doing it self-taught, you're helping friends that build cars. What worked for them? You're working on it yourself. You're changing your car to that. You've got ladder bars. Why? Well, ladder bars have a rear suspension, up springs, because everyone had leaf springs back then for the most part. It kept the rear end planted. It kept it on the same angles, and they worked.
Yes, they did.
But they didn't work necessarily the first time out.
No.
They were either, I've seen some guys with square tube ladder bars, round tube ladder bars, some that were too weak. The Heim joints weren't encapsulated.
Right.
So they could come out. So there's a lot of engineering. There's a lot of trial and error that has made this sport what it is. And what you're seeing, although these cars replicate as close as possible to what raced in the 60s, the 50s, 60s, and 70s, they are far more advanced.
Oh, yes, they are. And the tire technology alone on these cars.
Tires did not exist when these cars started out.
Right.
The soft compounds. You didn't have a variety of compounds to choose from. You didn't have the tire width. You didn't have the wheel technology.
Right.
I mean, in a lot of cases, you either ran magnesium or steel.
Right. But yeah, we're limited to a 12-inch tire. That's the maximum we can go. Some of these guys are running only a 10.5-inch tire. Anywhere from a 29-inch diameter to a 32-inch diameter tire. Most of them are either Mickey Thompsons or M&H slicks. I don't know of anybody that's running a Hoosier tire.
And M&H is one of the originators of
Yes.
the slick. They date back to the beginning of drag racing. Still support it. Still make tires that are very competitive.
Right. Now they've just come back within the last couple of years with the nostalgia 12-inch by 16 tire, which was, in the day, was the Top Fuel tire. And I have them on my Finder's car, and there's, I think, a couple other people that are running them. Oh, that's his sponsor. Yeah. I got a correction. One of the Anglias, Scott Rod's Anglia, is running a Hoosier Slicks on that. That's one of his sponsors.
Yeah. It's a little hard to have a sponsor and not run the product.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But Hoosier's a newcomer to the industry. Yeah.
And Goodyear.
Yeah, and Mickey Thompson's owned by Coker.
Yeah.
So they're actually building nostalgia tires and kept some of the Mickey Thompson tires. And when Mickey was building them, he wasn't building them.
Right.
He contracted to someone else and put his name on it.
Right.
Mickey was a marketer.
Yeah, he was an innovator, a marketer, and a promoter.
Yeah, I remember hearing the stories of Mickey, the famed English racer, Mr. Campbell, had wanted to find an American hot back to his house and showed him the truck.
Yeah. Yep.
And that's what this sport was made of. You didn't have college degree engineers building race cars. The closest you had to that was Duntov, and that was pretty
Right.
much self-learned. He learned a lot in Europe. Technology, Duntov Cam. Talking about him earlier. Ed has no formal education.
Yeah.
He started a cam business. He worked for Wand.
Yep.
And, then went on his own and said, well, I can do that. He still has the same machine he started with and probably the same cam blanks.
And on that point, the late Chuck Finders, brilliant person, and probably didn't have a high school education or know how to read and write, but he was a great chassis builder, a really good driver, and he was one of the pioneers of the sport.
Yeah, and you look at all of them. Edelbrock, no formal education.
Right.
I mean, we don't have any engineers. We have guys that may have had a college degree, but it had nothing to do with the automotive industry that they loved. Woody Gilmore. I mean, Curtis, the Curtis chassis that won Indy, and Chris Curtis, his grandson, is still building chassis.
Yeah, Don Long is another one.
Don Long, Woody Woody. You've got
the Logie brothers.
the Logie brothers, the Dragmaster team.
Right.
Those were not formally trained engineers. They knew what worked by gut, by seat of the pants, and trial and error.
Right.
Yeah, Don Garlett's another fine example. I mean, the man that was at the top of the sport. And same thing with John Force. John Force at the top of the sport. And he came up the hard way. He was a grassroots racer, as was Garlett's and many others. But John Force, we had at the Orange County Raceway reunion at the NHRA Museum a couple of years back, we had a panel of people that either ran or ran at Orange County International Raceway. And the reputation that John Force had, he was the leaker. He had nothing. He had used parts. He had abused parts, and he would go down the track and oil the track almost every time. It wasn't until he self-promoted, got some sponsorship, got some new parts, and was able to capitalize on those parts. He was an excellent driver. He knew how to make the cars run. And that's where he started progressing. But he started out the hard way. He's got an empire now. At his shop in Indiana, they can only get 6 runs on a cylinder head. They don't buy their cylinder heads. They machine them themselves out of a block of aluminum. So 6 runs on a cylinder head. And what do? Well, you melt it down, you start again because it's not good for anything else.
Right.
Same thing with pistons and blocks. They're all making their own, and now it's no longer a bubble wrap. You can't go to the junkyard and pick up a part. Although we talked to Garlett's one time. He was up in Bakersfield, blew a motor, went to the wrecking yard, picked up another Hemi. They talk about building them in the hotel rooms in Bakersfield.
Yeah. Yep.
You went back to the hotel room at night. You didn't leave the car at the track. You went back to the hotel room, and the coffee table in the hotel room, if you had one, or the bathtub became the engine stand. And you built what you could. You did it yourself. You didn't have large crews.
Looks like we're back to racing.
All right, sounds like we've got engines coming to life. The track is clear. Thank you for your patience, and thanks for listening to our banter as we get going. And I'll tell you what, you were talking about your backup girls, and I'm looking at them standing with the car right now. What an array of ladies out there, and it's going to be great. Wait till you see the gassers come back out. All right, another 7.0 Pro Roadster. Martino Racing coming up here right now with a long wheelbase altered. Phil Martino out of Murraysville, Pennsylvania. He's a 77-year young racer, 23T with a 327, he says. I think that's only on half the engine. He's the number 21 qualifier right now. He was only able to muster a 10:58 on his first qualifying pass. Now he's got the baseline. He knows what it can do. Now he's got to put the pedal to the metal and get all the power he can down to the pavement. Phil Martino. Dragster coming up kind of rapidly. It looks like he's going to run up against Martino. That's Tim Steed. Billerica, Massachusetts, an 01 Sterling chassis with a 427. Tim Steed is the number 20 qualifier. Phil Martino, the number 21 qualifier. Remember, the elusive number they want to hit is 7.0, and they're going to try and do that on this pass. Now, on the last time out, Tim Steed ran an 8.03. He's closer to the number, only a little over a second off. But Phil Martino, 3 seconds, almost 4 seconds off the index of 7.0. He ran a 10:58.
Okay, we got the AA gassers fired up here. We got Bob Cook in the 57 Chevrolet. That is a original Chevy that's been Holley modified by Ed Kosicki, and it has a big block Chevy. Next to it, we have Martin Stead.
Get ready. Phil Martino, Jegs Lane, Tim Steed, Budweiser. They're looking for the elusive 7-0. Full stage for Martino. Red line. He really quick. Gets out of shape. Backpedals it. Gets back in it again. And then shuts off. As does Tim Steed. So they both don't have a good run. It doesn't look like Steed's going to improve at all. Martino definitely didn't improve. And that is the conclusion of the 7-0 Pro category. But now the AA gas cars are coming up. And you got that real deal original 57 Corvette.
Right, and the car was built by Ed Kosicki out of Ohio, and it has a blown big block Chevy in it. The 40 Willys Coupe was built by Martin Steed and his dad when they worked for American Gasser. That also has a big block Chevy in it.
Beautiful green Willys. I tell you what, I've always liked the Willys. When they were first manufactured, they were powered by a flathead 4-cylinder. They were economy cars. They looked a lot like the Fords of the time, but they only had 2 seats. They didn't have a back seat. They didn't have a rear window. That was the only body style you could get as a coupe. There was a sedan. There was a pickup as well.
Right.
But they were small economy cars. It was called the Willys Americar.
Okay, we're getting ready for the burnouts here.
Wow. Put person be proud of them. So Martin Steed and Bob Cook.
And their backup girls are Martin Steed's wife, Rebecca, and Bob Cook's wife, Pam. Backing them up.
That looks great. 57 Corvette with the 454 over in the Budweiser lane. Martin Steed Jr. in the Jegs lane. Currently, number 8 qualifier is Steed with a 620. Bob Cook, number 4 qualifier with a 568. The index is 560. And the backup girls coming back.
A couple of dry hops here.
Old school. No one does dry hops any longer. This is old school drag racing.
We do.
Yeah, you do it. It's great. I love it. Corvette. Plastic, fantastic. I had someone tell me once, oh, that's a replica Corvette. It's fiberglass. No, they're all fiberglass.
That's it.
Wheels go up in the air on Steed's machine. He runs a 575. Good improvement for him. 570 for Cook. That doesn't improve him, but Steed definitely moves. He comes up to the number 6 spot with that 575.
Okay, and we have the phenomenon car in the right lane, and Mark Benjamin with Kosicki, Benjamin Kosicki, 33 Willys. That is an all-steel Willys except for the fiberglass front end.
All right, so he is over in the right lane, currently number 5 qualifier with a 569. You got Mark Benjamin over in the Budweiser lane. Ladies are happy with that burnout. I'll tell you what, I am too. Oh, I love the smell of M&H in the morning. Afternoon. Oh, anytime.
Okay, and the backup girls are Ed's daughter, Ronale Kosicki, and Kim Lepre, who is Paul Lepre's wife, and he is the crew chief on the Bob Cook car.
All right, so Mark Benjamin out of Chagrin Falls, Ohio, 33 Willys with a 400-inch Chevy. Ed Kaczynski out of Aurora, Ohio, also running a 400 cubic inch Chevy for power. Now, back in the old days, anything goes. I mean, Sunwood Cooks used Oldsmobiles.
Oh, yeah. Oldsmobiles were the reigning kings before the Hemis come along.
Yep. They were the biggest motors. They had the horsepower. They were easy to work on. You could find them anywhere. And they were the thin wall casting. They were lightweight.
And very strong.
Yeah. All right, 233 Willys getting ready to go. Now notice there's no trunk there. Spare tire went in the back. That's what that did. Wheels go way high in the sky. Looking for 560s, 569. Oh, just
man.
what he ran for Kaczynski. He stays right where he's at number 5. 577, an improvement for Benjamin. Benjamin runs up into the number 7 spot.
Okay, the next two we got coming up is Jeff Cryan with the Bizio 33 Willys pickup truck. This is the original truck built by Chuck Finders that ran in the 60s. And on the left-hand side, we have the Scott Rods 48 Anglia with Al Borowski driving.
All right, Jeff Crichton, Jerry the Gasser, ran under the number 535. He's got to slow it down. Alan Borowski ran number 1 with a 560 and a 9. He's your number 1 qualifier in the Budweiser lane.
Okay, backing up the Bizio truck is Kim Lepre. And backing up the Scott Rod's car is Ronley Kasicki.
The cars are great. They're putting on a great show, but let's have a hand for the backup girls. Oh, come on. You can do better than that. Backup girls coming back. Cars are ready. Little dry hop as they move up to the beams.
Love those dry hops.
I do too. That was, remember doing that myself back in years and years ago when I ran. But it's always fun to see that. And you see the kids today, they go, why are you doing that? Well, because it works. Yeah, it is fun. We had a guy do a dry hop earlier today and pulled the wheels high in the air.
Yeah. Well, some of these cars will actually do wheelies when they do dry hop.
Bit of reaction time for Alan Borowski. Looking for the 560. 561. Backs up his 560 earlier. 591. Jeff Crichton gets on the right side of the ladder this time. 591. Not quite as good as the 560, but much better than his 535.
Right. He'll be penalized a little bit for not running what he should, but he'll be in. I'm sure he'll be in the field. Okay, now we have unfinished business. In the right lane, we have Brian Spots. Unfinished business is a 48 Austin, driven by Mike Kiselowski, and the backup girl is his wife Ann, and his son is also the crew chief. It's a family affair. Brian Spots. Backup girl, I believe.
Just walked out.
I believe that's Kim again.
All right, now notice the style we have here. Both ladies running back with their hands on their hip.
Right.
This is practice. This is not something you do naturally. I love the checkered dress the lady in the left lane is wearing.
They all have a various array of wardrobes that they usually will change the wardrobes every round. And then you got the go-go boots.
Yes, you got to have the boots. All right, the Chop Top Austin, 480 cubic inches with a big block. Taking on the Anglia with a 427 Chevrolet. 560, the elusive number they're going to try and hit. Shot, big time. Keeps it in the groove. 563. Not an improvement for Brian. He slows down from a 561. A 593 also way off the mark for Mike. So his 565 will hold. He'll stay in the number 3 spot. Brian Spots will stay in the number 2 spot. Okay. However, Ted can upset them.
All right, here comes the traveler car driven by Ted Turley and owned by Hank Whitmore. This was the last car that Chuck Finders actually built before he passed away. And it's a reproduction of a car that he ran in California that was, at the time, the fastest small block Chevy. The car was later sold to Roger Garton and became Brisket and Gartler car. So, and then Roger Garton crashed the original car totaled it, but this is a reproduction of the original car, and
All
it's very exact.
All right, it's number 9 qualifier with a 594, Ted Shirley out of Middleburg Heights, Ohio. 41-year-old iron worker's got a 400-inch Chevy. Got to try and cut 0.3 of a second off his ET. He ran a 594. The elusive number is 560. Currently number 9. Is your class an all-run, or is it the quick 8? Are you an all-run class or quick 8?
Well, it is going to be the quick 8. The quick 8 qualifiers will be in, yeah.
All right, so right now, this car is not qualified. He's got to go down. The bubble right now is Jeff Crinan at 591. 300. Oh, and he gets out of shape. Not going to be the run he wanted. He backs out of it. So it looks like Ted Shirley does not make the cut. And the bubble man who stays in position, Jeff Crinan, with a 591. We're going to do a little quick track prep. We'll be back to racing action because what we've got now is Top Fuel.
The driver car did the right thing. He pulled off the side of the track. He has some type of malfunction. Driver's okay. He's getting out. And I'd like to thank everybody for supporting our sport. We do it because we love it.
Nation, come on back later on during the elimination. All right, they're going out to take care of the wheelies on track. Apparently, he may have broken something in the suspension when he left the line. He did the right thing. He brought it to a stop on his side of the track, close to the guardrail, as rapidly and as safely as he could. We're checking the track right now. Don't believe there's any issues with the left or the right lane, but we're just prepping it, getting it ready for Top Fuel. And don't forget, we got lots going on. Final round of qualifying for Top Fuel. Nostalgia Pro Stock will be coming up. We'll have some exhibition cars. And the jet cars still do here at the track for the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion, the 14th annual event here at Bowling Green Beach Bend.
You know what, Bob and Steve and all of us here, when I look down and see that incredible Chevy Champion Speed Shop car, somewhat overwhelming, because that is the true measure of true drag racers. They're not doing it for the big paycheck. They're doing it because they love drag racing. And of course that includes the rest of the field. But to think that this legendary group who are on the cover, the current cover of Drag Racer magazine, came all the way from the Bay Area to compete here at the Hot Rod Reunion, along with a half a dozen other California drivers. This is truly something special. And when these guys that came so far to entertain every one of us, let them hear it with applause, please.
All right, throwing the wheelies off track. Track conditions are optimal. We're going to see these guys headed down track. We've got a bird's eye view of them from behind when they leave. We can see how straight they go, what the tires are doing. You get to see them pop the wheelies better than we do, though. Hopefully, none of the fuel cars will do that, but it's not to say they don't. We have seen that happen this year at the California Hot Rod Reunion. We had a fueler pull his front wheels up, carried him quite a distance out, as did the couple of funny cars. These guys are getting the power to the pavement now, and they're turning some excellent ETs. We saw the qualifying times coming up earlier today. At Adam Sorokin with a 564. These were unheard of times just a few years ago. 566 for Jim Young. T-Bone, Tony Bartone with a 568. Jim Murphy, 570. Rick White, 583. Brendan Murray, 610. Tim Cullinan, 625. David Miller, 631. Tyler Hilton, 659. Jason Greenwood, 677. Paul Schultz, 867. And Rick Williamson, who had an issue on his run, only a 960. So he is going to try and move it up. So right now the bubble is David Miller with a 631. There are only 3 cars in the field right now slower than 5 seconds. Holding on to the number 1 spot is Adam Sorokin. He lost the number 1 spot, then in the second round brought it back. He's got the smallest engine in the category. All right, the Top Fuel cars are pulling up. Rick White taking the inside, the Jegs lane. Adam Sorokin going to the Budweiser lane. Sorokin, number 1 with the 630 with a 564. Rick White with a 583. Now we know Sorokin solidly in the field, regardless of what happens on this pass. Rick White, though, could get bumped because right now we've got 4 cars that have not made the field. And Rick White is in the 5th position. He's got to improve. He's got a 583 right now. Although he's number 5 in the field, he's only 3 away from getting bumped. And there are 4 cars that haven't made the field. And Rick Williamson is one that definitely will make the field. He has got the wherewithal, the experience, and the drive.
You know, these days, Mr. Goodwrench seems to be sponsoring everything under the blue moon, and with one exception. The Champion Speed Shop car. No factory support whatsoever. And Bobby McLennan has managed to somehow keep the dream alive that his father established years ago. The Irishman, Jim McLennan of the Bay Area, that not only ran a speed shop, a dragster, but also ran a drag strip. And let us keep in mind that Jimmy Young of Salem, Wisconsin, a tremendous performance for him at 253.56. He has top speed of the meet thus far, 253.56.
Thank you, Ron, as we move into the final round of fuel qualifying. Now look at Rick White's car. Look at the left bank. Lots of smoke coming out of that side. It's not running clean. Attention in the 7-0 pits. Attention in the 7-0 pits. If any of you are having a difficult time and are not going to make the next round, you need to let us know in the tower. If you've got a 7-0 Pro car and 750, if you're not going to make the next round, you need to let us know here in the tower as quickly as you can. All right, Rick White's car smoking heavily out of the left bank of that engine. Rick White out of San Diego. Adam Sorokin out of La Crescenta. Bobby McLennan out of Northern California, where the team is based. Rick White currently number 5 with a 583. Sorokin, number 1, with a 564. Small block Chevy up against a 417 cubic inch Hemi. Looks like it cleared up. Not smoking out of the left bank anymore. Look at the fuel processing out of Sorokin's car, though. You can see raw fuel still coming out of the pipes. Sorokin small block pulls away. White on a run. Sorokin moving, headed down track. His engine goes away with a 564.6. 0.05 of a second slower than his previous run. The engine started going away and his mile per hour went down. Rick White, 581, 237, still in the number 5 spot. Or actually, yeah, he's still in the number 5 spot. So he doesn't improve enough to move him up, but he's solidly in the number 5 spot. Sorokin's car started eating itself up as it got to the finish line. They'll be back in the pits. They've got all evening to figure it out and fix it up, and they will. Brendan Murray's running wild machine here in the right lane. That's Tyler Hilton in the right lane, not Brendan Murray, sorry. The candy colors confuse me. All right, again, attention to the 7.075 pits. 7.0 Pro, 7.5 pits. If your car is broke and you're not going to make the next round, you need to let us know in the tower as quickly as you can. 7.0 Pro and 7.5 Pro, 7.50 Pro. If you are not going to make your next round, please let us know in the tower as soon as possible. Checking the track. So far, it's looking okay. We're making a good check because Adam was smoking as he went down track. Rick Williamson now getting ready, the Stockton-based team. Got a road deck for power. Not qualified right now. Ran a 960 last time out. Tyler Hilton, also one out of the show, running a 659. The bubble in Top Fuel right now is Dave Miller at 631. Current points champ or leader is Rick Williamson. Rick Williamson not qualified yet. Adam Sorokin is number 2. Tony Bartone, number 3. Jim Murphy, 4. Rick White, number 5. Jimmy Young at number 6. Bill Dunlap, number 7. Dusty Green, number 8. Pete Kaiser, number 9. And Rick McGee, number 10. We have 6 of the top 10 racers here this weekend. Tyler Hilton out of Cincinnati, Ohio, 25-year-old drag racer, 2012 Horton chassis with a 427 Chevrolet. He is here in the check. Williamson out of Stockton, California, the Rodek Hemi, number 12 qualifier. Not qualified, actually, with a 960. He's got to step it up. Thank you for your patience and sticking with us today as we continue the racing. Don't forget, the honorees will be honored at the big tent right in the middle of the oval at the conclusion of racing or 7 o'clock, whichever comes first or second. And then after the honoree presentations this evening, we're going to have a mini cackle fest with 5 vehicles surrounding the. And you're going to be up close and personal with some of the older nostalgia vehicles that are going to fire on Nitro for you. Checking the track, a little bit of stuff to take care of. We'll be back to final qualifying in Top Fuel in just a few moments. The weather has held out beautifully today. Temperatures considerably lower than they were yesterday. Little breeze in the air, sunshine, blue skies. I tell you what, picture perfect here at Beech Bend. We're glad you could make it. All right, getting a little bit cleaned up. Adam Sorokin's engine started going away just before the finish line. Held together until after the finish line. The Schwarz sweeper going out there, going to take care of it. Taking out a little grease sweep on the scooters, so that's what they'll get cleaned up down there. You got a little trail of grease sweep we can see here from the tower. They'll get that cleaned up and send Rick Williamson down. Now, Rick Williamson currently down there on the qualifying ladder, not qualified, and he is number 1 it's at 56, and he's already qualified, as are Sorokin and Bartone and Murphy. Bill Lapp's not here. He's not 55, number 7 qualifier. Dusty Green at 52, number 8 qualifier. Pete Kaiser not here, number 9 with 10 points. And Rick McGee with 10 points, number 10 qualifier. Or 10 in points. On the qualifying, don't forget the honorees right here at the track. You don't have to go back to the Holiday Inn tonight. It's all going to happen here. We're bringing it to you this year. We'll have the honoree presentations. Bob Fry will that down in the tent in the center of the oval. After the honoree presentations are over with, we've got 5 cackle cars to fire up for you. And you can be nice up close and personal to those as we fire them up for you. Lots of Top Fuel cars still to come out here. All right, Top Fuel comes to life. The second pair in the final round of qualifying. Neither one of these cars are qualified at this point. They are going to be upsetters. They've got to run quicker than 6:31. That is the bubble right now. Slowest they can run is 6:31 with a 0. Got to 6:31.1. Unique, exciting sound of nitro permeates the air here. Tyler Hilton in the Jegs lane. Rick Williamson, the Budweiser lane. Wiping the tires on Williamson's car, trying to get every bit of traction possible. Tyler Hilton, they're not doing that to his. Full stage for Tyler. Headed down track. Williamson running away from him. Williamson, a 574, 247 miles an hour. Tyler Hilton, 648. Does not help him. He's number 10. He does not make the cut. Williamson goes up to the number 5 spot. The bubble now is Tim Cullinan with a 625. All right, put your hands together. Good runs for these guys. Rick Williamson moves up into the number 5 spot. He was not qualified before. He's now 574, number 5. Tyler Hilton does not improve and drops down to the number 10 spot. Diamond Dave Miller coming up next. He will be in the Jegs lane. Paul Schultz out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Schultz is now not qualified. Neither is David Miller. Miller was on the bubble, just got bumped by Williamson. His run was 6:31. He's got to go quicker than 6:25. Paul Schultz ran an 8:67. Although that was an improvement over his first run of 8:81, it does not get him in the show. Paul Nobody Schultz. It's a Donovan engine, 96 Sterling chassis with 417 cubic inches. Dave Miller out of Cedar Hill, Missouri, a retired racer, runs a 417 as well. They both have Hemis, and they know how to use them. Track is good. Cars are fired up. They're ready to go. These two cars can bump out the cars above them. Dave Miller and Paul Schultz are not qualified. They've got to run quicker than 6:25. If they do, they will bump Tim Cullen and Brendan Murray. We saw Brendan down on the starting line a few moments ago. Not it. It's Firestone. Paul Schultz, right where he wants to be. Going on David. Way out of the groove, goes through the finish line light, 6:42, doesn't make the cut, 6:67. Also, neither one of these gentlemen get in the field. So far, Cullen and Brendan Murray are safe. Jason Greenwood still to run. He could bump Cullen in. But no one can bump Brendan Murray. He is in the show at this point. 7.0 Pro and 7.5 Pro. 7.0 Pro and 7.5 Pro. If any of you in that category are going to have a problem and not make the next round, you need to let us know in the tower as quickly as you can. 7.0 Pro and 7.5 Pro. If you're not going to be able to make the show, you need to let us know as quickly as possible. Tough break for Miller and Schultz. Neither one run quick enough to improve and get in the show. Jason Greenwood coming up now. He is the last of the unqualified cars. He's up against Tony Bartone, T-Bone, number 1 in points last season, number 3 in points this season, number 3 in qualifying right now with a 5.68. Jason Greenwood, 6.77, his best run. Not good enough to get in the show. He's got to run quicker than 6.25. He's running a 2010 Sterling chassis with a 413 Hemi. Bartone, also a Hemi, but a 417. It's a 2016 McKinney chassis. Bartone probably driving the newest car in the class. Technology continues to change. When Nostalgia Drag Racing first returned to the scene, it was old fuel cars coming out of the barns and the garages. Within a couple of years, new chassis had to be made. The cars were going quicker than they were certified for. They needed too many updates. You don't find a Nostalgia funny or fuel car with an original chassis any longer. They've all been updated or upgraded or replaced. Tony Bartone out of Long Island City, New York. Defending champion from last year. Jason Greenwood out of Racine, Wisconsin. First one to fire up is Greenwood. T-Bone's crew waiting patiently. Bartone's car comes to life. Greenwood gets to the 330 mark and will back up now. Bartone didn't go that far. He'll back up just as quick. Bartone having, he gets in reverse. Taking him some time. He's got it. He's coming back. T-Bone, Bartone. If anyone can, he can take up the number 1 spot. So Rorken currently holds on to that. So Rorken also number 2 in points right now. Nitromethane. You've got controlled explosions going on. Hemi head engines. The Hemi V8. Made popular by Chrysler Corporation in the early 1950s. Racers jumped on these motors as they worked so well with fuel. Made horsepower with the hemispherical design. Bartone pulls away first. Bartone smoking down track. 560. 560 for Tony Bartone at 237. Jason Greenwood does not improve enough to get into the show. Bartone goes to the top of the heap with a 560. Your number one qualifier, defending champion, Tony Bartone, a 560 at 237 miles an hour is number one qualifier. And he wants those extra points. Now, Jim Murphy up next. He can also top the chart. Murphy is number 4 qualifier right now with a 570. He will be the last of the top fuel cars to qualify. Brendan Murray did not come back for this round of qualifying, although he is sitting in the number 7 spot and cannot get bumped at this point. Nor can Tim Cullinan. Tim is on the bubble, but Murphy is already in the show. All he can do is improve from here. The field is set. Bartone currently number 1 because Murphy hasn't run yet. Sorokin number 2. Young. Murphy is number 4. Rick Williamson, Rick White, Brendan Murray, and Tim Cullinan round out the top 8. Murphy's car loses fire. The starter gets some kickback. They're hooking it back up. Turning over the motor. Roland Leong looking down, making some adjustment. Roland, the famed crew chief tuner since the days of the Hawaiian drag cars. All right, Murphy fires up. Roland Leong, Hawaiian. Comes from a well-to-do family in Hawaii. One of the more famous drivers that drove for him, Don the Snake Prudhomme. The bump is 625. Not an issue for Murphy. Murphy is already in the show with a 570. That number 1 spot. He wants to take it away from Bartone. He's got to run a 10th of a second quicker. After he runs, the nitro's not over. We have nitro funny cars coming up next. .70 Pro, 7.5 Pro. If you're not going to make next round, we need you to let us know in the tower, please. Jim Murphy, he is a past nostalgia champion. He knows how to handle the car. He knows how to get from point A to point B rapidly. He's in the groove. He's looking for a 560 or better. 585, he slows down. 585 at 222, so he stays in the number 4 spot. The field is set. Tony Bartone, number 1. Adam Sorokin, 2. Jim Young, 3. Murphy, 4. Williamson, 5. White, 6. Murray, 7. Tim, we're bringing up Top Fuel funny cars, and Ron Lake going to tell you all about them. And Ron, I got a special cookie for you here we saved. You already had one? Well, then I'm taking it. The heck with them. All right, well, I got one then. Forget it. You can't have this one.
is in the USA 1 Camaro. Bruce Larson, another legendary figure in the sport of drag racing. Bruce Larson, the Frantic Four, the recreated Frantic Four team. Welcome to Team Frantic Ford and the world of nitro nostalgia funny car racing. Through the sport of drag, his own different cars throughout the years. The latest endeavor was a natural fit for Rocky, as his father Joe was the guy who prepared the transmissions for the original Frantic Ford team all those years ago. Rocky Perone himself at the controls of the Frantic Ford Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car, ladies and gentlemen. Funny Car Nostalgia Nitro Supercharged Funny Cars. Bruce Larson, USA 1. God, I didn't think he'd ever drive again, but here he is. The legendary Bruce Larson. From Pennsylvania, Bruce Larson. In a very, very rare appearance. Bruce Larson. God, I was watching the makeup. You know, ladies and gentlemen, that could be described as a real burnout. Wow. Where's he at? 1,000-foot burnout, my friends. And again, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep in mind, these are not pro teams. These are not multi-million-dollar operations. These are people that love drag racing. A 6-month budget at the most. Track to track, you know, each one of these cars, you see a half a dozen guys or more. And it's for a reason. They all pool their funds to go racing. They love racing. They've been hanging around drag racing forever and ever and ever. The other night I was watching a Mecum auction program on NBC Sports, and there was a Cobra that Bruce Larson once owned, not currently, but once owned some years ago. It brought over $1 million. So I've heard that he's got a pretty good collection. He did well as a touring funny car personality years back in the 70s when you could race 4 or 5 days a week for guaranteed money. Frantic Four, geez, I remember Ron Rivera, Jim Fox, Dennis Holding, Weekly, the Frantic Four out of California, and then they ended up back east, as more than one did, because the money was back east. That's where the match races were, back east. Born Again Chevy. I wish I had more information on Larson's entry. I'm sure it's interesting. But unfortunately we don't, so we'll wing it. This is Funny Car Competition, ladies and gentlemen. Larson recovers quicker. Larson recovers quicker. And in the 8th mile, a 6:39 and a 6:19, both drivers having difficulty. And so they'll make changes. They'll make changes, and the next time they come up, well, guess what? It'll be a whole different act. And in the, I'll tell you what. Now, I'll bet you a quarter, Van Hook, well, I'm a man of meager means. That crop duster is going to surpass that 560 mark. You want to lay a quarter on it? Mark White out of Chicago, Illinois, driving for the Frank and Deborah Osley, the crop duster, Morrison, Illinois. Anthony Brangi at the wheel of the Corvette. Jerry Newman tuning 79 Corvette with an Alan Johnson Hemi. That car is out of Belvedere, Illinois. Anthony Brangi. And Anthony Branchi can muscle these nostalgia funny cars. Matter of fact, at my track, Byron Dragway, he holds the official track record for nostalgia supercharged nitro burning funny cars at 592. So this is a new ride for Anthony, and we'll see what happens. But that crop duster over there, Anthony drove that car before Mark White. That crop duster is a mean piece of machinery. I remember a year or two ago I was announcing Bob at the Hot Rod Reunion in Bakersfield, and Frank Osley had an explosion. And I remember saying, thank God Frank's a good guy, because if he was a terrorist, he could really do some damage.
Oh, you bet. These cars can explode. You know as well as I do, nitromethane, these are controlled explosions on four wheels.
And Frank usually goes about as far as you can go. Frank could be termed as over-aggressive. Now, Newman, on the other hand, the tuner, Newman, Jerry Newman, if indeed he is the tuner on the Corvette, he is known to be conservative, save parts, make rounds. Frank Osley, on the other hand, hang it out. Get it down the track or on the track. And here he is from Morrison, Illinois. And he is an actual crop duster. That's not a put-on. That is what Frank does for a living. He is a crop duster. And that and the fact in itself that he's still around is amazing. Because crop dusters don't usually last all that long. I mean, that occupation has a high rate of disappearance. Yeah, no kidding. All right. Whatever works. Frank Owsley, Deborah Owsley, and they got grandkids with them this weekend. Mark White, Chicago, Illinois, a veteran driver as well as Brangi. Two drivers out of Illinois that know their stuff.
I think the 560 we saw earlier was left in there because it was running an 8th mile, but it's not there now, so these guys can be going the quarter.
Yeah, I didn't know what that was all about. I didn't know. All right, Owsley and the Corvette. I'm not sure. Wow, that's quite aggressive for Newman, I'll have to say that. 6:06 for Frank and Mark White. 2:20:01. 2:34 for a Newman tuned car. That's amazing. 6:12 for Newman and Anthony Brangi out of Belvedere, Illinois. Alan Johnson Hemi. Wow. And guess what, Mr. Gibbs? There's nothing on the track.
It's dry.
It's dry.
But it ain't over yet. We've got exhibition cars, and we've got pro stock, and we still have another funny car.
All right, this is a gentleman formerly from Australia. He is the marketing director for Snap-on Tools. His name is Baz Young, and he's out of Racine, Wisconsin. And he is in the Camaro over there. Forever Young, I think the name of the car is, perhaps. No, it isn't. Down Under Thunder. You're correct. Down Under Thunder. Apparently going to go by itself, is it? All right, he's going to go by himself. That is Baz Young, tuned by Jerry Newman. Newman. Hello, Newman.
He's the president.
Wow, I didn't realize
he's top of the heap.
That he had gotten a bump in the corporate ladder.
That's
wow,
a heck of a bump.
President of Snap-on Tools, Barry Baz Young with Newman Tuning. Wow, the president of Snap-on Tools.
All his tools, Snap-on.
Whoa, heavy duty. Well, I'm absolutely dumbfounded after that run by Bronji, because that is not a typical Newman tune-up. Newman usually may all Baz, as the president of Snap-on Tools, Baz is liable to have said to Newman, let's get it on. Because no doubt, a big bump in pay. Whoa, president of Snap-on Tools. Wow. Burning seat trap and Baz Young on Tools. Everybody. All right. The sun is in a very difficult spot. All right. Baz Young, hammer down. The former Australian coasts through at 662, 175.71. Altered is next, ladies and gentlemen. AA fuel altered. Detail shops at the car auctions, the big auctions throughout the country, and even over in England and elsewhere. Nanook, I don't know a lot about him. He's a young guy, 23 years of age. Kyle Hoff, Las Vegas, Nevada. Rick Hoff, 23 Ford T with a Brad Anderson 500-inch Hemi. On the other hand, Ron Hope of Franklin, Tennessee, who has campaigned in New Zealand and England, all over the universe, literally. Ron and Brian Hope, Franklin, Tennessee, auto auction service, 72-year-old Ron Hope with a 417 Donovan. Hope. Kyle Hoff, Las Vegas, Nevada, 23 years of age, in the legendary Nanook, a car that has been around forever. In fact, they've tried their hand over the years with a funny car, haven't they?
Yeah, you know, the Nanook team has been around for a long time. When Alters were the excitement. These cars are known for going every which way but straight. Short wheelbase, high horsepower. Now, in later years, they went to a funny car style chassis, but neither one of these cars have that technology.
These things, if there ever was a class in drag racing that represents being on the very edge, this is it.
Definitely. You know, I still remember when they did a altered meet at LA County Raceway in Southern California, and they were still doing fire burnouts then. Pour some gasoline down, do the burnout while the gas is lit. These cars were totally engulfed in flames, and that was the normal way to do a burnout.
We, over the years, those of us that have been fortunate enough to be around this thing for a long time have seen any number of drivers go through the lights sideways and manage to get them back under control. And how many times, Bob, have we seen the Winged Express go through the lights with the front end 2 feet in the air at 200 miles an hour? I mean, these guys are from another planet. I think they stopped off in Roswell, New Mexico when they were young.
They get launching instructions, not green lights. All right, so they're getting ready to go to Nostalgia Altereds. These are the cars that ran in the early days of Nostalgia Fuel Altered Racing.
Whoa! Get it! Whoa! Whoa! Holy.
And Nook goes every which way but straight. Takes the long way down the track. 701 for Ron Hope. 653 sideways for Kyle Hugh. He had a bunch of skid marks on the track and probably a few in his shorts on that run as we get ready for Nostalgia Pro Stock. Now, these are some of the real deal cars of the day.
Bob, I got to come clean like Tide. I got to tell you the truth. I almost had an accident in my pants, and I wasn't even driving the thing.
It depends on things. Okay, now these are the Pro Stock. Now, there's been a little tension in the pits.
Yeah.
And we may see it come out here during this run. Right now, you got the two grumpy toy cars, the Monza and the Vega. They're running small blocks. Everybody else is on the big block trail.
I don't think that's where the tension lies.
No, don't think so there.
I think it's back a little ways.
Might be.
John Denbrook, Howell, Michigan, 73 Vega. He is in the, what we would call the Jegs.com lane. Terry Lindsay from right here in Bowling Green, Kentucky. 78 Monza, Mike Zucker, and Terry Lindsay. 331 Chevy. 331 Chevy. A 331 Chevy, and they got out of Michigan. So very equally prepared, or I should say certainly equal when it comes to cubic inches.
Grumpy
Now-
Jenkins liked that 331 combination. I don't remember if that was a D-stroke 350 or a stroke 327.
Or, you know what? You got a valid point there. It could be a 327 with a slight cleanup.
Yeah.
You know. According to Bones Balo and Ed Escuderian, a 327 is capable of putting out more horsepower per cubic inch than anything they've ever had on a dyno.
And they're the highest winding of the small blocks other than the 302. But if you look at the 302 architecture and the 283s, lots in common with those. Those were solid engines. They didn't even have 4-bolt mains in any of the 327s. Yet they were capable of 7,000 RPMs.
When Chevy came out with the small block V8, they hit pay dirt.
They did. They did. It became the engine of choice for racers around the world. And still is.
Terry Lindsay out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, and he needs to, yeah, there you go.
He slows down with the Vega.
Well, it was a good thing he did. He was headed for the wall.
Yeah, that's a good thing. All right, now here we go. Rear Morrison car up against the Mopar.
All right.
Lee Shepard
It
is
is
known for driving this machine.
Ted Peters in the Mopar out of Holland, South Holland, Illinois. He is an NHRA chassis inspector, among other attributes. He is running a 500 cubic inch wedge Mopar 73 Duster. Mark Pappas, Park Ridge, Illinois business owner, in an 81 rear Morrison Camaro. Mike Zukan is with Mark Pappas on this car. Pappas at 848, 164.99, 830 for Ted Peters at 161.73. Peters, so far, the king of the hot dog stands in Nostalgia Pro Stack.
Right, now watch these guys carefully because there was some rumor of some tension back in the pits with these guys. Something about staging. Now, I don't know if we're going to see it happen now, but watch these guys closely. They didn't take the time staging, but they're gone.
Wow. Did Ted put a whole shot on that Camaro? Well, it didn't do him much good, but 803, 171.34, but down there by the finish line, that had to be close. Really close. 826 at 163.18. 163.18. All right, this is Bill Neary of Barrington, Illinois, an earth-moving contractor in a 74 Camaro. Jeannie Neary and his daughter assisting. A 427 Chevy. A 427 Chevy he's claiming. This is a Warren Johnson tribute car. And then, ladies and gentlemen, top secret jet car coming up. The reunion. The reunion will be... You got a pill for this guy? The reunion will be coming up shortly. Bob Fry is behind me, getting ready to entertain all of us this evening with me. Bill Neary, earth-moving contractor, Barrington, Illinois, and he got near the center line. He shuts off, goes through at 814, 110.68. Al Hanna.
All right, before the Jets come up, I want to ask all of our honorees, if you're not over in the tent area yet, please go there. And we'd like to remind all of the folks right after the Jet cars, a great opportunity for you to meet and honor our honorees here this evening, get some autographs to some Hall of Famers, some pictures, and talk to some of the legends of drag racing. So before you head out, after the Jets, please come back and join us. We'll be starting about 5 minutes after the Jet cars run in the two big tents right back behind the Timing Tower. If any of our honorees are not there at this moment, we'd like you to get headed towards that direction, please. All the honorees, over into the tent area. And, folks, we'd like to see all of you coming up right after the Jets. Please join us. A nice opportunity to acknowledge our honorees here, tell them how much you appreciate what they've done for the history of the sport, and get some photos, get some autographs, talk to some Hall of Famers, and then be part of the Cackle Fest. Nice little 5-car Cackle Fest going to go on over there in the area right around the honorees tent. So we'll see you there right after the Jet cars. I now return you to your regularly scheduled announcer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Go Joe, the hand cleaner. Joe, record holder, 5:42. If he comes close to that, he'll be the quickest. He'll be the quickest here today. At 295 miles an hour. Also, the Go Joe Top Secret Jet Funny Car. Good-looking guy, Ken Hall. And ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hall in the Top Secret Firebird Jet Funny Car. Driver of the Go Joe Top Secret Firebird has been driving race cars for over 20 years. He started driving his family's blown T-Bucket in the Hot Rods from Hell in the mid-90s. He also has driven nostalgia funny cars, blown gassers, and other supercharged cars for many teams. Ken has also spent over 10 years working for the NHRA Safety Safari on both the national and divisional levels. When not working or driving race cars, he enjoys spending time with his fiancée, Allison, who has recently purchased the original Paddy Wagon wheel stander. I'll be darned. They plan to have her licensed and touring the circuit with Ken in the near future. Ken also enjoys traveling and is a big history buff. Hanna Motorsports, Ellen and Al Hanna, in the beautiful yellow, blue, orange, Go Joe heavy-duty hand cleaner jet funny car. It is Rich Hanna, world speed and ET record holder at 5:42, 295 miles an hour. By weekdays, 43-year-old Rich Hanna is a machinist at Pratt Whitney Jet Engine Manufacturing Facility in Middletown, Connecticut. By weekend, he is the world speed and ET record holder in the jet funny car category. He has been professionally drag racing for 22 years and found his love for the sport at a young age while crewing for his father's Eastern Raider Nitro funny car team in the early 80s. Rich now races alongside teammate Ken Hall week in, week out at races far-reaching as Las Vegas, Florida, Canada, and Puerto Rico in his Go Joe Jet funny car. Not only does Rich drive the 4,000 horsepower Go Joe machine over 25 events a year, he is also responsible for all of the mechanical maintenance of the team's 3 jet cars and support vehicles. He's worked on a variety of jet cars and even jet track dryers over the years, and he has sat behind the wheel of 8 different jet-powered cars during that 2-decade spin as well. Rich is exploring earning a jet dragster license by the end of 2016 to further expand his jet car resume. So perhaps there is a dragster in Rich's, the principals of Hanna Motorsports, married 52 years. The dynamic duo was inducted into the Oriental's New England Dragway Hall of Fame. Al received a Lifetime Achievement Award from NHRA in 2014 and is a member of the East Coast Drag Times Hall of Fame. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, enough said. Now, as you can see, the crew here at Beech Bend Raceway has laid down a bunch of water. And I can tell you, as a track owner, I can remember the time that I had Bob Motes in, and he blew a big section of asphalt right out of the area behind the starting line. So they are taking no chances here this evening. Look at the water. You can hook. Enfield, Connecticut. Tom Kennedy assisting. Pete Honig with Ken Hall. Parker Ford, PA. Woo! I'm going to duck down because I've been in towers before where the windows came in. I don't have a face mask or a helmet tonight, so I'm going to turn my head. I'm not putting you on. If anybody that's done this for a long time, somewhere along the line, has had the windows come in at a tower where they were announcing jet cars. The most memorable experience I have with jet cars, I was announcing at Union Grove, and Art Arfins was there with that big, huge cyclops and blew the whole side of the building off. I'm standing there, and the next thing I know, there's nothing there but the studs. The wall is gone. Ladies and gentlemen, jet cars at the 2016 Holley AAA Hot Rod Reunion. All right. What was that? Holy cow, you see what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about now. I wasn't giving you loose lip. I was telling you facts. 586 at 270.97. 596, 240 miles an hour. You know what? Where's that Dallas Jones at? I think we should be getting some hazardous pay for this kind of act. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going. Hot Rod Bob is going. Warren is going. We're all leaving for the inductee ceremony. The inductee ceremony right across from the Holley display. And you want to get there as quick as you can because there's only about 300 seats.